109 players, 206 men and 103 women, are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muzichuk, and Anna Ushenina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Hello everyone and welcome to the FIDE World Cup 2023, one of the most exciting chess events of the year. All the best players in the world pretty much partaking here. It's a very exciting format, knockout format, and I'm also privileged and honoured, I'm Grandmaster Simon Williams, if you hadn't guessed that, to be commentating alongside one of the best in the business, Danya. How are you doing, Danya?
I'm doing great, Simon. I was flirting with the idea of starting with saying that it's good to be Baku, but I decided against it, and I decided to leave all my puns in reserve because I've got a month to make those puns. Great to be here. This is one of the most exciting events on the chess tournament circuit, and nobody I'd rather be commentating the first round with than you, Simon.
Ah, that's really sweet, and thank you, Danya. And I love that pun as well. That was good. I'll have to remember that one. But I know from past experience you are kind of the master at puns, Danya. So I'm going to be keeping my ears wide open over the next month, and that's how long this tournament goes on for. It's a phenomenal event. Now, rarely we have so many players playing over such a long period of time, and of course they get whittled down as people get knocked out, but it's so exciting, this event. It's quick, as in there's only a couple of games each. It's good quality chess, and it's going to be fascinating to watch. Now, before we dive into some of the players playing here, let's just have a look at some of the past winners of this FIDE World Cup. And this event happens every couple of years, and the last winner was Jan Krzysztof Duda, who defeated none other than Magnus Carlsen. And I know this is one event that Magnus Carlsen really wants to win. Magnus has won nearly every other event. And Danya, is there any other names there that you'd like to sort of pick out with the past winners? It's kind of a who's who of greatness, isn't it?
It really is, and that was well observed, Simon, about this being really the only big event that Magnus Carlsen hasn't won. And that's obviously a storyline to which we will return time and time again, particularly as the tournament heads into its later stages. Carlsen has a bye in round 1, but it was an incredible performance by Duda in 2021. I'm looking at the right side, the bottom right column. Levon Aronian wins this tournament in 2005. Can you name a single thing that happened in 2005? I can't name a single thing that I did in 2005, and yet Levon Aronian was already rampaging through the World Cup field. I mean, we're looking at the who's who across chess generation, Simon, from Gatakamsky to Levon Aronian to so many great players. The World Cup is really a rite of passage in here goes my alarm, which I set. Go ahead, Simon. Take it from here.
Well, it's good to see you set your alarm for the right time, Daniel. It could be quite interesting if you're waking up now at this moment.
I have some math problems I have to solve in order to disable my alarm, actually.
Oh, really? Okay, I'll give you a bit of time to disable the alarm.
I've already done it.
Good stuff. And as you see, it's going to be a lot of fun here. And yeah, some of those names there, I mean, you're asking me, can I remember anything that happened in 2005? That is a big no. And I struggle to remember stuff from last week now. I mean, my opening theory, remembering that nowadays is so much harder as you get older. So much harder. But these players, they will have to know their opening theory. And there's, as we've said, just so many great names playing. Now, there is a system where the top seeds get a bye into round 2. So obviously it's round 1 today. So you can already see Magnus Carlsen is not playing today, along with some other of the heavy hitters. But still lots of big names in this massive competition. And when I say massive, there's so many players playing. I mean, if we just have a look at this first slide here, I mean, obviously we can see Magnus may even be, he's got to play someone very good in round 2. And the thing that I find very interesting about this event, Daniel, is that it's only 2 games in the early stages. So it means that randomness is much higher, right? If you lose 1 game, you're in real trouble. I mean, do you think that will play a big part in some of the big names maybe getting knocked out earlier on?
It's a two-headed beast, Simon, much like in a tournament like Title Tuesday, where, as early as rounds 2 and 3, you've got the top players already facing very seasoned grandmasters. Like Levon Ponsolaya is not a name that might be familiar to a lot of people in chat, but the guy is a 25-70 grandmaster, and across only 2 games, literally anything can happen. I remember when my friend Sam Shankland defeated Grandmaster Peter Leko in 2011. 1 move can change the outcome of a match. Same goes for Hikaru Nakamura, who might potentially face Gregory Kaidanov, Simon, which is a name familiar to all fans of American chess. That would be an incredible matchup of the generations. But let me tell you, one thing that we will not experience in the World Cup is a shortage of interesting games. When one game gets boring, there will almost always be another game to get to, which I honestly think, along with all of the players that we get to showcase and all of the countries and all of the openings and all of the storylines, makes this tournament, a notch above the rest in terms of its interest level as we look into the playing hall here.
I 100% agree with you, Daniel. I mean, there's just so many great players, and I'll be honest. I don't know if I should be saying this, but I sometimes get a bit sick of the elite events where it's the same sort of 10 players playing against each other, because you get the same openings, you get the same battle and the same theory. But when you've got so many players playing here, and there's over 300 players, you're going to get a wide range of openings. You're going to get different styles of chess. Let's not forget about the women's section as well. We've got the top women playing, and that's going to be fascinating to see what happens there. And the way the bracket is made, just to hopefully heighten the excitement, like in the Bullet, the Chess.com Bullet Championships, which I was really rooting for you there, Daniel. The bracket could work that in the final it could be Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru if they make it all the way through. I mean, that would be exciting, right?
Magnus versus Hikaru, not very exciting. We haven't had Magnus versus Hikaru recently, have we? And it really never gets close between those two. It's always a lopsided, boring matchup. No, of course, that would be honestly a dream come true. But obviously, to get to each other, they're going to have to cross the Rubicon of countless dangerous grandmasters, and it starts today. Obviously, in round 1, there are quite a few lopsided matchups. Ivan Cheparinov, the Bulgarian grandmaster, is the top seed who is playing in round 1 at 26-63, and he faces a 2,000 rated player. But Simon, I don't need to tell you that, for grandmasters, this is not necessarily a fun experience. These aren't just random 2000s off the street. These are players who have an opportunity in Baku to leave their mark on chess history and score an upset that they might never get another chance to score. So they're going to come out hungry, and we already know from the past few years how difficult it can be for high-rated grandmasters to survive a field that contains this many underrated and hungry players. We've all been there.
100% agree. I mean, whenever I was playing historically any of the big names, I'd always up my game massively. And the sort of reverse was true. When I was playing someone that I should beat, the pressure was on, and I'd often play a lot worse than I should do. And this could well be a story of round one. There could be a lot of surprises. There's a lot of money at stake. Every round you get through, you gain more money, and that's a big thing. The tension is high. You know, a lot of these players, they rely on this money, even the top players. You can see our amazing cameras there have a great view of this tremendous tournament and all the players now getting ready. Let's see if any of you in the chat can spot the players. Can you name any players? I mean, there's lots of faces there. But it's going to be incredibly exciting to see. I mean, you know, I was thinking, can we hint who might do well in this event? And it's just really hard to say. I mean, obviously Magnus is the favourite, but it's really hard to predict anything, isn't it, Daniel?
It really is. I was getting that question a lot on my stream the last few days, and you're right. The just amount of very strong GMs for whom you can make a case is so overwhelming that it really is useless. Other than the big names like Magnus and Hikaru, which everybody knows are favorites, it's impossible to discern between, you know, the litany of incredibly talented 26, 50-plus GMs who you can make a serious case will go very far in the World Cup. That was Arkady Verkovich there, the president of FIDE, shaking hands and making the ceremonial first move in the ladies section. And I think the games, Simon, they're about to get underway. These are the very nervous moments before a tournament begins. And Cheparinov adjusting his pieces one final time. No mistakes have been made yet. So it's also a slightly euphoric feeling. Right? Haven't messed up yet. Haven't made any chess moves. That's about to change.
I don't know about you, Daniel, but these moments before a game, there's so many emotions sort of going through myself, and I'm sure with you. I mean, there's nerves, you know, there's excitement. You really want to get into the game. You really want to play, get into the battle. And there's also that sort of quietness. It's a very unique place, the chess tournament hall. You know, in other sports you have the crowd cheering and things like that, but it's a really sort of nervous quietness, and it's kind of an exciting sort of tension in the air. And well, as you mentioned there, on the top board in round one, we do have Cheparinov, because he is the player of the highest rating who doesn't automatically get a bye through. Cheparinov 2663 rating, and he's playing against Joseph Al-Hassadi. So certainly a game he should win, but I think we're going to see some upsets somewhere. I mean, it's just bound to happen every single year in the World Cup. Upsets occur, and another thing to remember is a lot of these players are very underrated. They don't play outside of their country as much as the top players, but that doesn't mean they have great potential. So do you think we're going to get many upsets as well?
I think we're definitely going to get our fair share of draws, and if you're a significantly outrated player, that is a dream scenario. If you can pull out a draw in the first game, you boil everything down to one game. And as we talked about earlier, in one game, literally anything can happen. So if you're the lower rated player, you're trying to stay in, we are definitely going to get our fair share of upsets. And when you get to the 2500s, there are a couple of evenly matched matchups, right? There's 2580 versus 2530, for example. So this isn't all, you know, lopsided 600-point differences, but we will obviously start from the game of Ivan Cheparinov. I think that's only fair. Simon, the games are underway. The 2023 World Cup is underway, and it's underway with a Queen's Gambit by Mr. Cheparinov.
Yeah, brilliant to see that it has started, and very exciting times. The first move's on the board, and as you point out, Daniel, it is a standard Queen's Gambit, and we're moving to the action very shortly. So just to remind everyone, though, this is a knockout competition. You can access the brackets online. We will obviously try to bring them up occasionally, but We do also want to see the moves at the same time, so you can see who is going to be facing off against who as the games go. But should we move into the chess? Should we actually get some action going?
Let's get some action going, and black is the first to get some action going. A semi-Tarash trotted out there by Youssef Al-Hassadi from Libya. A very reputable opening. It's, I think, gained in popularity the last couple of years, and black is playing this in a more traditional move order. Often you see this with the inclusion of knight f6, knight c3. The traditional move order, Simon, has been less palatable to top grandmasters lately. White is considered to be slightly better after the simple knight to c3, and very often you do get an isolated queen-pawn structure. But Ivan Cheparinov with bishop out to g5, attacking black's queen straight away.
What I really like about Cheparinov, Dania, is I've watched him play in many competitions. I've commentated in Gibraltar, where I think he won it even one year, and his opening preparation is pretty phenomenal. It was actually one of the best in the world. He was second for Topalov when Topalov did that great run in the World Championships and went all the way. So he's got this amazingly sharp style like Topalov. He likes playing aggressive stuff, and he likes testing his opponent early on. And this bishop move, I mean, it seems pretty logical to me, but I haven't seen it myself. I mean, it attacks the queen, and it asks black the question, how are you going to meet this attack? I suppose the key move is to bring the black queen out, but that obviously comes with a lot of risk there as well.
It does indeed, because in the blink of an eye, you might get a scenario where white has 3 minor pieces developed, and black is 0. Has black bitten off more than he can chew? Definitely, bishop g5, the kind of move that seems ultra-logical, and yet, like you, Simon, I've never seen it. Knight c3 has been automatic in my experience, and maybe in Al-Hassadi's experience as well, because he's already sunk into a bit of a think here. But just to piggyback off of your point, Cheparinov has such a scintillating opening repertoire with both colors. With black, he is a Najdorf stalwart. He's played the Najdorf for many, many years. He authored an excellent chessable course that I can warmly recommend. And with white, he is mostly a d4 player, but the way that he plays d4 is not the way that we might think of 1d4. Throw your preconceived notions out the window, because he always has interesting ideas to show. As he does bring the knight out to c3, Al-Hassadi decided to block the attack on the queen with knight f6. Simon, probably a logical move, black prioritizing his development, and can continue to bring the pieces out with bishop to e6.
Yeah, this seems like a more traditional Tarash now type of position, where both sides are sort of developing their pieces in a standard way. And again, just going on a little bit about Cheparinov with white pieces, 100% agree that he plays d4, and a lot of players assume that 1b4 is more positional, more quiet than 1e4. But if you look at Cheparinov and his games, and also his games that the games of Topalov, who he seconded, you will see that they're incredibly tactical and very, very sharp. And he's still playing very quickly. This move from black, bishop to e6, is another move I'm not aware of, but Cheparinov immediately just plays this prophylactic move, a3. I'm assuming to stop any bishop coming out, but it seems like he's well in with what he knows what he's doing here with the white pieces.
I think kind of choosing a line that allows him to settle into the tournament. Nothing too tactical, nothing too complicated in white's setup. I think he's going to follow up with e2, e3, and he's going to try to time the move d takes e5 properly. The textbook way to do that is to wait for black to develop his dark squared bishop. Then the logic is, once you play dc, you force black to waste a second move with his bishop. So you often get this kind of cat and mouse game where black actually starts with knight b to d7 in order to be able to recapture on c5 with the knight and thereby avoid losing a tempo. But the position is rather quiet, so tempi isn't the most important consideration here. I've never liked these types of positions with black. I always feel like when you get the isolated queen pawn, white completely controls the square in front of it. which makes that pawn immobile, Simon. So I think Ivan going for a slight advantage. He's going to try to grind this out positionally, and I really like that choice.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is when you talk about this opening. I mean, we could talk about players who like playing on the white side and players who like playing on the black side of this kind of position. And what is generally going to happen, as you mentioned, Daniel, is the D pawn is going to exchange for the C pawn, and that happens in the majority of cases. And then black is left with this isolated pawn in the middle. And it was actually Boris Spassky, I believe, who said the isolated pawn itself is not the major weakness, but it's the square in front of the isolated pawn. So you've pointed out the white knight sitting in front of that pawn, and that is really positionally very difficult for black. But there are some players who enjoy playing this kind of system on the black side. In actual fact, Kasparov kind of played this way occasionally, because black often gets a bit of activity, and this is the one thing that black really needs to strive to do a bit later on. Black needs to activate his pieces. When you've got the isolated pawn, you kind of want to avoid most exchanges and just go for maximum activity. So in the long run, white generally better, but sometimes in the short run, black can get very good activity. So we'll have to wait and see how this one develops.
And we will do just that. Black can also close the center with c5, c4, although that can lead to very unpleasant consequences if white counter strikes in the center with e4. We will leave Youssef Al-Hassadi to ponder how to position his pieces in this semi-tarash. We've got so many other interesting matchups. On board 2, Simon, we have Aryan Tari, who really needs no introduction. He has the white pieces against Lebanese FIDE master Amro El Yawich. I'm going to bring that game up. And like Cheparinov, Tari chooses a very quiet positional setup. He chooses a Collie system. I never know exactly what to call this setup. Is it a Zukertort? Is it a Collie? It's similar to a London. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. With the bishop on b2 rather than f4.
I'm going to try to count them today, Daniel, how many puns you can get in, because I'm always impressed how you very subtly try to sneak them by me. And I think people in the chat as well, we've got to count Daniel's puns today. They're definitely on point, and I'm not sure what to Collie this opening either. But of course, it's a standard Collie. I think they even call this the Collie Zukertort, if you want to get really technical, because the Zukertort variation is named after the player Zukertort, who liked fianchettoing his dark square bishop, and that is what Aryan has done here. Previous to that, Collie didn't used to fianchetto his dark square bishop, but this is certainly the way that white should play it. Generally, these positions I don't feel give white much of an advantage. It's very solid for black, but that's not really what Aryan is playing for here, Daniel, I guess. He just wants to get a position and outplay his lower rated opponent without taking any risks. Is that the strategy, and is that a good strategy?
I think that's a great strategy, and that definitely is the strategy. The reason this opening is non-theoretical is just because there are so many options for both sides that it's very hard to analyze this type of opening systematically. If you think about it from black's side, there's 5 or 6 moves here that are all entirely possible. I think the most principled one of them, and we can take a look at it more concretely, is c7, c5, challenging the center immediately. But case in point, right? Yawich plays a7, a5, which is totally viable. He leaves the c-pawn on its initial square and instead focuses on gaining space with his a-pawn. We might see Aryan play a4. We might see white play a3. We might see white completely ignore black's queenside campaign. I think this is the likeliest scenario, and play c2, c4, kind of a queen's gambit declined style move. So, Simon, there's this kind of amorphous nature to these openings where at every juncture there's so many moves that it's much more worthwhile usually to study them from a positionally systemic perspective, focusing on the ideas, focusing on where you want the pieces to go, rather than trying to memorize a certain number of moves out of a chessable course, for example. But it's often a strategy adopted by the higher rated player, particularly at the start of events when there's still a lot of jitters. I like this choice by the young Norwegian Grandmaster.
I think it's interesting you mentioned that, Daniel, the two approaches, the sort of approach where in the opening you have to memorize lines, and the other approach where you have to sort of know the ideas. And I've always been a big fan of ideas being more important than actually memorizing moves. And I feel that most top players would sort of say that that's true, or even most players who are improving. Saying that, it really depends on the opening. You've got to pick an opening that suits your kind of what you want to achieve. And if you want to play a very sharp Sicilian, you have to memorize the moves. And I've seen Cheparinov do this many times. You have to know the moves before you face down. But my memory is so bad, Danya. I just like knowing the ideas, because there's no way I can remember all the theory anymore. And what about you, Danya? I mean, you strike me as sort of an idea man as well. I mean, but you obviously got a good memory at the same time.
I've got a good memory for useless Jeopardy-style trivia, like the capital of Mozambique, but I can't for the life of me remember move 4 of a Najdorf line when I'm sitting in front of a GM in an important game. So I have always found openings to be a completely different beast when it comes to memory, and I have similarly focused on trying to master the ideas, particularly on the white side of D4 openings. But definitely I think in the lower quadrant when it comes to opening memorization, as we see Arjan Tari indeed playing C2, C4. So he's ignoring the idea of A4, and I think his reasoning is that even if Black's pawn gets to A3, that's really not a big deal. In fact, that might work in White's favor because that pawn is going to be a long-term weakness, and White's bishop can slide up to C3 and maintain its control over the long diagonal. But yeah, the amount of stories that I have, Simon, and I'm sure I'll be sharing them throughout the broadcasts, that involve all manner of craziness and mishap in the first 15 moves of the game is pretty staggering.
I really want to hear some of these stories already, but I know there's a lot of chess going on. I mean, I've seen this myself before, that players think they've memorized certain lines, and they've banged out the moves, bang, 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 and then they've resigned because they realise they've got their moves mixed up. And it's really actually quite funny to watch. They're so confident, and they thought, yeah, I've just got the latest chessball course on this, I've done my move trainer, and then they're like, oh, because they're not thinking. They suddenly turn off some part of their brain, and they're playing more like a parrot, right, where they're repeating the words that they hear, but they're not understanding the words. And I think it's very important in chess to have that combination. Yes, you need to do your memorizing, and chessball courses can be great, but you've got to understand why you're playing those moves. And I always feel, Dan, you just got to be able to answer the questions. What is my idea? It's all the whys. Why am I playing this? What is my opponent trying to do? Just all these things you've got to be able to verbally answer. If you can't answer those questions, then you shouldn't be playing that opening. And even if you memorize it, not the right thing. And we have the famous Mr. Dodgy in the chat, Danya, or infamous, I should say, probably. And he's shouting cover Fressene, which I'm sure we can go to very shortly. But it looks like quite a solid start here in Arjan's game. He's playing this Collie Zukertort, but now it's transposed to a more sort of mainline C4 opening. And, we'll have to wait and see how that develops, I feel. But solid start.
Yeah, some of these, more positional openings, they're going to take 10, 15 moves for the game to really unravel. For Black, as I said earlier, the big choice here is between the immediate A4 and some way to overprotect the D5 pawn. You can go E6, you can go C6, and this is also, I think, part of the strategy for Arjan, which is to give his opponent a very wide choice. And this is often a piece of advice shared to the higher rated player, which is that you want to put your opponent in a position where he has a very big choice of moves, right? Indecisive people know how difficult it could be to enter a restaurant with a 6 or 7 page menu, and you can just be sitting there for what seems like an eternity. And it's kind of a similar logic where you end up selecting the worst dish because you keep toggling between the 3 or 4 different possibilities, And ultimately, you always seem to choose the one move that you end up regretting. And this can definitely work in the higher-rated player's favor in positions like these. But we will definitely get to Laurent Fressine's game. But I do want to get to two other games that we have cameras for. And one of them is a game of the local Azerbaijani hero, Gadir Guseinov, Simon. So with your permission, I'm going to flip on Gadir Guseinov's game, and he has the black pieces against Rupesh Jaiswall, FIDE master from Nepal.
Okay, wow. I mean, you don't get many players from Nepal, actually. I mean, and that's another great thing about this event. I mean, it's all over the world, a wide range of players from different places. And this looks like Salem. This is not Salem playing? Oh, there we go. We have the other camera. Yeah, that's better. And on the board, I guess a pretty standard position. White not playing any mainline theory, but playing a quiet sort of system here. And black setting up pretty solidly as well.
Yeah, black has this reverse Morozzi bind going with the pawns on e5 and c5. And the biggest question for Guseinov to answer is whether he wants to open up the center with d5 or keep things on the lowdown with d6. If we could pull up an analysis board, the opening most closely resembled after d5 is the King's Indian. This essentially becomes a reverse King's Indian. You get this structure very, very often. And of course, the line you have to calculate after d5 is ed5, knight c5, and now knight f takes c5. Very often, obviously, black has f6, but that doesn't tell the whole story. So, for instance, in this position, you cannot play knight takes c6 because after rook takes c2, the rook on e1 hangs. That's the problem with not developing your dark-squared bishop. The rooks are not connected. But you can try a clever move like queen f3, Simon, counterattacking the knight. Unfortunately, after the knight drops back, white's knight now does not have the f3 square. The queen is covering it, and it looks like white drops a piece. So from a tactical perspective, I think black can get away with d5, but does Guseinov want to get this structurally? Because, of course, white is under no obligation to take on e5 and can play a more positional move such as a2, a4. What is your preference when you look at the current game position?
I mean, in general sense, I love this kind of d5 break and the structure you had there, Danya, which, you know, transposes into the kind of Morozzi bind when black has these two pawns controlling the center. I like having the more space in the position. And I think one thing that black needs to be a little bit careful of not allowing in this kind of position is that square d5 is a critical square. And you don't want white to take that square over with a piece. I mean, it's very hard for white to do that. But if white ever got time to like go knight d2, knight f1, knight e3, some slow maneuver like this, which I can't see happening, then you know, that would be an important square. So maybe d5, or even just preparing to move d5 seems very logical from black in this position. Would you play it immediately here, do you feel?
I am very biased. I should probably recuse myself from this conversation because I play the King's Indian from the black side a lot more than I play it with white. So I'm much more comfortable in this current case on the white side of this structure. If I were black, I would play d6. I would play d6, then I would bring my light-squared bishop out to e6. My logic being that you really can go d5 anytime you want to. And I would start by bringing my pieces out, maybe even connecting the rooks with queen d7 or queen c7, and just seeking the more opportune moment to play d5. Really the same logic that I think Ariantari has. You want to give white a very wide berth and force white to decide how he's going to improve his position. And it's actually not so easy for white to find a move after d6, because if you think about it, I'm going to make this move on the board. So maybe we could briefly bring our analysis board back. After d6, it's difficult for white to find a good spot for the dark-squared bishop, because the moment white plays bishop e3, now, paradoxically, the move d5 might work in black's favor, because after ed5, knight d5, this bishop is actually rather awkward, and it opens up the possibility for some scintillating tactics like knight f4. It takes away the e3 square from white's c4 knight, and the contact between white's heavy pieces and the e5 pawn has been severed. So there's all these subtle positional considerations that come into play here, and Gadir Guseinov has indeed, Simon, played the move d6. I like that choice a lot.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, and I think another key move that's worth pointing out in this position that the higher rated player has played is this little move h6. I really like this move on the side of the board because, again, we're talking about the square in the centre, and white will try to do anything he can to take over that square. And as you pointed out, the bishop coming and exchanging off that knight would really help white's structure, because that knight is a key piece defending the central squares. So that little h6 move, it might not seem like a lot, but that is an important little move from black in this position.
Indeed it is. That is what, these positions are made of. So Guseinov playing h6 at the right moment, and his opponent, shall I say, I was going to make a pun with Paul Karras, but I figured it's not enough of a household name in the chat for everybody to fully appreciate it. Something like, what do you call the first Estonian chess player to climb Mount Everest? Nepal Karras? Anyways, I think on that note, we can switch games once again, Simon, and forget that this ever happens, and maybe go to the game of Javohir Sindarov from Uzbekistan.
Let's do it. Let's move over there, and we have the position on the board here, and player, of the white piece is highly outrating again, but standard sort of Italian position here. I never understand these positions, Daniel. I have to say, I avoid this kind of structure like the play because there's so much subtlety in the middle game here. It's really hard to grasp, and you need to build up your experience. And going back to some of those points we mentioned earlier about like knowing why you're doing stuff. A simple thing to do to get better at that is just search high rated players in the openings that you want to learn and just see what plans they come up with. And here black developed quite well. I mean, it's early days, right, so far.
Definitely early days, still development stages, but already a big decision to make for white, and Sindarov just made that decision whether to capture on e6. He also could have kept attention with knight b to d2. From a tactical point of view, I always prefer black in this structure after f takes c6, because I'm assuming that black is going to recapture the bishop. He's probably away from the board, so we should see the move coming in momentarily. But after f takes c6, black gets the semi-open f-file. I think we're all familiar with the idea of transferring the knight over to f4. But from a positional standpoint, white's got a lot of things working in his favor. First of all, white's got this pawn break, d4, that he can carry out in an inopportune moment for black. And black doesn't really have the equivalent pawn break because d5 comes with a very hefty price tag. It weakens the e5 pawn, and it's just harder to engineer because your king side is already slightly compromised. But the second thing that you see top players doing very often here, Simon, is pushing the b pawn up to b4 with an eye toward grabbing space on the queen side and really forcing black to tie down and to occupy the last couple of rows. The queen could also come into b3 and attack e6. So there's a lot of more subtle considerations that work in white's favor. But if black can get the queen over to g6 and the knight over to f4, then storm clouds start to gather around white's king. But I'm totally with you. I don't understand these positions at all, and I'm not ashamed to admit that.
Yeah, they are really subtle, and it's funny that nearly all the top players play them at some point. Everyone over 2700 rating, I think I have seen play this type of position at least once in their life. And I always think, why are you always copying each other, guys? It's like the little elite club. It's like the Skull and Bones chess club, right? It's like, you're playing that, I'll play that. And I always find that a bit peculiar. I mean, that they copy each other like that. I mean, is there some secret agreement, do you think, that they have?
Opening trends and fashion is such an interesting beast. Like, how does that work? There's so many good openings that you can play, even more so now than 15 years ago. I mean, 1 c4, 1 knight f3. There's like 5 or 6 possible first moves, and yet everybody always seems to play this particular line of the Italian. And Yasser Seirawan made a very good point a couple of years ago. He was doing a lecture in the St. Louis Chess Club, and he mentioned that opening fashions resemble clothing fashions in more ways than one. And one of the main ways in which the analogy works is that it's not like the clothes that people are wearing now are necessarily more comfortable than the clothes people were wearing 20 years ago. Opening fashions like clothing fashion doesn't really always have to do with objectivity. So is the Ruy Lopez worse than the Italian? Absolutely not. That's not the reason everybody seems to be playing this line. I think a lot of it just has to do with the fact that Magnus Carlsen was seen playing it. Just like some celebrity was seen wearing a particular type of clothing and it becomes popular. Of course, there is a component to this where, yeah, this line is pretty dangerous for black objectively and it's pretty testing, but a lot of this has to do with the second tier of grandmasters looking what Magnus is playing, what Ding Liren is playing, what the top 3 or 4 players are playing, and that trend setting trickles down to the lower masses of GMs. It's really a fascinating process, Simon.
I totally agree. And can I ask where you get your fashion inspiration from? What era would you say, Danya, if you had to pick one?
Oh man, I don't think this is a very dark path exploring my fashion choices. I think I have the universal chess player style, by which I mean look at your laundry hamper, select the top item and the easiest one to put on, and pray that you've taken your clothes out of the dryer after they've been there for 1 week. So that's around where my fashion tastes are.
I'm with you there, Danya. I'm very similar. I mean, black t-shirt or black t-shirt, or hang on a minute, black t-shirt is generally my go-to sense. But it is very interesting, this fashion thing, and it's something I would say you have to be a little bit careful with at home if you're an improving player, because I think if you're like 1600, let's say, and you got really into chess, you're a keen player. Please don't try and copy like Magnus Carlsen and his openings and the way he plays. Even though he's the best player in the world, it's often not a good idea to try and copy his openings because they're so hard to replicate. And he's a genius, and to play in his way takes a very high skill level. So I think just copying the top players and copying their openings is not always a good thing to do. I think you've really got to be very wary of that, and you've got to pick things that suit you personally more than the things you think that the other guys are doing. Maybe it's a bit like what's that fable, Danya, with the emperor's clothes? Talking about fashion, the fable of the emperor's clothes is that this emperor was it was something along these lines. It's obviously not entirely this, but this could be the same with openings. It could be the same with a lot of things actually, that he was given this gift of the most amazing costume ever, and it was nothing. He was naked, and I think he was told that if anyone thinks it's naked, they're basically stupid. And he just walked around naked, didn't he, because he was wearing this very fashionable thing. And I think that's often a trick that people can fall into. Basically not walking around naked, but sort of playing openings without having the right reason behind them.
That's so true. And I think for younger players watching, just choosing stuff that they're comfortable with, and not conflating top players playing an opening with the fact that, as you're saying, you can just get to a tournament and make the same moves and win the game in the same fashion, no pun intended, because someone's always going to make a slightly different move. You're going to find yourself lost at sea, and if you don't understand the ideas that undergird these openings, you will get in serious trouble, particularly in an opening like the one we see in front of us, where White needs to tread very, very carefully with F2 under serious pressure from several different sources. Black striking in the center with D65. I think we might see Sindarov pushing his pawn up to B4 and developing his dark-scored bishop, maybe to G5, maybe to E3 to douse the fire of the F2 pawn, Simon. But I think we might have to continue all of these discussions after we refill our coffee cups.
That's right, and we're just going to take a very quick break now, guys. You can keep looking at the camera of the playing hall, try to work out how many players you can see, and we'll be back very soon.
Hi, I'm Grandmaster Ivich, and welcome to Latvian Repertoire's 1e4. The so-called Latvian gambit is horrible. F5, knight takes e5. This is not how chess is played. He played too many moves with pawns and the queen and didn't develop his light pieces. And if knight e4, this is a very important trick to remember. Many people fall for it actually. Knight to b5, brilliant idea. ab and queen g7, and after rook f8, bishop h6, queen c5 and f3, and surprisingly, queen f2 is almost checkmate, but it's not. If your opponent wants to be solid, we go for aggressive for the kill. If your opponent wants us to go for the kill, we play simple chess. And just use the fact that we have more space in the center, clear-cut plans, and nothing to worry about.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Hello everyone, we're back with the FIDE World Cup. The first round, the action is off back in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan. And this competition, as we mentioned, it's going to go on for a while, but one of the most exciting chess competitions there is, a knockout event. And time to catch up with the action, Daniel.
Yeah, Indeed. We've got a lot of the top games underway, obviously. Most of the top players have a bye. They advance straight into round 2. That includes the 2 marquee players, Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. But do not despair. We have plenty of games to choose from. Before the break, Simon, we were talking about the Sindarov game against Reyhan Cipriano from South Sudan. I think that we should continue to go around the horn, look at some of the other top GMs, and maybe we can take a look at Laurent Fresnet's game. I think we'll make Mr. Dodgy happy, and that's really the sole purpose of our commentary, isn't it?
100%. I mean, if we can make Mr. Dodgy happy, then nothing else matters, really. That's our key goal done. And let's have a look. I mean, there's so many exciting players playing here, and round 1 is a bit of an indication of who's in good form and who's not. And we can see now Laurent with the black pieces, and it looks like some kind of Queen's Gambit accepted here.
Yeah, let me see where this... Yeah, this was a Queen's Gambit accepted. Good call. It's a classic QGA structure with black taking the pawn on c4, giving it away, but garnering a couple of tempi that he used in order to expand on the queen side. So pretty standard position, not much to say here. I think black is doing pretty well. He's restricted the natural development of white's knight, so white might have to satisfy himself with a slightly more passive move like knight b to d2, but then you've got problems with the dark squared bishop. And if you play the move b3, you create a major weakness on the c3 square, and black's knight is very well positioned to exploit that weakness several different ways that it can potentially get to c3. So I actually think, Simon, that I would prefer black here. I don't know exactly what white did wrong. I think it's hard to pinpoint a specific mistake, and it should still be equal. But this is how top players outplay their lower rated opponents. It doesn't always happen in one move. It happens very gradually, and you generally start to see the process unfolding as early as, move 10 or thereabouts.
100%. I mean, it's not a blunder that will really win the games of these great players. It's a combination of very small things that occur, and this opening is actually it's a pretty aggressive opening in some respects from black, because you get quite a dynamic structure, and there are some scary lines where white can use the e pawn to come straight through the middle. So this hasn't occurred here, but I'm with you. Basically, Daniel, saying that black should be absolutely fine in these positions. If black can castle, then generally black has no issues whatsoever. I mean, that light square bishop, have a look at that bishop on the left hand side of the board. It's absolutely fantastic. It just strikes all the way down. And we can talk a little bit about Laurent Fresnet. I mean, he's another legend of the game. He's been actually performing very well recently. He beat Kramnik online in a big event, and he's been the second of Magnus Carlsen, and I think he also beat Magnus Carlsen as well quite recently. So he's and another little fact, Daniel, for you. He shares the birthday with Magnus Carlsen and myself. So we all have the same birthday, which is quite random, right? So yeah.
That's crazy. It's so cool to share a birthday with a world champion. I am privileged to share a birthday with Mikhail Tal. Which
not just
serves
any
as an
world
inspiration.
champion.
Not just anybody.
Oof.
It has to be Tal.
Wow. You've now got me jealous. I've got Magnus Carlsen, but you would say who's better than Magnus Carlsen? Well, Tal. I would love to share a birthday with Tal. Do you when it's your birthday, do you pop over to Riga and do a bit of dancing on his tombstone?
Always. I take the direct Charlotte-Riga flight. 5 of those a day. I actually have visited Mikhail Tal's tombstone in Riga. I used to play the Riga Technical Open every summer, and I know this sounds very, new agey, but just sometimes when you stand next to the grave of a player like that, you almost just breathe in the fumes. It's just so amazing. To just stand next to greatness. And I mean fumes in a positive sense, of course.
Well, definitely. I have been to Jim Morrison's grave, and there was definitely some fumes when I was there as well, breathing in the greatness of Jim Morrison. But Mikhail Tal, what a legend he was, coming from over in Riga. But back to the position. White has developed his knight in front of his queen, and this knight, well, it is a very good square if it gets to c4 and it plants itself on that square, because White's pawn on a5 is quite handily placed, and there is maybe a big hole on b6, so I don't think White can, is a lot worse or worse here. It's just kind of a normal position, but Black has no problems as well. That's why we think Black should be quite comfortable in this kind of structure. So we will, keep an eye on this game. And like you say, the first round, there's lots of interesting pairings and lots of sort of a wide range of games going on. And we're looking at so far, we've looked at pairings with a big gap in ELO rating. But let's shortly bring up the bracket, and we can just see some of those other pairings and some of the other players you can look forward to basically enjoying over the next, pretty much the next month. So this is one of the main brackets. We have Hikaru, who has a bye in the first round. And if Hikaru wins all of his games, he will face Magnus Carlsen in the final. And I think that is certainly one final a lot of people want, but there's many obstacles on that way. Other people worth bringing up there were Prague, but okay, let's have a look at some of the other great players. Fabiano, big name. David Anton, one of Spain's biggest players, and Ray Robson. You've got many great players in America, right, Danya? I mean, you've got so much talent over there, including yourself. I'm going to say that, but there's many great players from your neck of the woods.
Pretty incredible. Ray Robson is a very dangerous opponent in the World Cup. He's hungry. He doesn't play as often as some of his compatriots and slightly younger players from the U.S., but he can go very far. People were asking me about a dark horse. I definitely think that Ray Robson, if he's in good form, has every shot of, at the very least, winning a couple of matches. But you also mentioned, Simon, that not all matches are lopsided in the first round, and some of the GMs are unlucky enough to face someone similarly rated or relatively similarly rated in the first round. But before we get to some of those matches, I wanted to quickly visit the match between Dante Beukes from Namibia and Ivan Saric, very strong grandmaster from Croatia, just because I spotted a really interesting position only 12 moves in, and we don't have a lot of positions like this in the first round. I wonder what opening this comes from. Really, really hard to identify, Simon. Any guesses?
Obviously a French defence, but Black forgot to push the pawn 2 squares. I mean, positions like this, they only come from the Sicilian. And this is why the Sicilian is so much fun to play. It's a dynamic opening, you counter-attack, and all credit to White as well, the lower-rated player, who in this position has clearly gone for a very aggressive setup. White's castled queenside, Black's king is still in the middle, and this looks like a lot of fun. Well spotted, this game. I love games that are crazy and tactical. I think we all do, don't we, really, at the bottom of our heart. And Danya, I know you're a bit of a tactical whiz kid as well, right? I mean, you'd prefer some crazy tactics than an ending any day, wouldn't you?
I'm chomping at the bit, and I would take Black here any day of the week, particularly Sunday, because just comparing the juicy prospects for both colors, I feel like Black is the only one with juicy prospects right now. The issue is that Dante played this move a3, and he created a hook that Black used to perfection. We just saw a trade on b4, and this queen is going to be on a1 faster than you can say checkmate. So maybe Dante was relying on the move e5, but Black can respond by playing queen a5 straight away. You don't even need to take on e5. In fact, you don't want to take on e5 in order to keep the d file clogged up. And obviously, he takes f6, gets checkmated in a straightforward manner. But even if White plays this move king b1, which seems to solve all of White's problems, try this on for size. d65. Now, what are you doing? Giving up the knight. Rook takes b2 check. King takes b2. Bishop a3 check. And white loses. Either you get checkmated on b2, or you have to step onto the a file and give away the queen to a discovered check. These are the kinds of lines that are so commonplace in the Sicilian, and this is why people make such a big fuss out of this opening. Hopefully this fate doesn't befall Dante in the next couple of moves.
Yeah, Dante's Inferno springs to mind when I look at this position. And look at that. I got one in. I'm happy now. So, but I totally agree. I mean, a fascinating position. And Saric is also a player you can't underestimate. He's played some of the top guys. He works as a second for some of the top guys. I think I've seen him. He's a really hard worker. His openings are brilliant. They're very, very high level. And we can see that Dante has now gone into a big think. And you've pointed out the danger there. Nicely spotted those tactics. It often comes down to who has the initiative, who is the first to strike. And Black has this clear idea of bringing the queen into the structure. Is there anything White can do here, Danya? I mean, I'd love to strike first, but there's, as you pointed out, this queen move is very scary.
Queen a5 is basically a pre-move for Black. So much so that even if White were to play bishop takes f6, which I really wouldn't play, and I wouldn't give up the dark-squared bishop in a million years, even in response to that, Queen a5 is still a possibility. So strong is the threat of queen to a1. But the engine does point out an interesting defensive resource, which is a very, very difficult move to play. And that's to play b2, b3, right? Voluntarily creating dark square weaknesses on the queen side. And the idea is to fianchetto the king on b2. And the idea of that ultimately is to bring the rook into the defense with rook to a1. So strong is queen a5 that White must prioritize the defense of the a file over everything. I really think that Dante needs to find b3, king b2. He's probably calculating e5. That's obviously the critical move, but the line we just looked at, Simon, is actually not that unlikely. Like, Black plays queen a5, and king b1 is so natural, it's so automatic. A move like d5 is very easy to miss. If I had to make a guess, I think that we might actually go down that path.
I think that's a really good prediction. I mean, you mentioned that line, Danya. Is there anything that White can do after the move d5? Because I also feel a very exciting position, very likely to occur. e5, trying to strike first. Black comes in, and the king has to stop checkmate. And this brilliant move, d5, threatening rook takes b2, and a lot of danger. I mean, I don't like it, but is there a b3 here, maybe?
b3, you have to play it, and that's actually a great defensive move. Very cold-blooded, and it's not easy for Black to break through. Like, I would be tempted by queen a3, but after e takes f6, there's just no clear follow-up. You run out of gas if you sack on b3 in the wrong position, because White will be able to block the check from b2 with his queen. So Black will have to finally respond to the threat in this position, probably by playing maybe knight to e4, although White can play knight takes e4 and you can't recapture with a pawn. Probably knight to g4, but White can keep pushing the knight around with h6, and Black probably will have to respond to those threats, get a position like this, and then try to reassemble his pieces on the queen side in a more opportune attacking formation, maybe bishop out to c5. I still do not envy White's position one bit here, Simon. I feel like it's so easy ultimately to miss a tactic on the queen side. But this is what White would have to do. You have to play b3 and bite the bullet at some point, either immediately in the game position or after e5, queen a5. This move b3, without it, the pawn on b2 is just way, way, way too weak.
100% agree. And I mean, that last line you were showing, Danya, I mean, maybe at some point Black could have moved the rook away and tried to go bishop b4. There was a lot of pressure on those dark squares, and the issue that White has is, yeah, I think in all of these lines, White is relying on the move b3. But you mentioned it, moving pawns in front of your king is something you're kind of allergic to doing. You're taught not to move pawns in front of your king. So I think White is not going to want to play b3, unless he has to play b3. So he's got to find that move. So already a lot of danger there for Dante, and Saric seems to be doing very well from the opening. Maybe we can jump to another game and we can have a look to see if there's any other action going on. I mean, I'd like to mention if there's any fans from my country, England, out there. We mentioned Ray Robson from America. We mentioned Hikaru, some of the American players. There is one English player playing, and you know this guy as well, Daniel. It's David Howe. David Howe, the famous commentator, is in the mix. He's not actually playing today because he's got a bye to the second round, but he is actually going to be playing in a couple of days. And the thing about David is, I'm sure a lot of you in the chat, obviously I'm a bit biased, he's a friend, he's English, a lot of you in the chat know him as a brilliant commentator, but he's been at 2 different occasions 1 game away from getting a place in the candidates. 1 game away, Danya, and it could be third time lucky. He's got a chance, right? He's a great player.
I think the fact that David is an amazing commentator and a joy to work with can sometimes make people forget just how incredibly talented he is. David currently, I think at around 2680, but he's been over 2700 on multiple occasions. He is, I've heard him compared by other top grandmasters to Anatoly Karpov. Like, so good is his positional understanding. We were talking about this, Simon, one time on a car ride back from the commentary studio in Norway, just how David is one of those players, like his compatriot Mickey Adams, who just throws his pieces up in the sky, and they always seem to land on the right square. His knights just have a life of their own, and they're always heading toward the right outpost. It's pretty amazing to watch all of the moving parts in progress. It's a different kind of style to what I'm used to, but I can't play like that, but I respect that to the maximum. So very excited to see David try his hand starting in round 2. In the meantime, I'm going to flip on the most even matchup of the round, which is a 25-63 from India playing against a 25-64 Pansulaya from Germany, and from Georgia, that is. And the significance of this match, Simon, is that the winner gets a very easy round 2 pairing. I think they're facing Magnus Carlsen, so really should just be a walkover if they can get this first match to go in their favor.
These guys got it tough, right, Danya? I mean, rather than play, they've just missed out, I guess, on playing someone a lot lower rated, so they could be playing someone around the 2000 mark. They're playing on pretty much equal ELO rating terms. And, if you win, you get to play Magnus Carlsen. But in some ways, obviously that's not good for the money scenario because you're not expected to beat Magnus. But in other ways, it's fantastic. Just to get a mini match against the world champion is going to be memorable for the rest of your life. And also, if you can pull up an upset, you never know. And I think Levan has at least drawn with Magnus maybe an Olympiad before. I could be wrong, but I do seem to recall that they've played before and Magnus didn't win. It's just a great opportunity, and it's kind of a great mini prize, right, Danya? I mean, if you were playing here, I'm sure you'd love to face off against Magnus, even though you know he'd be big favourite.
It's the opportunity of a lifetime, and I remember Bu Shanji from China knocked out Magnus in a World Cup. So if you can be the guy to knock Magnus Carlsen out, that is a lifetime achievement that you can hang your hat on for decades to come. So who wouldn't want even a sliver of opportunity? Yeah, it's unlikely. Magnus doesn't really lose to 2,500 Grandmasters, but we always come back to it. The World Cup, it's 2-game matches, and anything can happen in the span of 5 decisive moves. So both of these players really vying for that possibility. It's a crazy position. This came from some sort of old Indian, like a souped-up King's Indian with no knight f6. And white is the bishop pair. Visually, I think it looks terrible for black, but when you delve into the particulars, it becomes clear that black's position is actually very resilient here, because when black plays e takes f4, he gets this massive outpost for his d7 knight on e5, and then his pieces really start to kind of unfurl. Also, I think David Howe would be very unhappy with the placement of white's light squared bishop on d3. David doesn't really have bishops like that very often.
Dave is too good to get bishops like that positionally, and I think the way you've wrapped up his style is completely correct. I mean, he's very similar to Mickey Adams, who looks like he might be winning the British Chess Championships again today for like the 8th time. They're playing at the moment, and it's a style which actually I find quite hard to understand. I mean, I'm a bit more of a crash bang wallop. I see a king, I try to checkmate a king kind of person, and the subtlety that David Howe plays with, and obviously a lot of other top grandmasters, is hard to grip and hard to grasp. It shows a lot of talent. I mean, with this position in front of us, I was thinking exactly the same. My first thought is the dark squares are going to open up. White has a dark square bishop. I have holes I can attack on. I see an F-file next to White's king. I can try to castle, get a rook there. Surely White is doing really well here. But there is that key square, as you pointed out, in the centre of the board, the E5 square. And Black may just be able to get a knight to that square. I was wondering here if there's any way you could play G3, but I just don't think it works. You know, if I could play G3 and maintain my position after pawn takes pawn, capture with my pawn, even if you can give me a check, I'd be tempted, but there is another check that I'm a bit more scared about.
Uh-oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
That's an uh-oh moment. I mean, it's a nice idea. I want to control the central square with a pawn, but yeah, I mean, that check on c3 is massive. So if you can't do that, Black is getting the central square, and that's a lovely square for a black piece.
It really is. I think the one factor working in White's favor is the fact that Black has made this move in G6, which may seem insignificant, but it's going to make it difficult for Black in the long run to develop the rest of his kingside. So how is the game likely to continue? Vachier-Lagrave really going to the tank here. He's down to 49 minutes and we're only on move 9. But I think that we can expect the move knight to e2, and Black is under no obligation to rush the move e takes f4. In fact, the computer, fascinatingly enough, wants to give a check on h4 and then return with the queen to e7. And I think the reason why is if Black rushes e takes f4 and knight e5, which I would probably definitely play in any time control, like I wouldn't be able to resist. Now you drop your queen back to e7, and you will not believe, Simon, what the top move is in this position. This is amazing. It's knight e2 to d4.
Well, you know what, Danya? This idea of putting a knight on d4, I mean, a really hard move to spot, but there was a book on the Grunfeld opening by Russian Grandmaster Sakhaev, and he did a number of examples where this knight comes in behind here. And I know Spassky has used this idea in exactly the same formation.
Averback.
Averback, yeah. And this idea of knight d4, beautiful idea there, Danya, but it's not as uncommon as maybe people think. And look at those, I mean, look at those pawns there. Tremendous. But what an idea, Danya. What an idea. Show us some more. This is a fascinating position.
This is so instructive, and this is resignable for Black. That's how bad it is to accept the sacrifice. And you might look at this and say, well, why? I mean, White only has one minor piece remaining, so how bad can it be? Well, it's not about the minor piece. It's about the pawns. And to illustrate the point that I was making earlier, it's also about the fact that Black can never play knight f6 because bishop g5 wins the game, and tactically, after queen takes e4, very important that White has rook a to e1 pinning the king. So since Black cannot develop the knight, Black has to allow the move e5, and White's pawns are going to rampage through the center and just tear Black limb from limb with this dark square control. So with the knight being untouchable, with Black being unable to ever play knight f6 because of bishop g5, Black is kind of stuck in mud. His wheels are spinning. White's accumulating the pressure in the center. There's knight to b5 ideas. There's potentially a check on a4. And this is what the engine was trying to avoid. And this is why...
Also,
go ahead.
maybe just knight f3 is a very simple way to play this position. You just get rid of that main piece that Black has. If you ever break down that blockade, then Black's position could crumble as well, I guess, maybe.
You're
another
absolutely
idea,
right.
Anyway.
No, knight f3 is, I think, a crucial cog in the machine. That's actually why white wants to play knight d4. That's probably white's next move. So you're absolutely right. And knight e2 is on the board. As we go back to the live board, very important for Levon Ponsolaya to not rush the move e takes f4, and he's made the correct move. He's delivered the check on h4.
Wow.
And something tells me, Simon, that he might still actually be in his preparation. Let's not forget that this is only move 9.
Yeah, this is incredible, actually. If this is already preparation, I mean, really well thought out. But it is a bit surprising to me because I wanted to play this move g3 anyway. And now I can play it a la tempo. And surely that means that there's no obvious way black can get this square in the center of the board. So even though the evaluation bar is saying it's kind of even, maybe even a little bit in black's favor, to my eyes, I kind of like, still liking white. I'll be honest, I'll play g3, I'll play some normal moves, and
I agree.
I'm going to hopefully open it at some point. So, hard position to understand.
I agree completely, Simon. I think after g3, white castles kingside, white can play f5. If black overcooks it and doesn't take the chance to play e takes f4, then white's going to start moving on the king side. And obviously, e takes f4 loses the majority of its luster since, as you said, white can now play g takes f4. So definitely, a lot of this is beyond me. Levon playing instantly tells me that he's either still in his prep or he's familiar with this idea in a slightly different position. He's up 40 minutes on the clock, and this is going to be a game to watch because it's a very unbalanced structure. Things are going to continue getting more tactical, and white might end up in severe time pressure really in the span of 10 moves. So we'll keep a close peripheral eye on this game, but we'll leave Harsha Barakoti, the Indian Grandmaster, to figure out how to complete his development. There are a couple of other relatively evenly matched matchups, but we can also go back to our top few boards. Simon, it's been a while since we've paid Aryantari and the others a visit. I'll give you the final say. Where do we go from here?
I'll tell you what, let's have a look maybe at another great player who we haven't gone to yet, and the board 2 match. And this is back row of France is playing a game, and back row's been around for a long time. He's been a great player. He's been in the French team since he was a young kid, a prodigy, and could be interesting to see how he's getting on. And a big gap in rating there, some 600 points. So you would have thought he'd be very comfortable. And let me just, I don't know his opponent. I've got to catch up on some of these players as well. And his opponent seems to be, doing okay at the moment, but black very solid in the center.
Funny story about Bacro before we tackle this position. I was interviewed at maybe age 11 or 12 by a chess magazine, and I always have this problem, Simon. I think maybe you can relate to this, where when I get put on the spot in an interview, everything goes out the window. You forget everything that you've learned, every book that you've read, every chess player that you know. It's like when people ask you to name your favorite movies and you can't remember a single movie that you've ever seen. But I was asked who my favorite chess player is, and I completely blanked. It was insane. Like, I couldn't remember the name of a single chess player. But a day before the interview, my coach had shown me a game in which Etienne Bacro had defeated Vladimir Kramnik with the black pieces in a classical game. This was a really famous game at the time. So in my haste to provide a response, I actually said Etienne Bacro, when his game against Kramnik was the only Bacro game that I had ever seen. And yet, I just couldn't remember another player. I later got the chance to face Etienne over the board, which was a really cool experience. Just a player with such a storied chess career. He was 2750, and another dark horse who has gone far in the World Cup and has every chance of going far, particularly with the position that he has right now.
How did you get on against him?
It was a draw. I was white. It was a Berlin. It was one of those. Need I say more?
Okay. It must have felt great drawing against your hero. So.
My favorite chess player.
Your favorite chess player. I like that story, though. Yeah, I think our brains always go blank at some times, don't they? And we just say the first thing that we can think of. But back row. I mean, that he'd be very privileged to know that he's your favourite player. So nice touch there. And he's actually playing against someone which I haven't heard of, from the Federation, Myanmar. And I'm just, even in my ignorance, trying to work out exactly where that is. You're the trivia man. Where is Nailington from? Where is that? Myanmar. So that is
Myanmar. It's in
Myanmar.
in Southeast Asia.
Right,
I think borders Thailand, Laos, like that region.
Okay.
I think Myanmar has a grandmaster, or maybe even two. And it has some very underrated players. I think it's a similar process to that which unfolds in India, where a lot of players kind of play amongst each other and don't play internationally. Then they go out, their ratings are 1900, 2000, but they're 200 or 300 points underrated. So I think Etienne definitely taking this game seriously, but it looks like Black has a pretty sizable advantage. He's got this sort of dream set up with the knight blockading the IQP.
Yeah, that's true. And I've also now been told Burma is another name for that area, which I'm very much aware of. And my geography is not my strong point. And going back to the position here, I mean, this. If you've been watching the show the whole way, we can go back to that quote by Spassky, and you look at White's pawn in the middle. That's an isolated pawn. And Spassky's good point about this was that the pawn itself is not often the weakness, but it's the square in front of it. And Black's knight is sitting on that square in the middle of the board. Knights in the middle of the board are tremendously powerful, and it's really well guarded by another knight, by a bishop, by the queen. So there's no way you can ever move that knight away, and this is the point. This is why it's so strong. White can't attack that knight with a pawn. So that should give Black nice control. And in these isolated pawn positions, what White really needs to have done is start some attack against Black's kingside. This will be the traditional way of playing, but he hasn't really aimed for that here. And it doesn't seem like there's any obvious way he can get an attack going. So Black certainly is out of the opening very comfortable here. And with the experience that back row's got, I'm sure he'll be happy as well. It might be worth mentioning the time control of the tournament, just so you all know. I mean, we're quite used to much quicker time limits nowadays, but this one is a longer time control. It's an hour and a half for 40 moves, and 30 seconds are added on from move 1. And then after those 40 moves, you get another half an hour. So it's a longer time limit. But actually, I remember the days, I'm showing my age now, where I used to play. And some of the playing sessions were like 7-8 hours, when I was. So even the longer time limits are quicker nowadays, Dania. But I get the impression you're a bit of a fan of the quicker time limits.
Definitely. In terms of classical chess, which is... if I'm playing classical chess, then I prefer the 90 plus 30 time control with no time addition on move 40. But with more serious events, I totally understand the logic behind having a slightly more extended time control. I know a lot of the more traditional grandmasters who are less used to blitz and online chess formats, they really prefer that added time on move 40. It allows them to reset and to play endgames in a much higher quality fashion than you otherwise see. So there's pluses and minuses, but definitely we get much more of a chance to kind of chill out and share a lot of stories. And it's a different pace, it's a different pace of play, it's a different pace of commentary, and I really think that everything has its place. It's not a zero-sum game, and I think a lot of chess fans think of it like that, but there's plenty of room in the chess world for all of these time controls to exist. Okay, so Etienne with a great position. I wanted to also check into Guseinov's game really quickly, if that's okay, because for those chess fans looking for upsets, I'm always on the lookout for games that might have the arc or the early arc of an upset, and Guseinov has been stuck in a rut now for, I think, well over 20 minutes. So if we may run up to that game, look at what's going on. in this position, Simon. I think Gadir might have missed the move that we just see on the board here, knight to d4.
Wow. That's a nice move, right? I mean, yeah, I mean, looking at the board here, I mean, we can go back maybe a couple of moves just to pick it up from where we were last time. And we had the position where black, I think, was sort of considering pushing in the middle. And that is a really nice move. And the first thing I can see about the current position, okay, so yeah, here we are.
d5, takes, and knight d4. Go ahead.
Knight d4. Is that white's going to cause a lot of damage to black's pawn structure here. Maybe black was just relying on knight takes e5, winning a pawn but losing a piece. And you pointed out why that move wasn't right. But this move is quite obvious, you know. Black has to move the queen. Okay, maybe you can go knight takes knight. That is something we can look at as well. But if black does move the queen, his pawns are going to be absolutely crippled here. So sinking into, yeah, a deep think here. I mean, my initial thought about this is I like white. White's doing well. Nice move. It's a typical kind of idea in the King's Indian. And black's got to find a solution.
Yeah, very sloppy move by Gadir. He chose the wrong moment to play d5. You know, it's like you're choosing the moment to jump off of, the diving board into the pool, and you keep waiting and waiting, but he overcooked it. He could have played d5 earlier, and if his opponent was 400 points higher rated, Gadir would play the move knight takes d4 in the span of several seconds. The problem that he's up against is he's asking himself, after knight d4, bishop d5, knight e2, rook e2, how on earth am I going to win this position? Because white's got this monster bishop, white's got no real weaknesses, and if anybody's playing for a win in this endgame, I think it is white, and I think the computer evaluation of 0.00 is very misleading. The top engine move is rook to e7, which is not a very easy move to make. I suppose it's logical. You're opening up the possibility of the bishop coming out. But because Gadir really does not want to start off with a draw, I think he is seriously contemplating the move queen d6. At the end of the day, though, this is a miserable position for black. White can even play bishop f4 here, exploiting the uncoordinated nature of black's rooks to put tactical pressure on the e5 pawn. And as we speak, Simon, Gadir has made a decision. I think he's made the right decision. And I think it's so important to point out that ultimately the players are trying to win the matches. Yes, a draw would be very painful. That's a lot of rating that you lose. But it's not the end of the world to draw the first game with the black pieces. Actually, far from it. So Gadir making the practical decision here. And there's still plenty of chess left to be played. This is not a dead draw. Black can try to smoke this bishop out of d5. And if he manages to do that, the lower rated players, they get so nervous in situations where they can feel the upset on the horizon. And that often hurts their chances.
Yeah, some very good points there, definitely. And we will keep an eye on this game and the other games we've been looking at. We'll try to catch up with all the action here. There's so many games to cover, and we're going to be with you for the whole round. But it's time for us to take a quick break here. But I would like to mention one event, the CTA Community Bullet Brawl. Looking to put your bullet chess skills to the test now weekly? Compete in the Community Bullet Brawl Arena and win Diamond membership. Anyone is eligible to throw their hat into the ring and prove their speed chess prowess. All you have to do is join the community club on chess.com and register for the arena. Use !CBBB in chat for all the details. And don't go anywhere. We will be back with more coverage of the FIDE World Cup right after this short break.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Chess.com's game review recently got a major update. Here are 4 key notes. At the end of each game review, you will now see a summary of the game from your coach, your performance rating for that game, and a quick grade for you and your opponent in the opening, middle game, and end game. We've added a new classification called Miss for when a move fails to take advantage of an opportunity, but it is otherwise a sound move. We've also changed the definition of blunder. Now a move will only be considered a blunder if it loses material or allows a checkmate. Coach will now draw arrows and highlight squares when you hover over or click on the highlighted words in the move explanation. This should make move explanations easier to follow. Finally, Coach's explanations will now reference specific pieces and threats in explanations, making move explanations much more intuitive. The new game review experience is available on chess.com right now.
Welcome back to our coverage of the FIDE World Cup Day 1 in Baku, Azerbaijan, and I'm Grandmaster Williams commentating with the legendary Danya Naroditsky. And Danya, it's Day 1. There's going to be nerves on display here. There's lots of rating, shall we say, favourites in these matches, but we're expecting some shocks as well.
We definitely are, and just with the amount of games that we have statistically, there's going to be upsets, there's going to be draws, there's going to be a lot going on. And Peter Lecko talked about how players handle knockout tournaments very differently. Some thrive in that format, but there are grandmasters who really, really struggle in the knockout format. It just depends on your nervous composition, and players who might be perfectly at ease in high-pressure Swiss tournaments might not be good in the knockout format. They might get into their own head that one loss might mean an early exit out of Baku. So it really depends on the player. We've been going around the horn and examining some of the more lopsided matchups, as well as some of the more even rating matchups. I want to look at and spotlight a player who's near and dear to my heart because he is from the San Francisco Bay Area. I remember him as I remember his first days actually learning chess at the Mechanics Institute, and he has blossomed into a strong international master. His name is Josiah Stearman, and he's got the white pieces against Mikhail Antipov, who also, I think, studies in the U.S. So very happy for Josiah. He gets a chance to play in the World Cup. Unfortunately, it does not look like he's off to a very good start position-wise. Have you heard of Josiah, Simon?
I'm afraid to say that I haven't. I know that sounds. I know.
Dare you?
It sounds really bad. I mean, there's so many players now. I mean, if I don't look at chess for like keep an eye on the news for a month, there's another like 10 players who are current. Normally from India, I have to say, because they are really creating so many brilliant young grandmasters there. But I haven't heard of Joseph, but I have heard of Antipov. Antipov's been around for a long time. He's a very good player. He's quite a tactical player as far as I know, but of course knows all areas of the game, and a very dangerous opponent at the same time. And you mentioned in this position you weren't a big fan of White's position, and why would that be, Danya, at the moment?
It's so fascinating how the visual qualities of the position can be so misleading. Now, you might look at this and say, well, what is working in White's favor here? He's got the bishop pair, he's got the bishop on the long diagonal, the queen looks very good, and that is the problem. The queen is far from very good. If White were to fall asleep here and castle, after knight to c5, I think White can resign. The queen, amazingly, is stuck in a makeshift trap. I've never really seen a trap quite like this. So, for example, White plays b4, tries to get out of it, and Black simply plays bishop d7. The queen is trapped. White has to give up the queen for 2 minor pieces. But the crazier thing is that there's nothing that White can do. You can't remove the b-pawn from the board. Black basically pre-moves the move bishop d7. What does that mean? That means that White might have to waste several tempi to evacuate the queen. These tempi allow Black to entrench a monster knight on c5 and then support that knight by driving the pawn down to a4, which means that White can never kick the knight away with b4. And subsequently, Simon, Black's plan can involve putting pressure on this backward pawn on e2 via the open e-file, which Black also controls. So the situation actually is incredibly problematic for Josiah.
Yeah, that's a lovely variation you showed there, Daniel. And that black knight, I mean, you see this happen quite often against these kind of setups. White's basically playing a reversed Benoni kind of position. And in the Benoni, White often does this to Black, often gets a beautiful knight that's going to be worth a lot more than White's 2 bishops. And this does seem like a big positional threat, and I can't really see anything else that White can do here. I mean, how did his queen get there? That's the question you have to ask, right? I mean, somehow his queen has kind of ventured a little bit too far into enemy territory. And I'm looking on the camera there, and I thought that was Hans Niemann there for a second with the hairstyle, but it's not.
Wait, it's not? Yeah.
It's a Hans lookalike there. So, but okay, wow, look at this. This is a really bizarre opening, Danya. What is that queen doing?
It's like a Rue Lopez with, the queen coming to b5. There was an old joke that I had with my friend Sam Shanklin, where we were analyzing this opening. It goes like e4, e6. Then there's this move queen e2 in the French. And if Black plays e5, you can get a Rue Lopez with a queen on b5 rather than a bishop. We've got something similar here. Josiah kind of biting off more than he can chew, trying to go after the bishop pair at all costs, but that's how we got this structure. And it didn't take long for Black to punish White for the for the insolent placement of the queen. Queen swings over to h5, which is probably the lesser evil. Josiah trying to at least squeeze some life out of the queen, but I still think Antipov is going to play knight c5, and to add insult to injury, the knight can also pay a visit to the b3 square, which White also has to be very careful about. So still very, very troublesome situation for Stearman here.
Yeah, it looks really bad. I mean, it's kind of okay experimenting in the opening sometimes, but when you've got the white pieces and you're playing in a major event like this, I mean, Queen B5, moving the queen like that into your enemy territory is a little bit suicidal. I mean, there's a fine line between being brave and genius-like and a complete idiot. I have fallen for that many times before, and it doesn't look like it's going to work out very well here, unfortunately, for white. So Antipov got a very good position at the moment. Did you try qualifying for this event, Danya? I mean, I would love to see you playing something like this. Would it be something you'd want to play?
I'm kind of undecided because it is very daunting to me that it's funny. I wanted to go to the game of Dante Beukes afterwards, so that was an unintentional pun. It is daunting to me that you often have to avoid booking a return ticket. Just the thought of traveling to Baku, which is probably 2 stopovers for me. And the World Cup is rarely in a very accessible place for U.S. players, and potentially flying back 3 days later, you know, for someone who's, you know, very anti-travel like I am, that is like a big negative consideration. But for a professional player, that's part and parcel of what they do. I would definitely love to visit the World Cup, maybe someday in a coaching role or in a commentary role. But in terms of playing, Simon, I really think the stress of the knockout format would affect me negatively. So I cannot imagine what the top players are going through with the weight on their shoulders of basically having to win the first 3 or 4 matches, or this tournament is considered like an abject failure. Pretty unenviable. I prefer the commentator's chair for this particular tournament, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I can understand that. I mean, it's one of those tournaments when I was a lot younger, I'd love to have played in it because there is a chance where you can win big money. And it's a bit like a poker tournament, I guess, as well. Like each round you get through, the further you get, the more your money goes up. And that can get really exciting when you get to the sort of decent money stage. So exciting for a lot of players, but also extremely stressful. You've now pulled up a very interesting game, Danya, and I'd love to see what's happening back in this Saric encounter, because you mentioned before Saric's attack looked very, very dangerous, but has he now gone for the exchange of queens? That seems like a bit of a victory for white, maybe.
It does look a little bit like someone kind of evacuated their insides all over the board here. Just what on earth is happening? We managed to predict the course of the game up to a point. If I'm going to rewind here a couple of moves, white did in fact play e5 after a long think. Saric did respond with queen a5, and after king b1, we were discussing the move d5, but instead Ivan actually played pawn takes e5, which means that he saw the right idea, Simon, of rook takes b2 and bishop a3. That would have still been his response to bishop takes f6, but he gave white this additional opportunity of knight to a2. Were the pawn to be on d5 rather than on e5, then this move would not have been possible because the knight jumps into e4 with devastating effect. But compared to the game position, knight e4 is not possible, obviously because of queen takes d7 checkmate. So here black has to respond to the threat of knight takes b4, offering white the chance to trade queens. Now, Saric's point is that after the queens are traded, black is still a pawn down, pawn up. The pawn on e5 is defended twice, and if white just sort of stumbles into the subsequent trades, you get this position, and this doesn't look very good for white. The knight is passive. Black's got a big pawn majority on the king side. This is not very palatable, so Dante will have to do something a little bit more creative, Simon.
100%. You just caught me eating a bit of chocolate there, Daniel.
My bad.
Sorry about that. And yeah, I agree. I mean, but in principle, I would also think that the exchange of queens would be something that Dante would be happy to get in, because his position was looking very scary with the queens on the board, and his knight a2 move was quite a quality move. I like that. He found a good defensive move, and he's got to find in this position, as you say, some other good moves, because he is a pawn down, and obviously when you're a pawn down, the pressure is a lot more. You know, the pressure is on you. You can't just continue being a pawn down because you're going to lose the ending. So you're looking for something outside of the box. And maybe, if I was white here, okay, my development is maybe you could say black's development is also bad. The bishop on the king side, the rook on the king side. So I could be looking at trying to misplace some of the black pieces. I mean, there could even be, you mentioned this pawn takes pawn. Maybe I'll flick that in just to try to sidetrack your knight. And then I'm looking at your rook on the left-hand side. It seems to be a long way out of play there. So maybe I can even go b4 here and start to get some tactics going in the position. Don't know if it works, but I'm looking to try to do something outside of the box, because also your a6 pawn is a target now at the same time.
Wow, and all squares along the 5th rank are controlled. So black has to play knight takes f3 here, and I think your point is well taken, Simon. Here, white should refrain from b takes a5 because black gets 2 pieces for a rook. But instead, white can throw in another intermezzo, bishop takes f6, total pandemonium on the chessboard. Now, obviously, if black plays gf6, after pawn takes a5, white wins the game. White is up in exchange. So black has to take this opportunity to shuttle the rook somewhere. Black could even sack on a2. But if black plays the most straightforward move, white drops the bishop back to b2. The smoke finally clears, and not in black's favor. Like, a position like this, your final point is the most insightful one about the pawn on a6. Ultimately, when it's captured, white gets connected passers on the queen side, and black is also paying the price for not developing the rest of his king side. This type of position is a disaster for black because white's pawns are just going to start rolling up the queen side, which is completely abandoned. So black will then have to find something more creative, perhaps in this position, perhaps some sort of exchange sack of black's own on a2. But I think if Dante finds b4, he will have an excellent chance to score an upset in this endgame. I think Saric might be paying the price for playing pawn takes e5 instead of pawn d5. But this is a tall order. b4, unconventional resource, not a move that you play castle to that side of the board, even with the queens off. So Dante will really have to remove his mental fetters and think outside the box here. Critical moment on the board right now.
Yeah, it is. This is going to be the first test, isn't it, for Dante? I mean, I say first test. He's already found some pretty okay moves. I like his knight a2. Retreating knight moves are supposed to be the hardest moves to spot. But the reason he's got to find this move is that if he does anything else, he's probably just going to be a pawn down. And it's kind of position where I think top players will realise that as white. They realise that if I just play normal moves here, I'm probably going to lose this game because I'm a pawn down, I don't have any counterplay. So you've got to look for tactical resources, hidden resources. You've got to think outside the box. So if he finds this b4 move, anything is possible. All bets are off. It's such a tactical position. It's not really the position if you're the higher rated player by a serious amount of elo that you want to be in, because you're gambling. It's kind of like, you're just gambling a bit. Anything can happen. You can get hit by a nasty move at some moment. So we're keeping an eye on that, and we will see if white finds this b4 move. I see we have some Chess Bra fans in the chat. I think everyone's a Chess Bra fan, aren't they, Daniel? Is that right?
For sure.
Yeah, we all love the Chess Bras. And it's really sad news that Eric, who was due to play, couldn't make it over because he had some delay with a visa, upsetting there. But, Saric is kind of a chess bra, isn't he? I say kind of a chess bra. He's represented them before. So if you're a chess bra fan, then you can certainly cheer for Saric in this competition.
For sure. He is an honorary chess bra. By the way, knight takes e5 is not forced. We might see knight to g4 as well. So Ivan is going to take some time in this position, which I think affords us a good opportunity to keep going around the horn.
Definitely. I mean, one player I'd like to look at, if possible, is Salem, who's playing on board 3. I know Salem is a very talented player. He's one of the kind of players who is a bit of a dark horse. If he gets his kind of position and his kind of game, he can perform really, really well. I think he's won Title Tuesday before, hasn't he? Or he's come in right at the top of the event. He's a well-known online player on chess.com. He's had some great results. He's just a really exciting player. And his position here with the white pieces seems like a very stable advantage at the moment.
Yeah, he is what I would call a 2700 player masquerading as, a 2660. Salem is one of those guys that everybody sees. When they're paired against him, you just feel dread. So well prepared, pretty universal, although at his core, he's a very tactical player. And I made Salem's acquaintance in 2015 at the famous Gibraltar tournament. We met, and the final day, we realized that we're both flying out through London at the same time. So we ended up waking up early, meeting in the lobby, and we started playing Blitz. We had 2 hours to kill before our taxi. Played 2 hours of Blitz. We continue playing blindfold in the car. We get to the airport. We get through the gate. We set up in the gate. We start to play Blitz. We get to London in the airport. We continue playing Blitz. Like, we had a Blitz match that lasted across 6 hours and 4 different locations. And that was really, really fun. He's a super nice guy. I'm always rooting for Salem. And I think he's off to a potentially good start in this World Cup. The alarming thing is that there aren't a lot of pieces on the board. So by definition, Black has some drawing chances. But White's got this sort of very classic bind on the hanging pawn structure, as well as the potential to blast open the center with e4. I really think that's a move in Salem's style. If I had to make a prediction, I think we're going to see e4.
Yeah, I mean, it looks to me like a classical kind of advantage. It's okay, he moves his bishop back, and I think a move like this makes a lot of sense. I mean, it does create another tactical threat, right, of b5 at the right moment, I'm assuming, or maybe bishop a6 and then b5. It is a really nice position for White. I mean, if you look at the dart squares, if I was White, I'd probably just have brought my king right into the center there, maybe try to gain some space with my pawns, and White is tying down Black's weakness on c6, and this is the major problem. Black's pawns are just very, very weak here in this position. I mean, Salem is known, as you say, for his tactical play. He loves attacking, but when, to be a good chess player, you have to be a rounded chess player, and you have to be able to play every type of position, even if you prefer one type of game. And it's just really tough for Black to do anything here. I mean, I think he's going to win this one quite comfortably. We're also hearing that Levand, his game is really heating up. I mean, that's another game we haven't looked at, so we could certainly go back and look at that one at some point. This quite bizarre position that the computer thought Black was okay, but we weren't so sure, actually. Maybe he even thought Black was better, but this one here, this is the kind of thing we were predicting, right?
But look at the first thing that jumps out at me, and is the clock situation. This is staggering. Simon, White is an hour down on the clock, and we're only at move 12.
Yeah. This is not a good sign. I mean, you've got to use your clock wisely. This is something I always say to David Howe, Danya, and I've given up saying it to David, because David, like Grishchuk, he loves spending all his time and playing with 1 minute for the rest of the game. I mean, I know you love bullet chess, Danya. I know you're a fantastic bullet chess player, but how can they do it? How can they play with under 1 minute for the whole game? And White's not using his time well in this game.
Yeah, the issue is that people assume all good blitz players are good time scramblers in classical chess, but it's a completely different animal, right? When your opponent has 50 minutes on his clock, they've got enough time to punish any mistake that you make. So this is a wildly dangerous game that Harsha Burakoti is playing. With full due respect, like, he isn't Grishchuk. Grishchuk has 20 years of experience when it comes to surviving situations in acute time pressure. So I think a lot of this might have to do with nerves. I think White might be spending more than he would be spending otherwise, just because he's double and triple checking everything. And the position's not getting any less complex, especially with Black's last move. G takes f5 is on the board, giving White yet another decision. And it's a pretty unpleasant decision. White recaptures with the pawn, but now Ponsalaya has a protected passer on e5. he's probably going to work toward completing his development with knight f6, or even queen f6 and knight e7 is another way to arrange his pieces. And again, white's stuck with this really bad bishop. The knight on e2 isn't going out to d4 as it did in the line that we analyzed earlier. I think this is a dream scenario for Levon in this position and on the clock.
Yeah, I think you're right. I'm not actually sure I like this pawn push from white, pawn to f5. It's normally quite a good idea, but the one thing you've got to bear in mind in these positions is the fact that black has the 2 knights, white has the double pawns. It's like a lot of positions you get in the Nimzo Indian, and you've got to try to keep the potential of opening the position for white. And by pushing that f pawn to what looks like an aggressive square, you kind of relieve a lot of captures, and you give yourself less chances to open the position up. So I totally agree with you. Black's managed to stabilize things very well. I can't see any way now that white can open the position up, and this is the major problem. In chess, you need pawn breaks, right, Daniel? You need to be able to use your pawns to create possibilities, and there's no way that white can do that here. But black does have pawn breaks. Black's got this pawn break in the center, and black can just improve his position. And he can also play h4, as you point out there, and attack on the king side at the right moment. It's looking a little bit, well, it's looking worse for white now, I think it's fair to say.
And black has a clear plan of action, I think, which is to play knight f6 to shuttle the king over to c7. That square is beckoning to black's king. You don't need a castle here. All you want to do is park the king on c7. The queen side is stable. Then you play b6, bishop b7, bring the other rook over to g8, and when all of the pieces are in place, this move h4 is potentially going to lead to very quick checkmate. Of course, white can also try to do the same thing and get the king over to the center, but the center is a much less safe and palatable place for white to be, precisely because, Simon, as you pointed out, black can strike with e4 and maybe even e3 at the right moment. Robert Hess always says the side that controls the pawn breaks controls the position. Black controls the 2 major pawn breaks in this position, and white's got nothing to show for it other than a jumble of weaknesses on the other side of the board. So at this point, I think it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that a draw would be like a dream result for white. If Harsha can find some way to slow these pawn breaks down, maybe it's worth playing the move h3 in order to prepare to meet h4 with g4. So try to get some scenario where it's hard for Levon to make progress, but given the time situation and given the amount of moves that white will still have to make before time control, I'm starting to feel very pessimistic in the early going here about Barakodi's chances.
Yeah, agreed. Agreed with everything you say there. Sometimes the 2 knights can be very good. The 2 knights work well in closed positions, especially like we're saying, this Nimzo pawn structure. Imagine if white's pawn on f5 could come back 1 square, and then white could just blast it open with a correct capture. So I think that move from white, which kind of looks okay because you're pushing forwards, was actually a mistake there. We're talking about the time situation. The reason, in chess, it's also very important to, I think, to remember time handling is a factor that can win or lose games. And the reason you move quickly, and you can move quickly if the moves are obvious, is that there's generally in the first 40 moves, let's say 3 or 4 critical moments, and that's where you need to tank a bit of time. You need to spend time. You don't need to spend time every move, but when there's a big turning point, you need to make the right decision. And I think here it's looking pretty good. Now, I've just been sort of going through the games, Danya, and I don't know if you have one to recommend, but there's an interesting game here, Adiban with the black pieces. I know Adiban is a lot of people's they love the way he plays. I think is he called the Animal? Is that his nickname? Adiban the Animal? Have I got that right? I hope I've got that right. Otherwise, it sounds pretty rude. But he plays a bit like an animal at the moment with his attacking chess, and we can try to catch up, I guess, with some of the other players at some point. And he's playing against someone of a similar rating here, and I believe Lance was got his Grandmaster title in the Gibraltar competition, actually, some years ago. He's a very dangerous player, and this is actually a very tough match. Okay, I got it wrong. It's not the animal, it's the beast, Danya.
The beast.
The beast. Okay,
I
should know that.
Similar in spirit, I think. And
It
Lance, only the second GM to come from the tiny mountain country of Andorra.
Yes, that's right, Andorra. And what is happening in this position? It's a wild position, right? I mean, there's pieces flying everywhere. We can see from the board that the last move was actually giving a dubious mark, meaning it is a bad move, but just trying to catch up with it. Very open. And the last position we looked at, everything was very closed, so there's less chances of tactics, more maneuvering. But in this position, open lines everywhere, so tactical possibilities are going to be abundant in this position.
The more I look at this, the less pleasant this appears to me from Black's point of view, and there's two main reasons. One positional, one tactical. Positionally, Black is struggling with a major weakness on f4, which is precluding the possibility of Black running away with his king, and that dovetails into the tactical component, which is the pin that the bishop exerts on the knight, and the fact that White can take on c6 and completely cripple Black's pawn structure on the queen side, jump into e5 with his knight. So there's a lot of tactical potential against Black's king, even with the queens off the board. Adiban is trying to force things with a6, and I think we're likely to see bishop takes c6, followed by knight f3 to e5, when the light-squared bishop is essentially dominated by White's knight, right? Both avenues are controlled. Black could easily get checkmated down the d-file here. This is highly problematic for Adiban, who has been struggling in the last 3 or 4 years. He hit 2,700. He's really dropped quite a bit, but he's still an opponent that is feared and respected universally. When someone hits 2,700 and they drop, you know that they're capable of performing at that level, which is why it's so scary to face a player who's tasted of the nectar of super GMdom, Simon. But Lance is doing a good job handling his first World Cup appearance thus far.
Yeah, he's playing very well in this game, and I remember in Gibraltar he was very calm and very collected, and that's what you need to have in this knockout format. And I think 2 games, let's remember it's only 2 games. If it was like 4 games, then you have this more chances to strike back, but it can be over before you get going in these events. And being calm, being collected, being in the right frame of mood as soon as you play that first game is so important. And I'm thinking historically in events like this, players that have done well, and I know the player who's about to win the British Championships, again I'll go back to Mickey Adams of England. I remember he went all the way to the final of the FIDE World Championships in a similar knockout kind of setup, and he's one of the calmest players you have. And we looked at the list of winners earlier, all very good psychological players. A couple more moves here, an exchange on c6. It is, Adiban's one of the nicest guys you'll meet as well, and chess is a tough game, right? You hit 2,700 and you go down 100 and so points, as you said. It just shows how hard it is, because Adiban's got a very adventurous style. I think he's a bit like other players. Maybe Jabava could be similar in the chess sense that Jabava did the same with the rating thing, very adventurous style. But when you're pushing the boundaries of chess, which Adiban is with his exciting tactical vision, it can backfire, and then you feel like you have to push even harder, and it can backfire even more. So you've got to kind of stabilize that at some point, and I really hope he's able to, because when Adiban's playing great chess, it's a joy to watch. But it's going to be tough, this position. Knight e5 played.
Very well done by Lance Henderson. Just look at very instructive, the way that one set of minor pieces can dominate another. Even though we talk about the bishop pair and we sing its praises, here it's like a knife and a fork. Like the bishop on g5 controlling the d8 square. Black can't play rook d8. Black can't play bishop g4. Black can't play bishop c4. Black can try, and maybe should try. I think the lesser evil is, in fact, to trade off one pair of bishops with bishop e7, but in that case, white grabs e7 and grabs c6, and he's going to be a pawn up for no compensation. And the pawn on e4 is also a passer, which is really valuable in the long run, which means that most pawn endgames and a lot of rook endgames are going to be lost for black as well. So you talk about it, Simon, it can be over before it begins. We're 18 moves into the World Cup. He might have landed in Baku yesterday, and he's already staring down the barrel of potential elimination. That's just how it goes in the World Cup.
Agreed. I totally agree. And all you have to do at this level is play one bad move. You know, you don't need to play many bad moves. You play one bad move against a quality player. Everyone playing this competition is a quality player, and you're out. And this is maybe why you don't want to be there, Danya. Even though I'd love to see you there. I know you love commentating, but come on, in the chat, can we get Danya to play in this 1 year? What do you reckon? I reckon he'd go a long way, sure. Right? You just get through the first 3 or 4 rounds. Give it a go one day. You know, one day.
Maybe I'll win, as my coach used to say. What if you win?
Wow.
It's
what if you do win? You'd be in the candidates then. Oof.
Oh my god, that would be the craziest storyline of my entire life. And I hope that I'll have a decently long life, but if I manage to make it to the candidates, that would be definitely the craziest thing I'll tell my grandkids about one day.
Make it happen, because you know, why stop there? You might as well become world champion if you get all the way. If you get all the way to the candidates, just keep going. So it's the only way to do it. And okay, so looking at that one, we can see that Adiban is in some trouble there, unfortunately for him. And I suppose we could therefore go back to have a look at the top boards. We haven't looked at board 1 Cheparinov for a while, and we could just see the developments there, which was a Tarish opening. And just to remind everyone who might have tuned in, this is round 1 of the World Cup. Over 300 players. Probably, in my eyes, the most exciting chess competition you can get. You've got nearly all the top players playing. It's also, well, you know, it's going to be going for a long period of time. A lot of the top players have already got a buy into the second round, but the top rated player playing in the first round is Cheparinov, and here is his position. And just at a first glance, it seems like black is holding his own pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, no disaster has happened to black's position. We've got a hanging pawn structure, by which I refer to the pawns on c6 and d5, which constitute an island on their own. That's called hanging pawns. The good thing for black is he's got the bishop pair, and he's got good light square control. That bishop on e6 would love to sink its teeth onto the f5 square, but much, much easier said than done, because you do not want to play g6 and weaken the knight on f6. The time situation is very alarming, and what else is very alarming is the ease with which Ivan can improve his position. He's got so much low-hanging fruit here, Simon. He can go rook f to c1, he can drive the b-pawn up to b4 and really fix these weaknesses in place, and he's also got the textbook knight maneuver from a4 to c5. It feels to me that in the next few moves, unless black finds a way to break free and get active, the situation might deteriorate quite steeply.
Yeah, it's a good point. These hanging pawns, I think whenever you learn any opening, if you're out there, it's not just memorizing the opening moves. We talked about this earlier. It's about knowing what to do in the middle game, knowing the pawn structures. And the big thing about this position is if black can just move that c6 pawn to c5 and then go d4, black can get a big advantage. You know, those pawns, if they get mobile and the black pawns start to get going, black can often be better. But if white can shut down those pawns with that knight maneuver, typical knight maneuver that white has here, knight to a4, then black is always struggling. And actually, if you've been paying attention and you remember the position that Salem had, it's a similar thing that white managed to shut those pawns down, and Salem had this great position there. So okay, any other interesting positions we can maybe dive into?
Yes, a million times yes. And I'd like to thank Ali Swansky in the chat for supplying an interesting position between the young Turkish phenom Gurel Ediz, international master, and Velimir Ivich from Serbia. Hold your breath. I hope you're sitting down. Well, I know you're sitting down, but I hope people in the chat are sitting down, because Velimir Ivich is about to come crashing through with a first game defeat. This game is essentially over before it began. Gurel Ediz sacrifices a minor piece, and I'll show you how this happened in just a moment, but just to make sure we all know why this is so lost. The threat is knight f6, Simon, setting up a classic Lawley's mate. And I think what Ivich relied on is bishop f5. Looks like it covers the f6 square adequately, but no, rook takes f5. And the game is over. Pawn takes f5. This is a classic pattern. Black's pieces are mere passive spectators to the downfall of his king. Black has to give up his entire queen to avoid getting checkmated. There is nothing, absolutely nothing that Black can do. Rook e8 doesn't help either. You cannot run away through f8. He might resign in this position.
Wow. I would love to see how this position came about in a second, Danya, because, you know, what a result for White. And I think, you know, very dangerous pairing this one, because I think the player of the White pieces is only 14 years old. I hope I'm getting that right, but if I was playing sort of unknown but high, you know, 2500 14-year-old, I would be a little bit scared, no matter who I am, because they're clearly very, very underrated. And yeah, just looking at the position here, it does seem like Black has no defense as well. But yeah, how do we get there, Daniel? Take us through it.
Well, this was an open Rui Lopez, and things went off the rails around here. When Ivich really tried to make a play for central dominance, he played c5 and d4, which is a classic pattern, breaking through in the center. Ediz shuffled his rook over to g3. He gave up the pawn on c5 and sacrifices on h7. There's that double exclam move, driving the king out into the open, involving the queen with check. Queen h6 might actually be the move that Velimir Ivich missed, although knight e4 was also strong. This forces the decisive weakening of the dark squares. And now, Simon, we're so used to the move rook to h3 in this type of position. That is the pattern that we're all familiar with. This is what Ivich was relying on. He's controlling that square. But the rook goes to the other side. Rook to f3, and knight f6 is completely unstoppable. Exquisite attacking prowess by the 14-year-old, who counts with a impressive rating of 2,500 on the nose. That rating is about to go up quite a bit. And that title, that will be a G pretty shortly, I think, Simon. I think it's fair to say on the basis of this game alone.
Yeah, rook f3 is a really nice spot there, because, as you say, that is not a normal pattern. I mean, is there any way that Black can defend with f5? I think I know the answer to this, as it's going to be checkmate soon. Or f6. I mean, I'm trying to stop that knight coming in. Obviously, the Black king is far too weak, but, you know, otherwise, I think resigns is probably very likely to occur here.
He's going to know. I think not just very likely, but I would give it a 95% chance, because f6 is what I would play in a blitz game, but after queen takes g6 and e takes f6, you know, everything is collapsing from all sides. This is crazy. We don't get games this lopsided, particularly in the more evenly matched games. I mean, there's only a 90-point rating difference. Velimir Ivich did really, really well in the Olympiad. He's been on an upswing. He's been over 2,600. 2,600s do not get destroyed like this, like, ever.
No, it's very rare nowadays, because everyone is so got such good preparation that they avoid the danger of this. And it looks like White's play has been excellent throughout this, and maybe some very good preparation just coming in to good effect there. So a lovely win. We love tactical brilliancies like that, so if you do spot them in the chat, please give us a shout. We'll try to bring them up, and yeah, let's try to do it. But we will just take a short break now, just to get ourselves, well, I need to get a bit more caffeine in me, as it's a long day of commentary, and I know it's very early for Danya at the same time as well. So let's have a look around the playing hall, see some players that you might better recognise, and we'll be back very soon.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vachier-Lagrave. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
(309 players, 206 men and 103 women are here for the 2023 FIDE World Cup. It's the premier knockout tournament in over-the-board chess. All of these players have one goal: to become a candidate for the World Championship. Only 3 players in each tournament will earn this distinction. The winners will also earn a combined 160 grand in US dollars. Not bad. Both of the reigning World Cup winners are back to try and repeat as champion, a feat no one has ever achieved in this grueling tournament. They are Jan Krzysztof Duda and Alexandra Kosteniuk, the victors in 2021.
Alexandra Kosteniuk crushing everybody. She is your deserved champion.
And Jan Krzysztof Duda wins the 2021 FIDE World Cup. What a performance.
The top seeds in 2023 are Magnus Carlsen and Zhu Wenjun. Neither of them have won a World Cup before. Yes, even Magnus has yet to make it past the semis. It's that tough of a tournament. Still, Carlsen is the favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays. But don't sleep on the rest of this field. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi. They are all here to try and win their first World Cup. For its part, the women's field boasts 5 world champions. In addition to Zhu Wenjun and Kosteniuk, that list includes Tan Zhongyi, Maria Muzichuk, and Anna Ushenina. Will one of them take the next step in a return to the throne? In a knockout like this, it is truly anyone's game. Who will come out on top? Who else will qualify for the candidates? What upsets are in store? This is the 2023 FIDE World Cup.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan 2023. And as we just heard there, this is a great opportunity, and maybe a fairy tale opportunity for players to try and get into the candidates tournament. The candidates is the creme de la creme. That's how you become world champion, that's how you make a name for yourself, and that's how you get a very big payday. So there are 3 places that are at stake in the candidates from this tournament. So it's a really good opportunity. And you know, the deeper you get in this knockout format, the more nervous it becomes, but the better chances you get. And yeah, Danya, it's been a solid start to day 1. We see a couple of upsets this board here coming in, and I expect we're going to get some more as the day progresses.
Without question. We're already getting a lot of the boards heating up. We saw Lance Henderson de la Fuente, the Andorran Grandmaster, who has every chance of defeating his higher rated opponent Adiban in the first game. And one of the most fascinating aspects of the World Cup is I flip on another game in which the lower rated player is really struggling on the clock. We saw that in Chaparinov's game. Here we have Aryan Tari, who might only be slightly better on the board, but a disaster awaiting black on the clock. But the situation, Simon, particularly in which the higher rated player has to win the second game in order to force the tiebreaker and stay in the match, is just amazing, because you see certain players playing openings that they would never otherwise play, and just in general throwing caution to the wind, the kitchen sink at their opponent, going balls to the wall, and producing the kind of chess that we don't always see in Ahem Clears Throat super tournaments.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Danya. And actually, Magnus has mentioned this before. You know, the world's best player, and he's mentioned that, you know, you have to play in a totally different style depending on the event. When you're playing in elite tournaments against other players of a similar rating, a draw is okay. You don't have to push the boat out too far. But when you're playing in these kind of events, sometimes you have to win. Sometimes you have to win with the black pieces if something goes wrong, and that means you rely on much more riskier openings. You might see a Benko, Benoni, this kind of stuff, Sicilians, which you don't see as much of in these elite tournaments. And for me, that's what makes the World Cup one of the most exciting events around, because you just get more ambitious play at certain points and more exciting games. So yes, a lot of action going on, and I see we are back at I think, is this the board 2 game, but it's another great Norwegian player, Aryan Tari, with the white pieces. And Aryan, you know, I think he was world under 18 champion. Anyone who becomes a world junior champion, it's a tremendous result. And I think it's fair to say he hasn't really progressed that much in the last year or two. You know, he nearly got to, he's biting on the door of 2700, but most chess players go for a little stagnant stage, and you know, making that next jump can be very, very hard to do. I mean, how'd you do it? I don't know. Otherwise, I'd be doing it myself a long time ago. It's a bit late now. How'd you do it, Danya? I mean, come on. Have you got the secret ingredients?
I wish I did, and I've been conceited enough to claim that I know what the secret ingredient is, but at this point, I just think it's, like a monkey, like the old joke about monkey writing the perfect program. Just press all of the keys a million times, and eventually you're going to stumble on the right solution to your issues. But the difficulty of the climb once you reach this level cannot be overemphasized. So Arjen, he's been up and down. He is still trying to journey to 2700, following in the footsteps of someone else from the same country, who shall go unmentioned, at least until round 2 of the World Cup.
Is that was it Hikaru who once called? It just reminded me of Lord of the Rings. There, you don't mention the name of is it Sauron or the guy?
Or Voldemort.
Yeah, Voldemort was it? Yeah, you don't. That's it. I'm thinking you don't mention the name, and I'm sure Hikaru has said that a couple of times, or I don't know. Maybe I'm getting mixed up. But back to the chess and in the position, the A pawn. We saw that going down the board. It has reached A3. It's gone all the way there, but White is well positioned in the center of the board here. Yeah.
This looks good for White, and I'm not sure I can understand the zen of Black's previous move, Queen A5. White can drive the bishop up to C3 and force this queen to decide on a different position. Maybe Black wants to drop back to A7, but one unpleasant way in which the game can unfold is, okay, if we assume that Arjen plays bishop C3, I think Black wants to play Queen A7. The problem is that Black has no good follow-up moves. So White can play even a very slow move like H3, but a move like Queen E2 comes to mind. Just coordinate the rooks, potentially prepare some sort of central expansion, and C takes D4 is always going to be a disaster for Black. Just look at White's bishops and the dominance that they assert over the position. Queen A5, White can already start the campaign of central expansion. That pawn can be really up Black's behind before you're able to say 1, 2, 3. So I'm really pessimistic about the Lebanese master's chances here, just because it's so easy to play with White. Really, you can do anything you want here, but I would definitely start with bishop to C3, or maybe even Queen E2 straight away. This is worse than it looks for Black, I think.
Agreed. Yeah, White's ready to come through the centre, and what I like about Arjen's play here is that he hasn't taken any risks. And I think when you're playing someone a lot lower rated than you, who you should really beat, it's one of those stages where you don't or shouldn't need to take risks. You can often and allow your opponent basically to fall on his own sword. This is a technique that players have used, I know, in the British chess scene for decades. In weekend tournaments, you don't even have to do anything. You just wait until your opponent does the damage himself. So don't make any weaknesses. Take your opportunities when they come, and that seems to be what Arjen is doing here. He's getting ready to push in the centre, and Black's pieces are starting to look a little bit odd. The light squared bishop and the queen that you pointed out there. So still a long way to win this one, but it's going White's way at this moment in time. And other boards maybe we could just go back to or have a look at. There was I guess we could go, was it board 4? Guseinov was playing that one, and I think that was quite an interesting game building up there. So let's go back, and wow, looks like a lot of action on the board.
Whoa, and somehow Gadir Guseinov, who transitioned into that slightly unpleasant endgame just 4 moves ago, Simon, the position now completely unrecognizable. He's been able to open up the center, break through White's central bind, and I think he stands very, very well with a position that could turn winning in the span of 1 or 2 moves. Like, White could lose this on the next move if he blunders bishop c5 or if the rook infiltrates d1 in the right type of situation. How did this happen? Well, if we rewind to the start of this endgame, everything was traded. White playing a really, really bad move, d4. If it ain't broke, Simon, don't fix it. Why are you helping Black coordinate all of his pieces with tempo? Just play bishop e3, keep the status quo, and this would be a very hard position for black to win. Instead, white gets overambitious. Props to Rupesh Jaiswall for playing for a win and trying to play aggressively. Unfortunately, this backfired. Black brought his bishop out with tempo, induced a weakness, situated his bishop on the ideal square to set up potential mating patterns, and now an excellent follow-up move, rook a to d8, deploying the rook on an open file and setting up the potentially devastating threat of bishop to c5 check. The eval bar and the engine claim that white is still okay after bishop takes b7, but I would seriously try to ignore the eval bar. It feels like white is on the cusp of panicking here.
Yeah, I agree. It seems to be this is a case of maybe white falling on his own sword with that d4 break. And if I just looked at this position, I'd be like, hang on a minute, is white just losing here? All of black's pieces are beautifully placed, and it's actually hard, very hard for white to survive. I like it. I like the way that people in the chat are calling me a muggle. Do you know the word muggle? Forgetting Lord of the Rings.
Harry Potter.
And yeah, from Harry Potter. I think it's actually even a term from before Harry Potter. Getting Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter mixed up. I didn't get it mixed up. I'm sure there was a Lord of the Rings saying where it was someone. Did someone call Hikaru Sauron? I don't know. There was some recollection somewhere. I know they are separate things. Trust me. I have read the books a long time ago. Now, have you read the books? Have you Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter? Danya, are you a book reader?
I am a book reader, but I only saw the movies. With Harry Potter, I very much enjoyed the movies. I have never seen the Lord of the Rings movies. That is one
Shame
of the
on you.
One
Shame
of the
on
many
you, Danya.
gaps, one of the many egregious, just gaping, weaknesses in my cultural repertoire, Simon.
How can you not have seen the Lord of the Ring movies? I do not understand
have been living
that.
under a big boulder, like a very, very big rock that has blinded my, cultural
Daniel,
purview.
I'm sorry, but you need to have a day of commentary. Your next day, you need to get the DVD player on. Well, they don't really do DVD players anymore, do they? But get the streaming service on and just have a day of Lord of the Rings. You won't regret it, Danya. Trust me, you will love it. That's got to be done. Got to be 100%.
You have my word. Maybe even tomorrow.
Yeah, you do it, Danya.
Oh. No. That was
okay. All right. I was going to say there, we actually have the mistaken. I mean, looking at this position a bit more, you mentioned that white doesn't have many ways to escape here, and what can white actually play again here? I mean, white's tanking a bit of time now, so the pressure is building. He's about to play a move, so we're going to see what he does. Many ways you can lose. The back rank is very weak. White hasn't got great development. There's a big bishop check threatened. The black rooks are ready to jump in.
There's a beautiful tactical idea that potentially lies in wait in case white plays bishop takes b7. Now, I was going to say let's wait for white to move, but looks like not only has he hesitated, but he's kind of gone back into the tank here with only 20 minutes now on his clock. So I'll take this opportunity to point this out briefly. After bishop takes b7, bishop to c5 check, white covers with the bishop on e3, and there's like a classic deflection motif where the rook comes down to d2, and in case white takes it, black captures on e3 with check. And I'm not making the moves on the board deliberately, just kind of trying to paint the general picture of what this tactic looks like. What else could white be thinking about here? Well, white could be thinking maybe about the immediate bishop to e3, but the problem with that move, of course, is something like rook takes e5 or bishop takes e5. And Simon, you said there are many ways to lose. The problem is that white's got so many things he has to worry about. The king safety, the bishop on d5, and if you do play bishop e3, then you've also got to worry about the pressure down the e-file and all sorts of tactics involving the a7 g1 diagonal. I'm really worried about white's prospects here, especially after what we just saw. I think Guseinov will just play bishop takes e5, and there will be massive threats against white's king.
Daniel, can I ask you, what was the only move, or was there only one move that White could have played there? Because, visually it was very hard to find, and just the fact that, it wasn't found indicates how tricky it was. And Rupesh so he had to have played bishop takes b7. And sometimes you have to just keep being greedy, right? But this looks so unnatural, doesn't it, to grab that pawn?
Especially if you see the idea I pointed out, which is bishop c5, bishop b3, and rook to d2. I mean, this is a very, very lovely move.
Beautiful.
And it goes on because after rook takes d2, it may appear that white is okay. But, of course, very instructive motif. Black does not have to rush. In fact, black plays rook d8. And look at this. Rook d2 is threatened, so you try to chase the bishop away, and black plays it anyway.
Ooh.
And look at the symphony, the way that black's pieces are operating in concert with each other. Rook takes c3. Suddenly, the light squared bishop is the one that plays the decisive role. This is a mating pattern. So after rook d2, white has to continue finding only moves. Rook a to e1, bishop b3, rook e3, and try accurately evaluating this position and figuring out that black is not winning despite the obvious plan of doubling rooks on the second rank. Like, more computer moves have to be found here. Nah, this is a great example of how misleading the eval bar can be. From a practical perspective, I feel like black is borderline winning. Yes, borderline winning, I think, after Guseinov found rook a to d8.
Agreed. The evaluation bar can be very misleading, and I've had a lot of chats of people about sort of hybrid chess competitions where you could not introduce moves, but you introduce the evaluation bar. So when it jumps a lot, the players know it jumps a lot. I mean, that would just make people's standard of play so much better if you knew there was a good move there, or if you knew there was something that actually kept your position alive. Because this bishop b3 move, well, I think we're going to get another move from black now. It's a very passive move. Obviously black can win the pawn back here, but black's pieces, they just remain so active in this position as well, and it's bad news now for Rupesh after this move. And I think it did start from this d4 break. He had a good position, he didn't need to break straight away, and when you're trying to do something active in the position, as Rupesh did a bit earlier on, if you can remember that, you've got to make sure that there's a reason you're trying to do something active. You can't force activity when your position doesn't deserve it, and that was something that misfired in this game.
That was so well said. d4, very instructive moment. And quick update, Gurel Ediz, the Turkish phenom, has in fact secured victory over Velimir Ivich. That is the first decisive game, but very far from the last. Ivich will have to win with the white pieces tomorrow on demand in order to force the playoffs on the third day. Many other games that we haven't consulted yet, which are heating up. I'd like to take a quick look at the game of Daniel Darda, who we can spotlight as well. Young Belgian grandmaster who recently crossed the 2600 barrier. Simon, it's just such a golden age of chess. Like, how many of these players are there now? These young 2600 hungry GMs that you can watch, and they are capable of performing incredibly well in any given tournament.
There's too many. There's literally just too many. I mean, it is a golden age of chess, but it's so hard to keep up with them, because I mentioned this earlier. Every time I'm like checking the results, you don't look for a month or two, and then there's another grandmaster, a young 2600 brilliant player who's worked hard throughout his life to become a strong player with a bit of talent, with a bit of training. And yeah, I mean, here we see, as you say, a player from Belgium, and that hasn't had historically many notable grandmasters. There was the late, I think, I've got to remember the name now, Luke Winnitz, who I played once, who was a really interesting chess player. Unfortunately passed away quite recently, but he's the main grandmaster I can think of. He had ideas, actually, Daniel, like it in the Jabava London. He was doing things like this going back years and years. You also mentioned that Ivich lost that game to the young 14-year-old. Gurel. And I think it's also worth pointing out that Gurel qualified for this event by beating Ivich in the last round of a competition.
No way.
So, yes.
Are you serious?
That's what I'm seeing. Yeah, that's what the information I've just been giving. So poor old Ivich, he's lost 2 games in a row against his 14-year-old, and the last time that is crazy. And the last time he lost to him allowed him into this competition to beat him again. I mean, he must be so sick of the kid by now, right? I mean, just like.
That's nuts. And Velimir Ivich already is a name that I associate with something funny, which is, of course, the Yugoslavian grandmaster whose last name was Velimirovic. I think he might still be alive, which reminds me of a misconception I had when I was a kid. I used to think that Mississippi, the state, was actually a person. I thought it was Mrs. Sippy, and I was watching a documentary, and I was like, who is this Mississippi, and how can a person have rivers and cities? Find out new things every day. But Velimir Ivich, definitely following in the footsteps of his compatriot, but definitely will have a tall order tomorrow. He must be so tired of his opponent, but he's going to have to invite Gurel Ediz for a little rapid party, and he'll have to do that with a victory. The game we're currently looking at, Darda has a big time advantage on the Singaporean GM, Kevin Go Wei Ming. He's up a pawn, but Black definitely has something of an initiative in return for the pawn. It's probably not sufficient compensation if White can later kick the queen out of d5, maybe with knight e2 to c3.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Kevin seems like a very nice guy. He's on Twitter quite regularly. The only sort of place I keep an eye on the chess social media, and he has one of the. Is he the only grandmaster from his area, Singapore? I think so. Maybe I might be wrong. No, there's a couple of others, aren't there now? But he's known for his theory, and he generally is a very hard-working grandmaster and a dangerous grandmaster. The fact that the light square bishops are off the board, I would have thought gives Black some hope here. You know, without the evaluation bar, and this always gives me a bit of evaluation bar bias, because I look at the evaluation bar before I look at the position, and I'm like, oh yeah, obviously White's doing better. But without that evaluation bar, I might be like, well, hang on a minute, this feels a little bit loose for White, because the king, the White king, is in check. It's a little bit exposed. And then you've got to look at any way that Black can increase the pressure, and that's maybe where Black is going to struggle. Black's got all his pieces pretty much on the best squares he can get them to, and I'm not sure. I mean, he can maybe try doubling rooks, but there's no obvious way Black can increase the pressure, and he is a pawn down, so he needs to prove something in this position.
Yeah, your point is well taken. I like to talk about this in terms of potential and kinetic energy, which is a concept that you use to describe roller coasters. Like when the roller coaster is at its biggest speed at the bottom of the hill, it's got kinetic energy that comes from movement. But when it's at the top of the hill, it can be motionless, but it still has just as much energy. It's just a different form of energy. And I think what you say about Black's position already being to the fullest extent of activity possible, it's like the roller coaster at the bottom of the hill, whereas White's is at the top of the hill. White's about to start unfurling and activating his pieces and getting the other knight to c3 and the rook to d1. And if the queen is dislodged from d5 and that d-pawn is set in motion, the bishop opens up. So White's potential energy is huge. The one thing that White has to sidestep at all costs, of course, I managed to blunder this, and that was the first thing I said, which is not to play knight c3 in this particular version. Let's say that Black plays rook c8. What could possibly be wrong, I wonder, with the move knight c3? Why is the eval bar dropping? It's because of queen takes f3 check, king takes f3, knight takes d4, and you lose everything. You can resign. Mississippi would not be happy with that level of tactical vision. So instead, White is best advised to throw in a move like rook a to d1, overprotect the pawn, and now everything is ready for the move knight to c3. But Black can start operating on the queen side with a move like knight a5. So the situation definitely remains very double-edged. but I am very worried about Black's clock situation. This is a pattern, Simon, that we're seeing in a lot of the slightly more lopsided games, where the lower-rated players are really, really struggling on the clock in a huge way.
It's probably a bit of nerves. It might be a bit of lack of experience, and also just maybe not feeling the position as much. You know, if you don't get your preparation in these games, and you probably are preparing quite hard for your opponent because you've got a bit of time to know who you're playing, it can be very disconcerting, and this is why over preparing can backfire. You know, okay, I don't get my opening in, what am I going to do now? And you don't feel as natural or relying on your ability as much as you should. So there's many reasons you can get low on time, and I think it should be noted that Kevin it has been an inspiration for a lot of players. His journey from getting the Grandmaster title, I was following it on Twitter, and his updates are really interesting, and anyone who improves deserves a lot of respect. But it's not looking great. This last move, a bit of a passive move. I'm not really sure what the point of that move is, to be honest. Moving the bishop back to b8. How does that help Black at all, Daniel?
Beats me. I feel like trying to attack the pawn on d4 is a lost cause because it is defended about 700 times. Maybe he's thinking about bishop a7, but that's a counterproductive move because it enables white to jump out to f4, which is actually a superior square to c3. So if I'm Darda, I'm just quickly playing rook a to d1 and just calling Black's bluff. I think Kevin might be losing the flow of the game here. He might be looking at the clock, and I think panic might be setting in.
The other thing is, if he's going to go bishop a7, why didn't he go bishop b6 immediately?
Yeah.
You know, it's the same idea. And when I'm playing a game of chess, if my opponent plays a move like bishop b8, I'm like, okay, that move, maybe you're pointing out one of the reasons the knight can come to a5, but if I can't see a reason that my opponent's played that move, as you say, I will quickly not try to do anything because I'm seeing that my opponent's playing sort of moves that are making his position, if anything, worse. I'm just going to play a useful move that improves my situation. So, but you have pointed out with the arrow there, Daniel, maybe his idea is to go knight a5 and get a little bit of pressure with that jump there. That makes some sense.
Yeah, the bishop would have been hanging otherwise, but that's even more of a reason I would play rook a1 quickly to meet knight a5 with rook to d3, and top players do this so well. They know when to turn the heat up on the clock. You're not trying to flag your opponent per se, you're just trying to exploit all of the advantages in your position, and the clock is an extension of the board. Knowing how and when to use the clock effectively is a hallmark of all good top players, and as we speak, rook a d1 is already on the board. I think we're going to see knight a5, rook d3, and I think Darda has every chance of driving this point home. We are being told by our ever hardworking producer Bick that there was an interesting moment in a game we haven't looked at yet, Simon. I'll flip onto it right now. A Grandmaster on Grandmaster matchup between Alexander Ediz from Serbia and the GM Amir Zaibi from Tunisia. And apparently something crazy happened in this game, which looks rather tame. This is move 30, but if we rewind to move 15, look at what happened here. After e5, Amir Zaibi, rather than moving the knight away to d7, no, he did move to d7. White moved his queen up to e3, and bang! Knight takes d3. Was blundered by Ediz. Look at that move.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Huh.
Do you think that was a blunder or a weirdly timed sacrifice? Because you do get 2 pieces for the rook, right?
You do, and it's a -1 according to the engine, but would have no idea, to be completely honest, whether black is better or white is better. Because the position is rather closed. Yeah, black has a bunch of pawns, but they're not really mobile, and the top engine move is totally inhuman. Who would go a4 here, actually inviting the move b4 and allowing white to assert control over the dark squares? Instead, Amir Zaibi started playing passively, and he gave Alexander Ediz the chance to really, really improve his position in many different ways. So black started floundering a little bit, and as we fast forward to the current position, I think at this point white actually is better now.
It's weird, that tactic, Daniel, because I mean, black won material, but often a rook and 2 pawns for the 2 minor pieces, in this case the knight and bishop, is about a fair trade in actual fact. And a lot of people like playing with the knight and bishop, myself generally. And if we talk a bit more about the players as well here, I mean, I'm aware of and Alexander, he's a really dangerous player, and he's one of the tallest chess players I've ever met in my life. I mean, I'm 6'1", and he towers above me. He's a really tactical, intimidating player on the board. He's had some great results, and I'll be surprised if he missed that. And he likes kind of messy positions. His opponent, also a grandmaster, Emir, I haven't heard of, I'm afraid to say, but I agree with you now that if anyone's position is to be preferred, I think it would be White's. Maybe it's kind of in the balance, pretty even. The computer, I guess, agrees with this in some respects, but we have to ask ourselves that question again: who's got the easier plan going forwards? And again, when you see moves like King F8, if you're White in this position, it can really encourage you, right? Your opponent plays King F8, and you're thinking, "Hang on a minute, what's he doing?" Well, if he's only moving his king towards the centre, that is not scaring me at all. I'm not even sure if his king is better in the centre, and that gives me a lot of confidence. Who has the breaks? So I guess it's White who has the easier pawn breaks here.
I mean, I almost think neither side has. Well, I guess B4 could be considered under the right circumstances. You could try to make some positional progress on the queen side, but honestly, if I'm Ivich, I'm kind of doing the same thing. I'm jumping on the king train and playing king d1, king c2, really trying to overprotect the b3 pawn so that the knights can get increased mobility. Then, you play knight f3, knight g5. If Magnus was handling the white pieces, I would think it's a bygone conclusion that White's going to win this game. But then when you actually sit in front of the quote-unquote better side in a position like this, you realize how difficult it actually is to make any kind of progress. So we might actually see a draw in this game if Ivich doesn't find a clear way to make progress on either the queen side with b4 at the right moment, or maybe a knight maneuver to g5. Maybe you can start massaging that backward pawn on f7.
Yeah. So pretty much in the balance. Now, another position that's really heating up, and we've been keeping an eye on this very interesting game throughout, is Levon. Again, I can't pronounce the name very well. Sorry, bit dyslexic here, so I often cheat by saying the first name, so you'll have to get used to that. But this game between two players who only have one ELO rating between them, and this is really interesting, Daniel. I mean, again, if we turned off the evaluation bar, I think it would be so hard to evaluate what on earth is happening at the moment.
But this is crazy because I cannot recognize this position.
Yeah.
Compared to the one that we had 6 moves ago, we thought it was a bygone conclusion that this was a 2-result game. The center was closed. Ponsolaya was operating on the king side. Here's what happened. Levon, first of all, chose a very, very weird setup, right? We last saw the position here. For some reason, he played f6 rather than knight f6. Very confusing. By the way, this was a horrible, horrible move. White actually had this resource, rook to e1, followed by the unstoppable knight f4 and knight to e6. That was missed by White. He played king h1.
Oof.
And he ultimately did get the knight to the promised land, but he did it in a roundabout way. And Ponsolaya ended up taking that pawn on f5, which was helping black. It was operating as an umbrella that was preventing White's rook from gaining activity. Suddenly, the knight has gotten to e6. There's tactics related to a double capture on h5, followed by knight g7. That's actually a huge threat. This was a completely inexplicable move by Levon Ponsolaya, and he is very lucky that White did not spot rook e1 in time pressure. Even as it stands, I think Levon has to allow the check on c7 and try to get this bishop into the game and get chances on the king side immediately.
Yeah, I mean, there's even a bishop takes h5 in these positions, which is a bit wacky as well. Potentially just sort of lurking here, and knight g7 checks. I mean, if I was just looking at this position with that white knight on e6, I would be like, white is doing incredibly well here. Without the evaluation bar to let me know the actual score, I'd be like, whoa, yeah, I mean, white's going to win material. White's got a very nice position, but luckily for black, white's only good piece is really the knight. So you can actually allow white to win the exchange, because white's other pieces can't really enter into black's position, and black has a solid structure still. But things certainly went very, very wrong for black in this game. And if we did get this position you're showing on the board, I might still prefer black, funnily enough, here. It just seems a bit easier to play, and I think when we're evaluating positions, it's not always on the evaluation bar. It's like you ask yourself who's got the easier moves to play, and I think probably black does here. Or what about you, Daniel? Would you prefer white or black here?
Any day of the week I would take black, because first of all, the material advantage is not vast. It's a pawn for the exchange, and your bishops are just, it's like when you have 6 different screwdrivers, but of course always the screw that you need to screw in is a different type. Like, it's the general rule of house repair. And it's the same thing. Like, the bishops have no purchase on any side of the board. Black has a clear plan of kingside action, f5, h4, etc. And if instead, after knight b6, white tries the bishop takes h5 tactic, which is a very beautiful tactic, but what's amazing is that black can actually take on h5. And if you go through this line and you reach this position, at first it may seem like white is completely winning, but then you start appreciating that the knight on h5 is stuck in no man's land. It doesn't have access back to f4. White is going to lose c4, likely lose d5, and white's position can actually collapse in the span of 3 or 4 moves here. So I think Levon should be counting his lucky stars, that he is not simply losing on the spot after knight e6. He has to calm himself down, and he has to find the move knight b6. Otherwise, I don't see a different move for him. If he goes king f7 instead and tries to be overly materialistic, white will put the bishop up on d3, and this is exactly how you lose the game very, very quickly. Queen g4, look at this line. Knight g5 check, shutting down the door, and bishop back to e2, traps the queen on g4. So easy to miss.
Wow. That's a horrendous line for black, and I expect for players at this level, they should spot that variation. And when the reason I think black will play knight b6 is that he doesn't really have any choice, right? I mean, king f7 is the only other potential move, and that line bishop d3, it seems again quite logical that white would attack the queen in that manner. And very nice way to trap the queen there, really nicely spotted. Is there a way after knight b6 that white can do anything that doesn't avoid, that he keeps the initiative? Because if I was white, I would not actually even want to grab that rook on a8. I'd want to try to keep some pressure on the position after knight b6. I don't know if that's possible. I really like my knight, and I'm thinking if you take my knight, I might get some light squares. I'd be looking for other options of white, because I could see how this grabbing the rook could eventually be very, very difficult for white. But a big, I don't know. Maybe I'm daydreaming there. But this is a big moment in this match. Knight b6 probably has to be played in the position, and I guess we'll come back to this one. We're hearing that we're getting a masterclass in a rook ending from, I think it's our board too, Salem. So we should probably just have a look at this very smooth game that's played there.
Okay, that was that end game that Salem was massaging. I flipped the board up, and this is going to be, I think, our second decisive result of the day. He is up 2 pawns. He's simply up 2 pawns, and both of them are passed. And there's another passer on d5. And earlier on, black was already in trouble, but if I may rewind to the critical moment, look at the coordination that Salem has achieved with his pieces. Every piece is operating in symphony with the other pieces. The pawn on c6 is under fire, and is it a surprise that in these circumstances black makes the decisive blunder? Bishop h7, pawn takes d5. What did black miss? He thought that Salem has to recapture on d3, but no. Rook takes c6 check, of course, wins the second pawn. Then he takes on d3, and 2 extra pawns. Is more than enough for Salem. Textbook masterclass game.
This is the kind of game you want in the first round against a lower rated player. You want a game where you're kind of dominating, where you don't have any risks. There's no moments where you get nervous. You're always a little bit better, and you're controlling the way the game goes. I mean, you increase in confidence with games like this, and just don't give yourself any heart attacks as well. Saying that, I was having a conversation with English Grandmaster Gawain Jones a while back, who was talking about these kind of events. He's been 2700 before, and he also said that in the first round he'd often play an opening which he wasn't. I mean, this may be more in open competitions, but he'd play an opening which he wasn't very used to, because it'd make him calculate more. Because he wouldn't play on autopilot. Like, if you play an opening you play all the time in round 1 of an open, you're not really thinking. But he would play openings he wasn't that comfortable with, because it'd force him to calculate straight away, and that would get him warmed up for the other rounds. But still, I say that you don't want to have risky games too much in the first rounds. So very smooth performance there, and I think White will be finishing that game off soon.
Yeah, I mean, Black is just making kind of perfunctory moves, spite moves. I would resign here without question, and I'm a very late resigner. Salem is not going to waste much time. He's just going to push these pawns. Rook h7, clinical move to stop the progress of Black's remaining pawns, paving the way for the decisive march of White's passed pawns. We also had a draw between Lance Henderson de la Fuente, who was unable to convert that better endgame Simon against Adiban. So big missed opportunity for the Andorran Grandmaster, who just wasn't confident enough and forced a repetition in a position that he definitely should have continued playing in. So we're getting some results in already as we're about to enter the third hour of play, but all of the top games are still going. Big kudos to the lower rated players for hanging in there.
100%. We'll come back and we'll see how that game was actually drawn quite shortly, but it's now time for another break. So we will have a quick break, and then we'll come back and update on the progress of everyone still playing.
So I loved puzzles. I loved solving any puzzle you put in front of me. So chess was a natural for my brain. It was the unsolvable puzzle. It wasn't one of those things you just looked at, here is the puzzle, what's the solution? It was a puzzle inside of an enigma, inside of a mystery. Like, what is this game? And there was so much to it. The more you learn, the more there was to learn. So that puzzle solving gift that I had, or desire, wish, I would do crossword puzzles back in the day as well. As a high school kid, fell in love with New York Times crossword puzzles. I had to do one of those every day that the puzzle came out in the paper. So I always was a puzzle solver, and I think that made it easy for me to transfer over that skill set to chess.
I was here! I was lost. Okay, well, hey.
8, let's go!
Oh no, I think I should have just done that. Chat, I got 14!
We beat it! Let's go! No, 15, unreal. No, first try.
8 in a row, 9 in a row, baby! Let's go! Let's go! I got a little achievement thing.
I honestly really enjoyed that. That was really cool.
Become a chess.com community streamer at go.chess.com/start streaming.
And Fausti beats the 2 pieces with the rook.
Aaron made a huge investment, giving up his queen for 2 rooks.
Black pawns are still quite fast. I literally have no idea what's going on. Oh no, he's about to lose on time.
Will you resign now? Oh, Patrick still doesn't resign. Patrick, please.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup in Baku, Azerbaijan, and it is round 1. The action has started. There's over 300 of the best players in the world fighting for some major prizes here. The top 3 players in both the Open and the Women's competition get a place in the candidates, and that is something which every chess player dreams of. And a lot of the big rated players are seeded through to the next round. They got a bye in this one, but there's still some excitement going on everywhere, and some upsets as well, Danya. And where should we start with?
Well, on camera there we have Salem just kind of sitting back, adopting that universal posture of it is time to resign. You fought well, but at this point you're wasting my time. So I think the handshake is going to happen on the next move after white plays h takes g5 on the position in front of you. So we can depart this game. There we go. There's h takes g5. We're going to get resignation momentarily.
Daniel,
we've been keeping an eye. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, but
No, go ahead.
Have you ever been annoyed when your opponent hasn't resigned? Has there ever been a time when you're like, oh, come on, man, just resign. I want to get some dinner soon.
Definitely. I think once or twice. Now, I am a late resigner myself, so I'm very understanding when it comes to, okay, if there's any sliver of hope, you should be able to play. One funny story actually involves my brother. We were both playing in a tournament. Now, he's about 2100. A little known fact, I'm not the only member of the Naroditsky family who can play chess. So I finished my game, and I was waiting for him to finish so we could go have lunch. And he's got a completely winning position, like up a rook in an endgame. His opponent has 50 minutes on his clock. And his opponent starts thinking in just a meaningless position. He gets up from the board on his own move, which is a very suspicious sign. Like, you don't want to do that. He's gone for 30 minutes, and he comes back with, like, the greasiest and most disgusting half-eaten burger of all time.
Oh, no.
And he sits down at the board and just, as if unfazed, continues to eat while his clock is ticking. It was the most obnoxious thing I've ever seen, and he resigned with maybe 5 minutes on his clock.
That is so rude. That is so rude.
It was just unbelievable. Like, how do people allow themselves behavior like that, you know, as an adult?
So
I get that kids do it, you know.
Yeah, sure. But so he knew he was losing, but rather than resign and let you and your brother go and have a nice bit of lunch, he went and got himself a burger, and he didn't even clean his hands. He wiped all the burger juice over all the pieces left on the board so your brother could get second-hand burger juice.
Imagine shaking hands after that.
Oh,
Imagine
no.
the handshake.
Oh, the greasy handshake, the worst kind. You know, I mean, there's the wet fish, isn't there, where they like put their hand out and it's like, what is that? It's the wet fish handshake, but the greasy handshake. Oh no, that's not good. Oh, did anyone say anything to him?
I mean, I think my parents or my dad was also there, and it was just shock.
Yeah.
It was shock and then anger. You know, there's several stages of
grief,
of emotion, several stages of grief in that moment. But the first is this actually happening? Is this like 35-year-old man actually doing this? And the answer is yes. Now we're entering the territory in this game where I feel like we're borderline knocking on the door of, okay, you really need to resign now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you there. And there's a couple of ways White can win this one. And you sometimes, I mean, we're not saying you should always resign, even though that's one of my favourite statements. Just resign, get on with it. But you do need to respect your opponent sometimes in a big event like this. And when it's, you know, you need to realise this guy's one of the best players here. And, you know, there's no way I'm not going to lose this. It is time just to resign. I have heard a similar story to you, actually, Danya, in England, where there was 2 players playing and they hated each other, right? They really did not like each other. And one of them was completely winning. And the guy losing had about an hour and 20 minutes left. And rather than get a burger, he went and had 2 pints of beer. So he went and he disappeared to the local pub. He had 2 pints of beer, and then he came back and he resigned after his 2 pints. So very similar story to you, but instead of a burger, it was beer. Not to be recommended. You got to respect your opponents there. And this game, well, there's only one result's going to be possible. I mean, even without the extra 2 pawns, this is on the queen side. White is completely winning this position. I mean, will he try to play for stalemate? Ooh, I don't know. Just resign, my friend. Just resign.
Yeah, this is crossing the Rubicon into like slightly, strange territory, because rook takes b4, white plays f7, and this is winning times a gazillion. What's funny is Salem has 40 minutes on his clock, and
he's heard us.
Resignation. He has heard us. He's followed the commentator's advice. Always a bad idea. He will learn eventually.
Yeah. I think that's just on the verge of respectable there. You play on a little bit, you see what happens, and you get in the right mindset. And I think that was just about okay. Great game though from Salem, and a solid start to his journey here. Now, I guess we should go over to another game, of course, and maybe it is worth looking at this game. We're in an ending. Lots of the game's pieces are getting swapped off, but a player I would like to mention is Jules Mousard, if possible, Daniel, and maybe we could just have a look at the position he's in, because actually this could be an upset. Well, it will be an upset unless I'm missing something, and Jules is a really strong, dangerous, great player from France, 2654, and he's playing a player Huruna from, and I may have pronounced that wrong, apologise, from Uganda, 22-23, and at the moment he's defending an ending.
Mousard has 0 winning chances. Now, he also, I think at this point, is close to 0 losing chances, and I'm trying to figure out if Black was in fact winning earlier in the game and maybe played a little too conservatively. If we rewind about 8 moves, it was winning for Black, and he was oh so close. He had this endgame, which is completely winning, and all he had to do was make one accurate move, knight to e3, and with a 95% certainty, he would have won the game against Jules Mousard, because rook f2 gets checkmated to rook e1. White has to play the miserable rook b1. Black just starts chopping everything off the board. Simon, this is completely winning. I mean, just total domination. Black just starts pushing this kingside pawn phalanx down the board. Instead, one inaccuracy. He started by playing rook takes b2, allowing Jules to get his knight active. This looks winning for Black, but Mousard was able to activate his rook, bring the knight back, and tie Black down. Rook a3 maintained winning chances, but I just feel like it's so understandable. He sensed how close he was to winning. He wanted to eliminate all risk, and as a result, unfortunately, he's going to miss a chance to score the victory of a lifetime, but not taking anything away from him. This is still going to be the draw of a lifetime for Haruna Nsubuga from Uganda.
Yeah, very good play from Haruna, and he must be happy with the way that he's played. Obviously, it's going to be a bit disappointing to realise you missed the win. I mean, I think we've all been in that situation where we know we're winning, we get a little bit excited against the higher rated player, and we start, our brain starts going to goo. It's like, okay, I'm going to take the first pawn I see. I'm not, you lose that focus, and this is why I think as a junior, one of the best bits of advice I was ever given was never ever offer or take draws. I didn't actually follow this rule particularly well, but that made me fight on and made me lose positions sometimes where I was a lot better. But in the end, you have to find the correct continuations in promising positions. Good bit of advice there for anyone trying to get better. This ending, it's going to be a draw. Black has the extra pawn, but 4 versus 3 is normally a draw, and I think if White even just doesn't do anything here, Black can't really break through. I mean, obviously you should play on as Black here. You got the extra pawn. There's no reason to agree to a draw, and Daniel would probably win this position 99% of the time in bullet chess at least, but it's not really any chances here against someone as technically good as Jules.
Yeah, Jules can just curl up into a ball here, and Black can continue to trade pawns, but even that doesn't really afford Black any additional winning chances. In Bullet, this is completely winning, because actually the reason isn't even the extra pawn. It's what the extra pawn gives you. It gives you complete king safety. You park your king on g7. You never have to worry about lateral checks, and then you just use your rook to milk a lot of time off your opponent's clock. Then at the right moment, you start advancing your g-pawn and posing too many problems for White to deal with only a few seconds. But Jules Mousard is going to hold this. He's going to have a tough game tomorrow with Black, and definitely a chance for Nsubuga if he plays the same way with the white pieces. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow?
Yeah, so very good result there for the player from Uganda. And okay, well, just trying to catch up, see if there's any action. We love tactics, so if you spot any tactics at home, please do let us know. And while we have a think about that, maybe we should just look at this game where Adiban managed to get the draw there, because we were saying, Adiban's position is really bad and White's got everything he wants, but there's not much more to see there. Sorry, I saw you brought up another game there, Daniel, as well, but there's a very strange decision from White here. I mean, Lance had played a great game, got a very good position, and he forces the draw.
Terrible decision by Lance de la Fuente, and the reason he forced that draw, I think, has to do with a little bit of panic that he felt when, after bishop h6, rook f6, bishop g7, he assumed, I think, that the rook is trapped and that the game is almost over, and it must have been a psychological blow to face the move rook to f7. And the point is, after knight f7, king f7, suddenly Black is going to recover the exchange. But here's the crazy thing, Simon. Even here, after bishop h6, bishop g4, you go king d3. You don't want to go king f2 and walk into another check, but you can go forward. And this endgame is still incredibly nasty for Black, because Black's position is riddled with pawn weaknesses. White is not risking it all. But forget all of that. Instead of going for the exchange, in this position, you could have dropped the bishop back to g5, gotten the initial position that you started with, just make a slow move. Play h4, right? Play b3, improve your position, enjoy your life. Black is essentially paralyzed, and you can always secure this bishop with h4, taking the sting out of bishop e7. You're playing a World Cup, you have a big opportunity, and I really feel like Adiban might make Lance pay for this tomorrow, because Adiban with White really is a beast.
Yeah, agreed. With white pieces, he has so many aggressive ideas, and we were discussing this on the Champions Tour, this kind of thing, Daniel, that when you sort of agree a draw, and you shouldn't agree a draw, it's like the chess gods will punish you. Yeah, they're like, you kind of know that you've got to play these positions on. You know, it's a knockout competition. It's what I said earlier about never agreeing a draw. You've got to fight, and you lose a bit of your sort of, you could even say karma, if you believe in that kind of thing. You get punished. It often just doesn't work well. Play until the bitter end, and taking a draw here. Maybe Lance just didn't realise how good his position was. That's the only thing I can think of here. Maybe he saw the two bishops and he thought, okay, my opponent. You can often talk yourself in a pessimistic way out of realising how good your position is, right?
Especially when nerves are playing a role, and you start justifying, listen, I'm slightly lower rated. This is the first game I've ever played in a World Cup. There's this restaurant that's open till 8 p.m. and it's already 7, and I'll make it there. There's so many different avenues that you take when in your mind you've already made up your mind to take that draw. But we've all been through this experience of coming back to the hotel room, firing up our laptop, turning on Stockfish, seeing that plus 1.5 or plus 2 evaluation. I remember I had a game against Eric Hansen in the last round of the Reykjavik Open where, similar scenario, I talked myself into the draw. I opened up my laptop, and when I looked at that position from my hotel room, it was like a completely different position. I could not conceive of why on earth I had accepted that draw. I was positive that I would have won the game if I had just made 1 or 2 accurate moves, and I saw them. Just amazing how your mind plays tricks on you within the framework of a tournament situation, and how different it is from the comfort of your warm, comfortable hotel room at the Marriott.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, it's sometimes the case when you're commentating and when you're playing. I mean, when I'm playing, or when I, like let's say even Title Tuesday and Chess.com, I'm missing such basic tactics. As soon as I stop the game and I have a look at the position, you just see them in a second, right? You have to look at things occasionally from a different perspective, a different view, from afar and from near, just so you see clearly. And when the tension is high, as you say, you can talk yourself out of the right evaluation, and it might be a good point if you're about to take the draw. Just before you do that, just have a breath, maybe go and have a walk and just ensure yourself that that's what the right result is to do there. And I think that's a big opportunity missed for Lance in that position, because he will have black in the next game against the ever dangerous Adiban. And okay, how is Lauren getting on here?
Not as well as I thought he was a couple moves ago. This is very much a competitive game, particularly given the time situation. Laurent is down to 7 minutes for 12 moves. White has 2 minor pieces for a rook and 2 pawns. So from a material standpoint, it's a balanced situation. But black has a very big positional problem, which is this pawn on a6. What that means is anytime the queens are traded, white's got a very clear plan of situating the rook on d6 and going after the a-pawn. The knight is actually a beautifully placed piece. It's both defensive and potentially attacking. And Freycinet has just traded queens. I think he wants to go rook c8 and try to get this rook to the second rank, but objectively, I don't think white is worse in this endgame.
No. That a-pawn is a major target, isn't it, for the white pieces here, and the evaluation bar confirming that this position is really unclear at the moment. And the current position also, Freycinet is lower on time. He's only got 7 minutes left. He's got to be a little bit concerned here about how things are going. His opponent is another player I don't know, I also haven't heard of, from Algeria. Again, looks like a very underrated player. But white's got to deal with some problems of that. Well, for example, that black rook infiltrating into the position here. As white, do you want to generally keep a pair of rooks on, or do you want to exchange a pair of rooks off? That's the first thing I'm thinking, because if I want to exchange rooks off, maybe I just move my king to the center and I block the check with my rook. But I think in a general sense, you want to keep the rooks on if you're white here, but maybe that's just not possible because black's rooks are too active.
I think this is a great instance of the specifics of the position trumping general considerations, which do dictate that you want to keep an additional pair of rooks on the board as the side with the minor pieces, because the rook, what it has over the minor pieces is this ability to trampoline from one side of the board to the other. So if you have a rook, then that particular role can be filled by your lone rook. But what is the particular factor that proves the exception here? It's the fact that after king e2, I'll make the moves on the board. If the rooks get traded, black will actually have a very hard time defending the a6 pawn. Well, how does that unfold? First of all, you can't win the a pawn because white can permanently defend it with the bishop. And then the knight has a beautiful pathway to c5, unstoppable. And I don't even see a way for black to get the rook to a8. But even if you're able to do that, white's king is going to come up and black is going to be confined to completely passive existence. The big other problem, Simon, is that black has the 4-on-2 majority, but it's going to take, 40 years for black to actually set those pawns in motion. By the time you do that, the World Cup is going to be ending, and you're definitely not going to have that a6 pawn.
Yeah, no, I agree. And it could be that Lauren well, I don't know if he's in trouble, but he's got to certainly be careful in this position. It's an unbalanced position, and the main issue is his a6 pawn. That a6 pawn is a target for a long time, and this simple move, a king e2, looks like at least a backup plan that you can play. Get your king to a safer square. You might want to centralize your king and then bring your rook to attack the a6 pawn at the right time. So of course, king e2 is an option, and there was another line there actually. After king e2, rook c2 check. Maybe just king e3 is just a good move, right? As well, because of the back rank problems. Is that right?
Or even king d1. How
king
crazy
d1.
is it that you can hit either rook?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so true. You don't even have to calculate rook d2. Oh, that definitely. Then you go king e2. Black probably has to waste a move then on creating luft for his king. White plays, I don't know, bishop b6 maybe, just to set up that knight c5 idea. And probably for black, you actually are the one that wants to keep both rooks on the board, because if you keep both rooks on the board, you're able to effectively prevent the knight from jumping into c5, and you're able to keep the status quo. And that's why the eval bar is all zeros, I think, because you get a situation where essentially neither side is able to make easy progress. Okay, in the meantime, rook to d4 has been played by white, but he's overzealous. He's trying to force it, Simon, and he's given black's rook a golden ticket to the second rank, because after the rooks are traded and black's rook jumps into c2, the b2 pawn is going to preclude white from engineering the ideal setup and winning the a6 pawn.
I totally agree. It's very tempting to try and force the situation, but this move is allowing black's rook on that open file to become much more active than it should be, and any little thing that you give away is a concession, and this move is going to allow black to get very active with his rook, so it could now turn again in Lauren's favour. Even saying that, I know the evaluation bar really likes black here, but the simple plan that you've pointed out of going for the A pawn, using the white knight to go for black's pawn on the left hand side, is always going to be a race situation. So if you're in Lauren's position, you realise that white's going to win that pawn, and you're going to have to calculate incredibly carefully with under 6 minutes. You don't really want to be in a race situation against someone who's much lower rated than you, 400 points lower, because you could lose. Okay, and this position, I expect Lauren will move in with the rook, and he may start taking control. I'm also hearing, just so you know, Dania, that if you remember that game, let me get this right, and it was the very interesting Sicilian game with Dante. Yes. And Dante was playing against Saric, yeah. I'm hearing that maybe Dante could even be better in that game. I'm not sure if that's true, but another game we could catch up on at some point.
Absolutely. Let's go there next. I just wanted to make one final observation, which is that definitely white sees rook c2, but what he might have missed is that after rook c2, knight c5, black has this move e5, unchaining the bishop from the knight. The bishop is overloaded, actually. That's the problem. It has to keep b2 protected, it has to keep c5 protected, and black's b-pawn is, unfortunately for white, a lot faster than the a-pawn. Great stuff by Laurent Fressinet, not panicking in time pressure, and he is now very likely to win the game. Such a good case study of how specific factors influence the evaluation. You just cannot make any conclusions on the basis of general rules. Everything depends on where the pieces are located, whose move it is, and the particulars of the piece placement and the variations at this level. Okay, let's go to the Beukes Saric game, where black is down in exchange currently. Both sides in severe time pressure, particularly Dante. But yeah, he's doing pretty well here, Simon. What's going on in this position?
Quite a lot by the looks of it. I mean,
yeah. What's not going on?
Yeah, what's not going on? I mean, at least the queens are off. I mean, the first thing to do in any situation like this is to just count the material, and a quick count can tell us that white has the extra exchange, so white is material up, but we can also see black's minor pieces, knights and bishops, are very, very active, and it is now white to move. Any result I'd say is possible here.
100%. Knight c4 is the last one. Black obviously has very significant compensation for the exchange in the form of great piece coordination and lasting pressure on White's manifold pawn weaknesses. The bishop is currently hanging. Dante has to drop it back, but I'm not sure what Black's next move is after bishop f2. You obviously cannot take on c5. It's bad positionally, but it also fails due to a check on d8. How do you think Ivan is going to improve his position? Is he just going to start pushing his kingside pawns up with something like g5 or maybe something like king f7, just tossing the ball back into White's court, which can be very unpleasant when you've got only a couple minutes for 8 or 9 moves?
Yeah, agreed. Actually, I mean, I think if I was Black here and my opponent's short of time, you don't always want to force the situation, because if you force the situation, you make your opponent play good moves, and it's that sort of saying where you allow them to make mistakes. And I think the idea of using your pawn majority, gaining space on the king side with like g5, king f7, king g6 makes a lot of sense. Those pawns that Black has on the king side, at some point they could take a lot of territory and even become a pass pawn. So I very much like that idea, just asking White, how are you going to improve? I've got obvious ways to improve my position. And I think the biggest thing that a lot of players can do in order to improve their chess around, I don't know, like the 1600 rating, which is a very common rating in improvers, is to get into the habit of working out their opponent's plans just as much as their own plans. Because most people will concentrate on their own plans and kind of forget about their opponent's moves. And if you realise your opponent doesn't have many good moves that improve his position, then again you can allow him to make mistakes, and you bring that big factor into the game of chess. And that's why I think g5 is an excellent move here, as you rightly pointed out, Daniel.
It is, and Dante's time is just dwindling. It's crazy how your last 5 minutes seem to evaporate so much faster than your first 5 minutes. And White's rook is stuck on d4. It's got no squares. I mean, I would be contemplating an exchange sack on d6. That's the first move that came to my mind. But Black doesn't even have to take. Black will play king f7. And I think the time situation might be the factor which tips the scales, practically speaking, actually in Black's favor. So I like the way that Saric has handled this endgame. He's garnered himself winning chances, and Beukes will have to be very precise for the next couple of moves. But still, Simon, I think that the lower-rated players have acquitted themselves very well thus far. A lot of games that are really coming down to the wire. One game that's not coming down to the wire is Gadir Guseinov's game. If we could go to that one really quickly, I think we might get a result there in the span of a couple moments, because there's checkmate that is on the horizon. Wow. And White's losing on time.
Oof. How did that king get all the way there? I mean, I know you want to use your king in the ending, but maybe not as much as this. And White, 15 seconds to go. There is a threat of that bishop, as you pointed out, just sliding in with checkmate. This seems to be the only way to defend it, but I don't think the White king is going to survive much longer here, is it?
No, king g7 is going to end the game. It's a simple move. You just prevent White's king from running to f6. He's already played it, and bishop c7 is mate. Yeah, you got to go bishop d5, but then f6 and bishop f7. There's like 600 different mating constructions here. It's over.
Nice finish. King safety important, and there were some bit of nervous moments for Black in that game, but actually the decisions that were made were very clever decisions. I think when he maybe missed this knight d4 option earlier on. So we expect resigning or a loss on time. Are we going to see it? 9 seconds. Okay, he's played bishop d5. The only way to stop checkmate.
f6.
And yeah, he's going to play f6, isn't he? I wonder if we see. Yeah.
Both players know exactly how this game is going to end, but White still needs to go through the motions because you're not down any pieces yet. And at this point, White's not thinking about a move because there's only one move. He's thinking, do I resign now? Do I resign after bishop f7, or do I wait for Black to capture my bishop? Which is probably the path he's going to go down.
There we go. Winning a piece, winning the game. Be nice to see resonations on the board. It's going to be a tough game. There you go. Okay, and we see the end of that one. So another game down.
Indeed.
Maybe we could have a look what's happening on the top board today, and that's Cheparinov, who had this Tarash. We could potentially see how things are going on. That was actually a good game there, and a nice victory in the end. Let's see how Cheparinov's getting on. You can see a lot of the games already finished.
Yep.
And what's happening here? Looks a bit of a crate. I mean, my first glance at the position. Whoa! Look at that pawn. It's gone a long way. But is the pawn just getting surrounded?
Well, it is. But great defensive move by Black on his last seconds. He's down under a minute for 6 moves. White is currently up a pawn. That's basically all that I have concluded from my careful examination of the position. What's going to happen here is, I think, a move like rook c2. Black is going to win back the e5 pawn, but he's going to lose the d2 pawn in return, and White's going to get this 2-on-1 on the queen side. Should be a technical win for Cheparinov. Obviously, White has to be very careful. And White will have to play f4 first in order to avoid the knight fork on c4. But I think Cheparinov has no way to keep this pawn protected. Actually, he could play f4, Simon. I'll be honest. I thought knight takes b2 was a threat, but it occurs to me that that's merely a trade. So Chepa might want to go f4 here and get a little bit greedy.
Yeah, if you can get away with being greedy, then you should when you're playing chess. Greed is good in the game, and the knight on d1, Cheparinov's only knight, does a great job of stopping Black's threats here, stopping that pawn on d2. So it should be going the right way for Cheparinov. He's using his time correctly here, and Black still putting in a good performance though. I'm trying to find some, I like a bit of attacking chess as much as you can, Daniel. We're getting to the time control here. Seems like someone's about sawing something like a tree down outside my window as well, so I apologise for that. But if you hear sawing noises, there's not an operation going on, thankfully, I think, as far as I know. But one game which is looking quite interesting, maybe we could go there for some tactics. It's not sure what board it is, but it's actually the problem-solving world champion on numerous occasions, Kasper Piolrun from Poland. And he's playing Pablo, and the game's really heating up there. White is just throwing everything at the Black King in that game, and with the time situation, well, this could be a bit of an upset. Look at the Black King.
Look at the Black King. It's wide open. It's easy to look at. It's hard to look at, depending on which side you're rooting for. White is, I want to say, completely winning. He's also up a pawn, which is not helping Black's cause at all. This has just been a destructive tactical effort by the international master, young international master from Argentina. These are the most dangerous players in the World Cup. These 2490 IMs that you've never heard of, but are incredibly good and very young and hungry. And there is several beautiful tactical operations here that can be conducted. Actual operations, not just the cutting down of a tree. I would start, Simon, with a check on g5 here. Force the king onto a compromised square. And then there's always going to be, I think, a sack on e5, followed by something like f6. Something's going to manifest itself, and you don't want to let Black hang in the game and make time control if you're Acosta, because that might have cost him.
Like it. Okay. And that was a nice. Can we show that on the board, that one, Daniel? Because that was a nice combination. I like that check. And maybe the Black King shouldn't go in the corner, but if it does go in the corner, it's really getting itself in a rather unsavory situation. And I love the way you're just blasting through with this f6 move. And I like the way you move that as well. Is that how you'd move the pawn if you were doing it, just to rub it in your opponent's face? Would you get it and go, ooh,
I want
like Harry
to make
Potter?
Sure I don't have to get facial reconstruction surgery, so like I would avoid screwing the pieces in. It's like Yasser's famous story with Gary Kasparov screwing in the pieces. But that was one possibility. He has played a different move. By the way, easy to blunder your queen here. There's a lot of knights kind of hanging around the vicinity of the king side. He's gone queen e8, but that is very inaccurate because black can shut down, or at least partially shut down the diagonal with the move d4. And we know what happens when you let these top guys hang around and hang around. Suddenly, the position starts to get harder and harder to win. After d4, white might be relying on e takes d4, but after e takes d4, Simon, there's this very nasty idea of bishop to c3, and suddenly a lot of white's pieces are starting to get beaten back.
Yep. Yeah, it's true. And I mean, that last line just seems so natural, didn't it, to keep the lines open and just try to keep the things flowing. So I was just picturing there, you know, what I would actually do if I was having in a very tense situation and I made a blunder and my opponent did start moving the pawn like that. Or, you know, there's many different styles, and people, I think, forget about playing actually over a physical board, how things are different compared to playing with a mouse, right? Because when you're playing with a mouse, when you're playing online, you don't see the opponent. But you mentioned this thing about Garry Kasparov screwing the piece into the board yet, and you've got all these different techniques of how people move the pieces. And, you know, what Garry Kasparov used to do, if he played a really good move, he'd put the move on the board, but then just to show it is really good, he would like,
just gotta make sure it doesn't slip away from the square, you know.
You just, really like, oh, that's such a good move. And he just like, you know, literally shows the opponent that piece is going to stay there. But then you've got other people, you know, you've got the, you know, that's a screwing move. And you've got the, like, people who just hop, you know, they hop their pieces in. That's really off-putting. There's loads of weird techniques. Have you ever faced someone who turned the knights backwards when they're playing you? That is a horrendous habit. So you've got the actual knights. Most people put them forwards or sideways. And in a game over the board, you're not supposed to touch your opponent's pieces to adjust them, shadow them. But I had one guy and he turned his knights so they were facing backwards. And I'm like, what can I do? Can I turn them around? You're not supposed to do that. I can't play against these knights. They look so stupid. And it annoyed me for the whole game, Daniel. Have you ever faced that?
Never faced knights backward, thankfully, because I would have to adjust the knights every single move. I myself have changed. I used to be a forward-facing knight preference. Now my knights face the side, but they have to face the same side. If they face different sides, I start, you know, the OCD inside of me starts to flare up. But definitely, knights facing backwards is a huge no-no. There's many ways to make moves. There's also different ways to press the clock. I was discussing with my friends how some players, they make too much of an effort. I mean this negatively. This is a slightly annoying attribute. Players who spend too long trying to make sure that they make as quiet of a sound as possible when they press the clock. So they'll almost press it from their opponent's side of the... They'll just, like, make the craziest hand motion to emit the lowest decibel level. Like, it's okay. You can press the clock. I like the sound of the clock press.
Yeah, but also there's the opposite side of that, and I was playing English Grandmaster, and it was in the British Championships, and every move he played, and it wasn't even that short a time, he basically thought the clock was like a punching bag, and he would slam it as hard as he can so that everyone would jump out of their chair. And I had to say something. I said, I basically said, I actually just leant over and I just said, do you have something against the clock? Because he was literally trying to destroy that poor clock, and, you know, it was jumping around. So you've got all these little things, these factors when you're playing over the board, which actually make things quite exciting as well. But maybe, I do miss playing over the board. I need to get back to the action at some point, I feel.
You do. No, it makes it so exciting. As white continues to contemplate this new set of challenges, I want to go... Okay, we're getting tons of results that are coming in. This is that part of the broadcast where we're going to get, you know, a lot of games falling like dominoes. The Turkish GM Vachier-Lagrave defeated his senior opponent, Croatian Zdenko Kozul, with the black pieces. But the game I want to get to next is that Harsha Barakoti game, which is entering the... Oh, my bad. Sorry about that. Let me pull up that game once again, which is entering the all-out time scramble phase. Now it's Ponsalaya, who has joined his opponent in time pressure land, and Simon, Black's position is completely lost from an objective standpoint.
Wow, can we have a look what happened? I mean, like, because we can maybe go through the moves very quickly, because obviously it's a very interesting part of the game, but this has been one of the most exciting games so far, and we saw the White Knight coming into e6, didn't we? And did Black sacrifice after that knight came in? Because it was, very exciting.
He did, and let's just wait for Harsha to make a move, and then I'll rewind really quickly.
Yeah.
He's done it. Okay, obviously there's a little bit of a delay. Rookie won best move in the position because he can block a check on f3 with this very important resource, queen g2. So really quickly, he did in fact play knight b6. So he sacked the exchange. That sacrifice was accepted with a delay. Here there was e takes d3, and another missed chance by Ponsalaya. He had to take the bishop, and look at that dark square domination that he would have had he taken on d3. Instead, he takes the knight, gives white the bishop pair, and gives white dark square control, and also gives white massive queenside pressure. Ponsalaya puts all of his pieces back. Suddenly, he's dealing with irresolvable challenges on the queenside because a5 is unstoppable, and he's got nothing going on the other side of the board. White just plays a5, not fearing the empty check on f3, securing the loot, dropping the queen back, and he is within a couple of moves of consolidating and winning this game. A game that Levon Ponsalaya absolutely should have won on the board, on the clock, etc. But there's one hurdle for white to cross. He has to find rook g2, queen f3, and then this quiet move, king to g1, and I think that will end the game.
Yeah.
And he did.
I mean, the black knights are really bad position. They're awful, awfully placed here. Neither of the black knights can find a good way in or anything to do. And how would you, in this World Cup, what makes it so exciting is it's 2 games, right? So you lose the first one, you have to win the second game. And as the tournament progresses, each match is going to get closer and closer. They're going to be very closely fought. And if you lose a game like that, and this is a general question, I suppose, Dania, how do you cope with it in a tournament? You lose a game you should be winning, the most painful kind of loss, but you've got to play another game the next day. Do you personally have any secret things you do? Do you go for a walk? Do you drink a bottle of vodka? What do you do, Dania?
My coping strategy for these kinds of games was always a horror movie. It was a tradition. Nice. I would always take my mind off. Do something radically different that doesn't involve chess and that takes your mind off of the pain that you're experiencing. So it was always specifically a horror movie because they're captivating, and you would enter a different reality and forget about the one that you're inhabiting for a bit. Anything that gives you perspective and allows you to just chill out is really important. So Levon will have to tap into whatever that mechanism is for him. And it's different for different people, but you have no time to wallow because tomorrow you have another game, you have to win it, and you have to be so psychologically strong. The best World Cup players are the ones who have proven their mettle in these exact types of situations.
You've got to have that bounce back ability. I mean, all the top players, right, they're able to come back stronger the next day. You mentioned horror films. I do love a good horror as well, Daniel.
Nice.
And I really like horror films, actually. I watch them all the time. Do you have a favourite one, just out of interest? Putting you on the spot there, I'll give you a bit of time to think about it.
There's so many that I that I love. I'd have to go The Conjuring, maybe, of recent movies that I've watched.
Classic good film. I do like the paranormal ones as well. It is, yeah. And would you watch it on your own to try? Is it like you're punishing yourself? Is that the thing? You're like, oh God, I need to punish myself somehow for that.
A little bit. There's a little bit of the masochistic streak. By the way, Queen B7 here is the fastest way to end the game because it sets up this unstoppable mating mechanism of Bishop G5 and Rook E8. But that is, I don't think Levon will have to watch a horror movie because he's inhabiting a horror movie right now, especially if White plays Queen B7. The Babadook is coming after Black's king.
The Babadook. That was another one, another classic of recent years. And yeah, Queen B7 is a really nice move, just trapping that black king. And if you look at the black knights, they can't really move. You know, the white king is so safe because of white's bishop, and it was this move in the center, e4, which allowed that dark square bishop to sit there forever. The Babadook. Hereditary, that's another good film as well. That is pretty dark, though, I have to say. Have you seen that one?
I saw that in the theater.
Yeah, that was heavy. That was some heavy stuff there, but good horror film there.
Speaking of heavy stuff,
and he's coming.
That's it.
Yeah.
Oh, what a tragedy! And you know what compounds it is the fact that you've got Magnus, the chance to play Magnus.
Yes.
If you win this match, this is going to be pure pain for Levon Ponsalaya, who played such a good opening, had many chances, but ultimately, huge credit to Harsha Barakoti. Time pressure, bad position, doesn't care, sits down and rattles off accurate move after accurate move, and he's going to finish it with a beautiful deflection sacrifice on G5.
Such a nice idea, Bishop G5, and I think as it's been commentated in the chat, often, you know, it comes down to nerves, these encounters. Two players, very similar rating. Looked like Black got his opening in. It looked like Black was doing all the right things, but White kept his nerve, kept the pressure up, and you know, kept going more than anything else. And he's going to get a victory here at some
look at this. This is gorgeous. This is exquisite tactical eye by Harsh. I mean, obviously basic, but still very nice. Rookie 8 is a very refreshing ladder checkmate. And Levon just breathed his last breath.
But you've left the bishop on pre.
Oh my gosh, Simon, I'm really losing my ability with age. And so is Harsha Barakoti. Yes. Come on, Harsha. Do your puzzle rush, man.
Yeah. And very nice. Yeah, I don't think there's any way you can stop that rook coming down, is there? You know, he resigns. So I forgot that the winner of this match is actually facing Magnus Carlsen, and more than anything, that on its own is such a really cool reward for winning your first match, right? Playing the best player ever. So yeah, brilliant.
Brilliant indeed.
So that game is over. Do we have any other games that we should go to in the time trouble? Maybe we can have a look at Cheparinov and just pop back in some of those top boards.
Yes, let's look at Cheparinov. As we do that, I will mention that Eduardo Iturrizaga Bonei, the Spanish phenom, the Grandmaster, he's lost his first game with the white pieces to Gunzorig Amartufshin from Mongolia. 24-07 defeats a GM with the black pieces. It was not a fluke. He outplayed him from start to finish. I looked at that game over break. Wow. Huge congrats to the Mongolian IM, and best of luck to him tomorrow. Eduardo is going to be mad, and we have seen so many games that are won on demand. But look at this. Look at this, Simon. This is a very competitive endgame. This could be a draw.
Yeah. And I have to say, Cheparinov is not looking happy at the moment after that move. He's looking a little bit annoyed with himself. And White has the extra pawn, though, no? So still some chances. But White's pawns are quite weak. And the Black King seems like it has a great chance to enter straight into the position.
But the issue is that White's saddled with all of these weaknesses throughout the board. A takes b4. The time control has been made, so very important. Both sides now have 30 minutes with which to work in this night end game. How is this game likely to unfold? Well, I think the big issue is that after A takes b4, Black has a very accurate move. We could pull up an analysis board because the players are going to take their time. Apparently, it is very important for Black to throw in the move g5. Why? Because you're preventing f4 and you're keeping all of White's pawn islands, right? You're essentially ensuring that White doesn't connect any of his pawns. White probably will bring up his king, and now Black can start hunting for White's weak pawns, f4, and now, for example, gf4, knight f3, and you just start liquidating. And ultimately, White's not going to win the game. He's not going to have enough pawns if Black can remove all of the kingside pawns off the board. So I actually think Al-Hassadi is like a couple of accurate moves away from pulling off what would be a massive upset, particularly given how this game has gone.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it looked like Ivan was basically in charge of it most of the way, and he was basically, just controlling everything. And when you are, I mean, these are some of the most painful games. You're controlling the game, you let something slip, your opponent's right back in it, and you've got to suddenly adjust to that. And there is a danger you can even push a little bit too hard. I mean, I suppose my first thought here, Daniel, was why not take with a knight or on b4? I mean, this is another option because it's quite famous in knight and pawn endings that if you have a rook's pawn, the rook's pawn is a very strong pass pawn, and it is an extra pass pawn. So can he take with a knight here? Is that another way you could try and play this position? I mean, that would come with risk though.
I would take with the knight. I think that's their best option because, first of all, it poses black with an immediate dilemma. And one very instructive mistake that black could make here is to run directly for the a-pawn, forgetting that you have weaknesses on the other side of the board that the king has to supervise. Here, Cheparinov can drop back to d3, and if you try to do the same thing that we talked about in the other line with g5, the black king is stuck in no man's land, and white will start to pursue the knight out of g2. And after knight h4, f4, this is the critical difference, right? Black doesn't have the move knight to f3. So after the trade, black also cannot approach with his king. So this is like the ideal scenario for Cheparinov. Instead, after a b4, knight b4, black has to stick to the center of the board. King to c5 is very important to be able to go to d5, but to also be close enough to the a-pawn where you're obviously preventing the move a4. So absolutely not, pretending that this is a guaranteed draw. There's a lot of challenges left to solve by black, and we know how good these top grandmasters are at whipping out chances even when there seem to be no chances left to be found.
Yeah, and it's a good time to have a break now. I mean, you can see that Cheparinov has gone into a bit of a think and is using that time in these critical moments. They both now have got that extra half an hour each where they get 30 seconds added on per move, and you've really got to use that time. Do you play it safe, take with a pawn, catch it with a pawn, and rely on winning tomorrow? But that is a gamble. If something goes wrong in one game, you're out of the competition. Or do you really push in this game, maybe giving your opponent some chances? I think the pushing technique is the right way to go here. Take with a knight and go for it.
Yeah. You have nothing to lose.
Nothing to lose, yeah. You're not risking too much there anyway. But you can see Cheparinov looking annoyed. I'm also wondering of some of the games and results that we have been covering today, if Aryan is still playing. So I'm just going to bring that one up. And he is still playing, so I don't know if it's worth checking there while we wait for Cheparinov to move. It does look like Aryan Tari is doing very well in that one. He's controlled the game very nicely, so not too much to report. Any other upsets? We're always getting upsets in these competitions, so I'll just have a look, see if there's anything else we should maybe go to.
Alexander Ediz has some beautiful tactics in his game against Amir Zaibi. That was the game with a very nice idea by Zaibi earlier in the game. By the way, Etienne Bacro also struggling to win his first game. He's not risking, but he's in a queen endgame up a pawn. But he's got an exposed king, and he's got a very difficult technical task ahead of him. So that's another potential upset in the making. We also have the game between Dante Beukes and Ivan Saric, which is approaching time control. And finally, I'll let you have the final say as to where we go next, Simon. But we have... What do we have? We have Pablo Salinas Herrera, the Grandmaster from Chile, is very close to defeating Denis Kadric in over 2,600 GM from Bosnia. Look at this position. Pablo Salinas is up a knight.
Wow, okay.
And Wow, Pablo Salinas is so underrated. He just came from Charlotte. I saw him 2 weeks ago. He played 2 tournaments here. He had a couple of rough events in the U.S., and he's just won. Wow, look at that timing.
Yeah.
Kadri Trezani's down a knight. He has nothing to show for it, and the queens are going off the board. Pablo Salinas upset Danish Grandmaster Mads Andersen in a brilliancy at the last World Cup, and now he's won another game against a 2,600 rated opponent.
Yeah, great results, and we are seeing those upsets. I mean, the good thing about these knockout competitions is, okay, you get an upset, but the opponent gets a chance to bite back. So you really see kind of the worth of the player if they can bounce back and recover from these upsets. I mean, I just checking other games that are going on. It does seem like Demchenko is another player who is struggling a little bit against his lower rated player. Another, is it Peruvian player, Liva? He's outrated him by nearly 300 points, and he's a pawn down here. Some decent drawing chances I expect here for black. That extra pawn is not great, but still a bit of work to be done for Demchenko in that position. Maybe not the most interesting of positions at the moment. Can white use that pawn? Well, what do we reckon? More chances for a draw than a win here, I'd probably say.
I would say 70-30, even 80-20 draw for 2 reasons. The first is that the pawn is very safely blockaded, and it's immobile for the time being. But the second is that in order to unblock the pawn, white will have to divert resources, in particular the bishop on f3, and that is a very dangerous game, because the moment that you remove the bishop from the long diagonal, black will immediately have these mate threats with rook a1 and bishop d5. There's even a very pretty line after bishop b2, rook a1 check, king h2. The best move in the position is, in fact, to play bishop d5. I mean, look at this move. And obviously, bishop takes c4, rook h1 is checkmate. And rook e7 check looks very strong, but doesn't actually help. White has to find, apparently, the move bishop f3 in order to maintain a drawn position. And after king takes c7, it looks like only black is playing. So that's how easy it is to actually allow the tables to get turned. I don't think Leva, as the lower rated player, is going to do anything this overzealous. I think he's going to kind of tread water, and I think Demchenko, with 25 minutes, has enough in the tank here to hold the draw.
Yeah, I expect so. I think it will end up being a draw there. And other games, okay, was quite close encounters throughout the ratings range of where people have similar ratings. Most games are now getting into the ending, into the later stages. So I'm still searching. I'm looking for any.
Oh, I found a game.
You found a game. Good. Let's. What have you found there? Okay, that's an interesting position.
Kind of boring and balanced, Simon, but the best that we have out of the remaining positions. This is really a symmetrical position. Should be a draw, right? I mean, not much talk. Opposite-colored bishops. Not much going on here.
Wow, what is going on here? It's a bit crazy, yeah?
Black is winning. This is incredible. Look at this position.
Yeah.
So black's last move after h4, Josiah trying to generate chances against black's king. Rook to a7.
Beautiful.
Double idea. Deflection and setting up x-ray attack on the e7 rook. Too many threats, and the black king is safe. After rook takes f7, you can make a knight, but a better idea is just to trade rooks and overwhelm white's defenses with b takes a3, when obviously the 2 pawns are completely unstoppable. What a win this is going to be by Mikhail Antipov.
Lovely move, rook a7. I mean, that shows some great vision, right? Just finding that move in that situation. It's not the first move that would spring to most minds there. Using those pawns to come through. I'm also just trying to have an update on some of the games we've already looked at, and the Saric game is still very interesting there, but maybe not too much has changed. This was the game between Saric and Dante. Dante playing a brilliant game, I have to say, being outrated by 400 odd points or something. Dante from Nambia. And that one's still quite closely battling away. Fresnay. Well, should we have a little look at Fresnay's position? Because he seems to have got a fair few pawns there.
I think that's definitely the game we'll go to. I actually think we are going to go on a short break first. But after that, we've got the two biggest games still going on. The Saric game and the Fresnay game, I think, are probably the most competitive, Simon, of the games remaining. So plenty in store for the viewers. But I need a little bit more coffee.
Good idea. We'll take a break. Be back soon.
International Master Danny Wrench, Chief Chess Officer, back again with more chess terms here for you today. We're going to talk about the passed pawn. The passed pawn must be pushed. You hear it said often, and that's because just about every endgame you see that isn't a blowout often comes down to maybe someone's up one pawn, or maybe even just the first person to create a passed pawn is the person who goes on to win that game. We're going to talk about what the passed pawn is and define it for you in today's video. Let's do it. What is a passed pawn? A passed pawn is a pawn that has no enemy pawns stopping it from moving forward. That means pawns either on the file in which it resides or on the adjacent files that would therefore capture the pawn should it advance. So if a pawn has none of those things stopping its way, then it's time to push them, baby, as our boy Yasser would say, and as you hear mentioned on many broadcasts that you would watch on Chess TV. And on that note, as we look at our game examples we like to do, this is taken from Tomaszewski versus Rajaba. Here, White plays the move b5 exclam, which highlights, again, it's not how many pawns you have, but who's going to be threatening to get a queen first. After Black takes it, White pushes forward with gusto, and because the rook can't blockade the pawn due to the light square bishop, this game is already over. Black is going to have to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn on b6, and White would simply be up a minor piece. Note that after the first move b5, should a takes b5 have been played, White would have pushed this pawn and then trapped the rook on a7, showing the power of the passed pawn. As with it protecting the bishop, this rook is completely out of the game, and White would easily go on to win, picking up pawns and just flexing the rook's muscles over the bishop for the rest of the game. So here we see a passed pawn being used as a weapon to just cramp down and trap all of your enemy pieces. So this has been another Chess Terms video. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're enjoying all of them. And with that, I will sign off, hoping that you learned something about what a passed pawn is. And we'll see you around on chess.com.
we're back with our coverage of the first round of the FIDE World Cup in Baku, the capital of Azerbaijan. And well, this is one of the most exciting chess events of the year. There's over 300 of the best players playing. It's a knockout competition. They start by playing one game each at a bit of a longer time limit, and if it's a draw after that, rapid and then blitz, and it can be very, very exciting. But maybe the most important thing about this competition, which every elite chess player wants to get into, is the top 3 players at the end of it go to the candidates competition. And the candidates, well, if you haven't heard of the candidates, who are ya? Who are ya? You must have heard of the candidates. It's how you become world champion. And well, it's a big award to get. Daniel, why aren't you in the candidates?
Man, Simon, my chess career has entered a dead end, a cul-de-sac, so to speak. I can't even win the FIDE Grand Swiss Isle of Man. I can't even qualify for the World Cup. I can't even defeat Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't know what I can do, I'll be honest.
Well, you're nearly chess.com bullet world champion. I mean, you were close. there was a couple of other guys in front of you there, but
they were very good.
Yeah, I mean, you should have beat them. To be fair, you know, I did think you would pip them somehow, but didn't quite happen this time around. But maybe in the future, Daniel, don't give up on your career yet. Yeah, we'd love to see you in the candidates, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we? Twitch chat. Would we like to see Daniel in the candidates, crushing somebody's of the world's elite with the Jabava London, and you know, it'd be good to see. But yeah, I mean, but you know, in seriousness, it would be good to see there, of course. But it is a really, you know, I think most chess players who are over 2,600, over 2,500, they just dream of the opportunity to play the best players in the world and break through. And the way to do that is to get into the candidates. We've mentioned it before. And how do you get into the candidates? Well, it's very hard to do. There's only a couple of competitions where you can qualify, and this is one of those competitions. So it is a big chance. And as this competition goes on, the stakes are going to get higher and higher. So it's going to become more and more interesting. You can see the match format that all the players are playing. A lot of the top seeds, well, all of the top seeds have a bye into round 2. The top seed in this first round is Cheparinov, but there are being some shock results as we go on, and it's an opportunity for the lower rated players to show their worth today. Yeah, David Howe, I'm looking forward to seeing him. If you've got to pick one, okay, we've got to pick 3 players who are going to get in the candidates. Daniel, I'm not putting you on the spot at all. Which 3 players will get in the candidates from this tournament?
Well, I have to go with Magnus.
Do you think he'll play in the candidates? Do you think Magnus will?
I think he will.
You think he will? Okay.
I think he will, actually. You know, I think, here's what I think a lot of chess fans are missing. I think people think, okay, Magnus is a problem with the format. He's not going to play a world championship unless it's against, you know, Hikaru or Alireza. But I think what might happen is Carlsen plays the World Cup. He works incredibly hard. He wins the World Cup or he gets second. I feel like, you know, it's some of the psychology behind like cooking. When you cook your own food, if you get the same food from a restaurant, it won't taste as good because you made it with your own hands. I think something similar might happen with Magnus, where he'll feel that he invested so much work into re-qualifying for the candidates. Why don't I play in the candidates? Then he plays in the candidates, he qualifies for the World Championship, and at that point, you know, it's the sunk cost effect. You've sunk too much effort not to play in the World Championship. I am voting that if he wins the World Cup, we will see Magnus in the candidates, and if he wins the candidates, then we will see him in the World Championship. But maybe I'm just applying my biases and I'm living a false reality. So that's one play.
So I think, Daniel, you know, with Magnus, all the chess world would love to see him continue playing classical chess against the other best players, right? It's a dream because he's the best player. I would love to see him fight for the World Championships again. I'd love to see him in the candidates. I'm going to disagree with you. I don't think it's going to happen, I'm afraid. I think he's like, unless the time limit is changed, I think he's like, I've done that. I'm going to play a bit of poker, maybe become a DJ, play a bit of the faster speed limit. I'd love to see it happen. But okay, let's go with Magnus. And which other two players are you going for then?
Okay, for my dark horse, I'm going to choose my compatriot, Ray Robson. I really think that Ray, he was in bad form in the tournament he played in Dubai recently. But when Ray is in good form, I really feel like with his level of opening prep, and that's, I think, the most important factor, he's got such good opening preparation, and that's a much bigger factor in the World Cup than I think it is in other tournaments, because you only have 2 games for each player, and you can really invest a lot of time preparing for each opponent. So I'm going to choose Ray for my dark horse. And listen, obviously Hikaru has shown majestic form over the last year or so. He's got to be a favorite. How about you, Simon? Who's your dark horse? Who's your super GM that you think is going to go far?
Just while you're saying that, I'm looking at Cheparinov's stare there. He had the dead stare against his opponent. He was just staring him down with those eyes. My dark horse is going to be David Howe. It has to be, Daniel, for a number of reasons. Number one, David Howe is a fantastic player. And people forget this because he's such a fantastic commentator. He's nearly qualified twice for the candidates already. He's young. He's incredibly talented. He has a very good style, and he's one of the most competitive fighters that I know. And you need to have that spirit in this competition. You need to be a real fighter. It's so key to have that. So I'm going to go David Howe as my outside horse. I mean, again, the top players, they're all so good. I mean, working on the Champions Tour, you could mention people like Wesley So even, right? Wesley So, I believe, is playing here. I hope I've got that right. I better double check that. But Wesley is just really good in this kind of format. Another outsider, I think these are names to look out for. I was checking this out, Daniel. I mean, I was just checking. Some places they have odds on the players that are created, by some of the betting markets, which I don't get involved with, but they're interested to give us an idea of what's happening. And I was also thinking maybe Gukesh as a little outside bet. He was 40-1, which I thought was crazy, and I thought Gukesh is very capable of qualifying. So I haven't really answered the question about my 3, so I'm going to do it now very quickly. How Gukesh as 2 outsiders, and let me go for, I'm going to pick 4, Wesley So and Magnus Carlsen, just to pick 4 people, just to make it difficult. What do you reckon? Is that a good mix?
I think that's a great mix. I just can't believe that we're watching round 1 and it's already so interesting. Imagine how interesting it's going to be, not only with closer matchups, but when we get to watch Magnus, Hikaru, Wesley, Gukesh, Prague, somebody else that, and I'm not talking about the city in the Czech Republic, I'm talking about the beast, the baby-faced assassin, Pragnananda. How crazy is it going to be when we get that menu of 7 or 8 games featuring all these players? We are spoiled.
We're going to be really spoiled. I mean, this is also going to be going on for, I think, nearly a month now, isn't it, this event? So we've got a brilliant month of chess, and personally I prefer these longer time limit events to the quicker one, because we can really savor every moment of it. We can really get deep into the games and work out what's happening. So it's going to be a fantastic month, and as the big guns start playing, the tension's going to rise so much. And other names that are interesting, I also saw Svidler. He was 250-1. And I think Svidler has got in the final twice. I know he's a bit older, but he's just performed quite well. And, you've got so many legends of the games. Ivanchuk has managed to find his way out of Ukraine into it. And, I think we'll all be cheering for Ivanchuk. But what legends of the game just to watch play, Danya. I mean, I've loved watching such greatness, and especially in such a competitive setting. It's going to be brilliant.
I'm enjoying every second of it, and it's a great privilege to watch so many of these players from various generations in action. And I always compare it to having courtside seats on, an amazing basketball game, which features Michael Jordan and Steph Curry and all the greatest players. Like we get to watch it from up close, not physically, of course. We're not in Baku, as far as I know. Maybe I was transported there in my sleep, but in terms of our closeness to the games as they unfold, I get to have the best seats in the house. So it's really, really amazing. We truly, truly live in the golden age of chess, and those are not just vacuous words to make us feel good. Truly, these experiences should be savored. And I think Ivan Cheparinov is savoring his experience of converting this endgame. They followed the path that we had laid out. I jinxed it. I take responsibility, Simon. It is my fault. Black put the king on the wrong square. He put it on b5, too far away from his own weakness on e6. And Cheparinov will not give Black another chance. This one, unfortunately, is going to be, I think, a 0 on the cross table. But what a 0 it's going to be for the young man from Libya. How close he came to making this draw.
Yeah, a lot of people say that's encouraging, right? When you get close to the draw and you lose, but it doesn't matter who you're playing. It's still really painful. At least he gets another chance tomorrow. And you're right, it looks like White is completely winning now, and this is quite a common endgame technique where you sort of divert your opponent to one side and then you go to the other side, right? And the Black Knight is on the verge of getting trapped. It's not quite getting trapped, but with the White King coming over, it's going to have to go to some very bad squares. That pawn on e6 will drop as well, and I can't really see any way at all that Black even has a chance to hold this, in actual fact.
No.
The Black King's going to be too far away from the action in this ending.
Yeah, he's taking his time, which signals to us that he senses that he's slipping away. And this A-pawn, you called it, Simon, you want the pawn to be as far away from the action as possible. That is called an outside pass pawn. And the moment Black's king inches back toward the center, White will run that pawn up the board. And Black's just overextended. He doesn't have sufficient resources to defend his weaknesses. And of course, this idea of playing f2, f3, f4, the moment the knight drops back to h4, is also very important, because that is the way in which White accesses the e6 pawn from the right side. One way or the other, Black is running out of time, running out of resources. Going to be a win for the top seed, but Cheparinov will have to step it up if he is to continue his sojourn in Baku. Okay, what other games do we have that are competitive? Alexander Ediz is about to defeat Amir Zaibi. He is up a full piece in the endgame. We have the Etienne Bacro game.
There's also an interesting one just going on here between two players quite closely rated, and it's I don't know what board it is, but Megaranto versus and again you have to help me out with the pronunciation here, of which country, Indonesia, with the white pieces, and just an interesting position on the board. White has sort of dived in with an interest. We have knights versus bishops there. Let me try to work out where this one is, and we'll go there. And there you have Sergei Azarov with the black pieces. So quite a lot of action here. The white knight jumping in, and both of these players, 2,500, trying to go as far as they can in this competition. The evaluation bar gives this as even, but that last move leaves the white rook on pre. But the black king is looking very bare at the same time. Hard to assess this by just glancing at the position.
Very hard to assess. After this, we have to go to the Jules Mousard game, because something insane is unfolding in that game. I cannot believe my own eyes. But
let me guess. Is Jules going to win?
He has winning chances.
Okay,
and just that phrase alone should be enough to send people into apoplectic shock. But let's try to puzzle out the evaluation of this game. It might be kind of one of those positions where it's chaotic at the moment, but we're about to get a bunch of liquidation and potentially drawn position, because the pawn count is even. So the biggest question to ask here is, well, what happens if black takes the rook? And the answer is not necessarily knight f6 check. I think this is the tempting move, But believe it or not, it might be wiser for white to just recapture on d2 and maintain, you know, all of the threats against black's king. Because if white plays knight f6 check, after king g7, knight takes e4, black can drop the bishop back to f4, and these bishops are kind of slicing through the position. There's a nasty check on a1, but instead Sergei Asarov takes a different approach. He eliminates the knight on g4 first. Now he's going to take on d2, and then he's going to finish off by taking on g4. So feels like he's preserving nominal winning chances, I want to say, but maybe white can draw by going after that pawn on d6.
Yeah, both kings are quite exposed here. If white can get his queen behind and into the black territory, then the black king will be exposed to a number of checks. So you're right, probably lots of pieces getting whipped off and heading towards a draw. But I really want to see what's happening in this ending where Jules was a pawn down with no winning chances at all. It looked like he was holding the draw quite comfortably, but has he managed to turn it around somehow? Wow, what happened here? So what happened? We have to see what happened here.
Unbelievable. Let's rewind 20 moves or so. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Let's rewind to this position. Okay, black is still up a pawn. Black is still up a pawn. Okay, he got his king sandwiched a little bit between white's pawns. Okay, draw. But black continues to play. Okay, okay. What on earth could have happened here?
Black's still doing all right.
This is a dead draw.
Yeah,
still
dead draw.
fine.
Black's trying though. But
goodness.
Dear.
Oh my gosh. No way. And he loses one pawn and then loses the other because he couldn't have gone the other way. He would have lost the f pawn and lost the game.
Oh dear.
This is, Simon, textbook example of what happens when you overpress, when you try to apply a false reality onto the real reality of the game. You just cannot force it against someone like Jules. And now it's black who has to be very, very careful not to lose this f-pawn. It's still a draw, and he should be able to make it, but when you're panicked and you're depressed because you have to defend now, it's so easy to commit a subsequent blunder. Jules can torture this out for another 50 moves.
Yeah, I mean, you've just lost 2 pawns. I mean, that g4 move was a really big mistake. And sometimes if it's a draw, it's a draw. You just got to take it. You know, you can't, as you say, force the issue. Does white have... I mean, I think the reason this is... Well, of course, it should be a draw. The only way white can win this position is if white wins the black pawn. So it'd probably be the same result. And is there any way that white could ever win that pawn? And I just can't see it, because the black king can always stay in range of it. So white may have to try moving his king to a better position. But if the white king ever moves forwards, the pawn on g2 will drop. So I can't see any way you can even try to win this one. I mean, can you put your rook on g4? Is that something? No, that's... Maybe
exactly what I would try. I would try to play rook g4. The issue is, even if you, in the quote-unquote best-case scenario, you dislodge the rook from the g file, okay, then what? Yeah. Because black's king is going to stay permanently tied to the f-pawn. And anytime you play g3 and trade off a pair of pawns, I mean, that's obvious. Your pawn is not even close to where it should be, so that's an even simpler draw. No, this is... Yeah, unfortunately for Jules, he has to be thrilled to be in this situation to begin with, but... I don't see even a sliver of opportunity here, unless, of course, black commits another egregious error and allows a rook trade, for example. And even then, that might be a draw.
Maybe it wasn't an error, Dania. Maybe black was enjoying himself so much. He's got to the FIDE World Cup. He's playing a great game. He was a pawn up, and he thought, well, look, rather than agreeing a draw, I'll give Jules 2 pawns and just show him that I can still draw this position. I just want to draw this out a little bit.
Draw this out. Nice.
Maybe that's his thinking. I somehow doubt it, though. Now,
yes.
Just getting some news that another game which is also still very close is the Saric game as well. I mean, Saric's opponent, Dante, I think it was playing a brilliant game there in a very exciting Sicilian. So how are things going there. Wow, look at him. Dante's still playing a brilliant game.
But that's the thing. That's why I pointed this game out right when it began. Dante, I played him over the board in a tournament in Charlotte about a year ago. 2180 is a joke of a rating for Dante. He is definitely, maybe not strong IM strength, but he's very tactically gifted and just the kind of guy that you would just hate to face in a tournament. And that's just been happening recently with, some people, yes, they're overrated, but other players are just wildly underrated. And hats off, absolutely hats off to Dante, regardless of how this game goes. Now, what's going on in this position? It looks like White's playing for a win here. He's still up in exchange. He still has this knight that's holding down the c5 pawn. And if Black rushes the move bishop takes c5, when you're up in exchange, that is, when you're down in exchange, you don't want to get too many minor pieces off the board, because especially you don't want to get one pair of rooks off the board, because then you're just lost.
Yeah, I mean, it's Black who's certainly one on the back foot here. At the end of the day, the extra exchange does count for a lot. Black's 2 bishops, well, okay. They're not really thriving. There's not many open lines for them. And the pawn on e3 could drop as well here. If one of those white rooks ever gets into the position, the Black king is also in a cage. I'm really sort of intrigued how he got here, though. Because before, it looked like Saric was making progress. He had that majority of pawns on the king side coming forward. So is it possible to have a look at how things may have gone wrong for Black? Yeah, around about here, it looked like Black was doing right, didn't it, Danya? We were still quite liking Black's position, no?
Yeah, and White was going back and forth. He went king a2 and king b1, didn't know what to do, was trying to make time control. But look at Dante, h4 and g4, just meeting Black at the top and trying to generate activity on the king side. Both of those were some of the top engine moves. Now, apparently, a mistake by Saric, which was to play f4, and it's such a natural move. You get the protected passer. The issue was that White just has a fortress, and they repeated moves a couple times, and Saric now makes the decision to go for the win. I think Beukes would have been okay with a repetition of moves here, but having made time control, Saric repeats one more time, and then plays knight to e3. And this is an incredibly, incredibly risky move. Beukes locks up the king side with h5, and the current position after e2 is one in which I feel like White's the only one who has serious winning chances here. You just go rook e1, and here's what's likely to happen. Rook e1, bishop takes c5, knight c5, rook c5, and now very important move, king d2. Super important. Why? Because rook takes e5 is met with the decisive c4, and if Black loses the e-pawn, he immediately loses the game.
Yeah, some nice lines there. I mean, that e-pawn is the one move that can try and trick White out, but I don't see how that e-pawn's going to survive for too long. It's going to be an issue, and forever and ever. And it might be the case that Saric was in some ways, he must have realised that his position is not better. If anything, it's going to be worse. And he's just gambled, right? He's just completely gambled in this position. And Bruce-Mac was asking, by the way, was that a cat I heard? It is out of my window. I have a very old cat who loves screaming sometimes, but it is being looked after as it's a bit senile while I commentate. So it's the loudest cat you'll ever hear. It's like whenever you hear it scream, it sounds like a child is getting murdered. So it's back to that horror film kind of thing. So it does worry a lot of people, but at least everyone knows about it by now. So any more moves? Do we have bishop takes c5 on the board? Has that been played?
In fact, yes, it has.
Okay.
And of course, Dante will take on c5, play king d2, and I think Saric will hold this position. I think this will be a draw, because what's likely to happen is that Black will simply keep his rook on c5 and try to make it as difficult as possible for White to play c4. He might even put a bishop on that square just to kind of sit on that square and make sure that White never gets c4, and then Black can shuffle, right? You can go king f7, e7, and then just sort of shuffle with your king. You've got a lot of squares. I probably wouldn't push a5 because that leaves the bishop on b5 without a protection. and it makes it possible for white potentially to play rook b1 and maybe try to infiltrate down the b file. You could also get checkmated here because the king is in a box, right?
Yeah.
Both squares on the 6th rank are controlled. So whatever you do, keep this bishop in the vicinity of the B and C files. I think you might get a situation where Dante runs out of ways to make progress.
The only way I can see maybe white trying to win this position is, could you try to put the king on b3 and go c4? I know it's risky because I'm not keeping an eye on your e-pawn as much. But the c4 move that you pointed out, Daniel, seems to be like the key idea. Without playing c4, I don't see how white can get into the position at all. He's got to play c4. And the only way I can see to support that is maybe you can also go king d2 and rook c1 to try and do it like this. But if I can get c4 in, can I at least try to win this position? It's worth having a look at. Maybe you can take on e5 and I'm falling for c4, rook c5. I'm not sure here, but it's worth a try, maybe. Worth analysing.
Definitely. Worth thinking about for sure. He's got 11 minutes on the clock, does Dante. So I could see this just sort of being a draw, but I could also see Dante saying, listen, you want to play for a win? I'll show you who the papa is in this position. Big question for white. Do you throw all caution to the wind, play king b2, king b3, or you say, I got a draw in the bag against a very good player. Let's go king d2 and just kind of shuffle between c1 and e1. I think that you should err on the side of caution. I think king d2 might be the safer move, and then I at least would try to play rook c1. And if it doesn't work out, okay, you go back to e1 and you can always offer a draw.
So what happens after king b2? Can I just see
Yeah,
how
let's
black?
take a look.
Yeah, how black
king
can play
b2,
against this? Yeah.
So first question is, okay, let's say I go king f7.
Yeah.
You go king b3, right?
Sure.
You are threatening c4. I don't want to take on e5. I might have to try to rely on my a-pawn. No, a5, c4, and I have no way to make progress. White wins. So I guess I have to take on e5 at this point.
Yeah, probably have to take on e5.
And reroute the bishop to... that's the key defensive idea, because bishop f3 is going to come at the right time.
And this is... It is risky for white to play like this, obviously, because if you got a second e-pawn now as well. I've dropped my e-pawn, but if he really wants to gamble, then maybe he could try this one. But this bishop f3 is an important idea. Get the bishop defending that pawn in the right way. And the other idea, he has gone king d2, was I don't think rook c1's probably similar, maybe a little bit worse actually than the lines you're showing.
Yeah, similar type of concept. Yeah. And definitely he spent some time calculating king b2. He took about 3 minutes on this move. Okay, so we'll see if this one ends in kind of a peaceful draw or if Dante makes a serious attempt at winning the game. In that case, we will revisit this position immediately. A couple of updates, and I'll give you the say as to which game we go to next. Maybe Cheparinov, because that one continues to go on, and black is finding all the best defensive moves, but it might not be enough. Fressinet has won. Antipov has won. Ariantari has converted that 2 pawns up endgame. And Alexander Ediz is about to win, so most games are over. Shall we go to Cheparinov's game and see how his conversion is proceeding?
Let's have a look, yeah. So this is our ball 1 encounter of the first day. Let's just remind everyone, a lot of the top seeds have got a bye through to round 2. Do you think that's fair that they get a bye, Daniel? I mean, I was kind of thinking about this, and I was like, why have they got a bye? I wasn't really understanding why they got a bye. Okay, maybe it's just making it the numbers work a little bit better, but it's given them obviously a bit of an advantage because they're getting a bit more of a rest compared to the other players, and I suppose it is part of the process. Getting a bye, but I don't actually understand it 100%. And this position, well, there you go. The A pawn is now being used, and that's going to be used as mainly a distracting mechanism to force the black king away from the other area of the board. So a4 coming, and also there's no obvious way that black can maybe win that pawn even. Black could be in a zugzwang situation where now he has to play a move which will weaken his position a little bit. And I have to say that, Josef is defending, admirably, and a lot of people are saying very good comments about his hat. What do we reckon? Good hat? I like the hat. I think it's very, very nice.
10 out of 10. I think he's dressed very elegantly. I love it when players show up, respecting the game. And so is Ivan Cheparinov. This is just refreshing to see. But yeah, unfortunately, this game is slipping away from him. In terms of the buys, I think it is fair. And I think, you should have benefits of being one of the top players in the world. Like, the players who are lower rated, yeah, they have to work a little bit harder. If you're Magnus Carlsen, I feel like you've earned the right to not have to play the first round just on the strength of all of your achievements. And I think that's a good way of rewarding achievement without detracting anything from the lower rated players. It's not necessarily that they start with a disadvantage. It's more that the top players start with an advantage. So this is a relatively new innovation in the World Cup. I think only the last couple of World Cups had this buy system, and I think I think positively on it. Also, we get more anticipation, right? The anticipation builds up, and when we finally do get to watch Magnus and Hikaru and the others, we're able to savor it and appreciate it a little bit more. But there are many ways to look at this. It's, I think, largely a matter of taste. I don't think there's a correct answer here.
Yeah, it could work either way. I mean, it'd be nice to see them play now as well. But fair enough, they get a buy. It's all going to probably come to the same at the end anyway. That's I suppose, the point. That the same cream is going to rise to the top generally. You have the same pool of players. There might be a couple of exceptions to that. Maybe some of the younger players are really going to perform and do well. But this position, yeah, after a4, it is certainly slipping away from black. They say the easiest endings to win when you're a pawn up is just king and pawn endings. So if you're a pawn up in a king and pawn ending, you should nearly always win. They say the second easiest endings to win are knight and pawn endings. So when you're a pawn up and there's just one set of knights on the board. It's obviously notorious that rook endings are often drawn, and opposite colour bishop endings are the hardest to win as well. But yeah, a4 in the position, and black, I can't see anything else to do except for move the knight. And the problem is that knight doesn't have any great squares, and white has a couple of options. Maybe you can just give the a pawn up on the next move or something similar. How would you win this? Let's put some moves on the board, shall we, Daniel? Let's say, okay, there's a check there, knight g3. Black maybe just trying to go backwards and forwards with a knight. I didn't think that was maybe the best move, because now the white king gains a tempo into the king side. And can you even give the knight up now? This is the key point.
I think you can, and I think you will. And the thing is, it's very, like you're saying, it's very easy to calculate some of these lines, because it's just straightforward. You push your pawns, and here's how this game is likely to end. I think Ivan is going to take a little bit of time and play king g4. The king exits the box of the pawn, which means it starts running forward. You can't stop it with your king. You have to stop it with your knight. Now you can play a6. The knight is tied down. Now you create the second pass pawn. This is the classic situation known in Russian chess circles as trousers. You have two pass pawns on opposite sides of the board, and the further apart they are, the better it is. Because black is out of resources. The knight has to stay hooked to the a pawn. The black king cannot. And is actually only one tempo short, right? If black could play king f7 here, then white would be the one who had to force a draw. But as it stands, white plays h7. This is all that Cheparinov has to calculate, and once he does, I think he'll go for this line. What's funny is that black can go knight e5, and now the other pawn advances to a7. Black is just has his hands full, and this is why knights struggle so much when they have to multitask, because they're a short-range piece. that's how it's going to go.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way you can stop that at all. You know, short range pieces not good at dealing with pawns on the other side of the board. You'd love to be able to stop these pawns from going on the other side of the pawn as well, but knights can't jump off the board. And can we have a look at Backrow's game as well? So this is, I think, the board 2 game, and Backrow seemed to be doing very well in that game, but you mentioned earlier that the ending is not easy for him to win. And queen and pawn endings notoriously difficult to convert because queens are so tricky, and there's numerous perpetual checks that you can fall into in a lot of positions. But one thing you should try to do in queen and pawn endings is keep your queen as active as possible and try to keep it in the middle. That's just a general rule. And black is clearly pushing here. Black is a pawn up, and at the moment the white queen is very much misplaced on the edge of the board at the moment. So it's a bad square for the white queen.
I think, first of all, it should be pointed out that Backrow has oodles of time on his clock, and white only has 30 seconds. So white's playing completely on increment here, which might already be a death sentence, given that he's going to have to defend for potentially infinite number of moves. How is Backrow actually going to generate chances here? Well, I think his best chance is to set his kingside pawns in motion and to play f5. Now, you have to find the right time for that, because if you play f5 prematurely, you allow white's queen to get active. So what I would play is king to the back row, back to d8, then just start running these pawns off the board. Can you just say that
again? King where?
King to the back row.
Nice. That's
and
another
that was
one.
smooth, too.
That was smooth.
I integrated that into the position on the board. I actually believe that king d8 is the best move on the board.
Brilliant. So you integrated the pun and the best move in a very smooth nature. You're just a legend, Daniel. Absolute legend.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done, sir.
I appreciate it. Well, Backrow will have to find a way to immobilize this queen. And then you go f5, e4, f4, e3, and just try to pose problems, because with 30 seconds on the clock, eventually there's going to be a problem that white doesn't have enough time to solve.
And you better hope that you don't need to go to the toilet if you're white here, because
I've been there.
I've been there as well. When you've got 30 seconds, and maybe you've been drinking a lot of water during the game, and suddenly the urge starts coming, and you've got to wait another 45 minutes. It can be very difficult. So let's hope he hasn't drunk too much water. Little factors. But I think Backrow will convert this as well. And he's going king to the back row. Nice move. Well spotted there. And this way of winning does seem... Well, this way of advancing seems to be quite a nice idea. I'm surprised the evaluation bar is only given this as a slight advantage to black. That is very peculiar to me, because it's a clear pawn and the white queen is badly misplaced. Why is it only a small advantage for black here, according to the evaluation bar? Is that evaluation bar right? It's very peculiar. Okay, he's thrown a check in. Fair enough.
It's growing. I think the reason is, with computer defense, white can engineer a situation where black objectively can't make decisive progress. Like, white basically has to keep his queen on a square such that when black starts pushing his pawns, you're able to access one of the squares that opens up. But all of that is predicated on perfect computer defense. Even with full complement of minutes on the clock, I think, imagine having this against Magnus. Like, would you have any realistic chance of saving this against Magnus? The answer is no.
I'd just resign.
Not to mention, I would too, actually. I would seriously consider it. That torture is not worth your psyche.
No. Just resign. Have a drink. Get ready for the next game. That'd be a good way of doing it.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, it's just the white queen is so passive in these positions. I mean, the black queen is centralized, and this does make a big difference. And the other reason white's going to struggle here is that there's always going to be little offers of an exchange of queens. And if white does exchange the queens off, he's probably going to lose the king and pawn ending. The black king centralizing, going to support those pawns slowly coming down the board. So yeah, black in driver's seat. White's best strategy, probably, as you mentioned, just to wait maybe wait until the black pawns come forwards, then try to get around the back, maybe. So,
yes.
This is the most active solution, right?
We probably will end up having, unless white blunders a queen exchange, we might get a situation where, for instance, white gives up the b4 pawn and then starts checking the black king, and the black king might run to white side of the board. So don't be surprised if you see that. That's a very common way that queen endgames end, is either one side entraps the king in some sort of a perpetual, or the king is able to seek refuge in the opponent's side of the board, and the checks dry up and you have too many extra pawns. So Buckrow has a lot of work to do. This is far from a given that this is winning. I would now play the move queen d4 and try to keep the queen restricted.
Yeah.
That is precisely what he's done. I mean, Etienne is just that, all that experience he has, and he's not just playing fast because he's tilted. He's making obvious moves and keeping the pressure on his opponent's clock, which is precisely what you have to do. I'm also keeping an eye on Chaparinov's position. And Ivan, has he played the knight sacrifice is what I'm trying to determine. He has. He has done just that. We can go to his game maybe and watch the last few moves of the game being played.
Yeah, look at that A pawn. That is a runner. And just some careful calculation was needed there. And it's going exactly the way you predicted, right? Those wing pawns are too strong for the knight, and a queen will hit the board. So he's got there in the end.
Yeah, this was a much harder game, I think, than Ivan anticipated. Particularly the way that it unfolded in the beginning. Black was in time pressure. He was under pressure on the position, but he just sunk his teeth. Or tied a knot at the end of the rope and hung in there. But it's so brutal facing these top guys because they just never lose hope. They never stop their legs from moving. They never stop pounding you with new problems, and you fail to solve one of those problems accurately, poof, your drawing chances evaporate faster than a puddle on a hot day.
Yeah. I only see one way the black knight can stop that pawn as well now. It's got to check, and it has, and come back. I don't think there's any other way, but how can you stop the other pawn? You simply can't. So the black knight stops one pawn, but you need another knight to stop the other pawn. So it's not happening here, and white will get a queen. So this looks pretty straightforward, I think, this win, right? I mean...
Yes.
I don't, and Cheparinov's obviously, it's very hard not to win this position, actually, because your moves are so obvious. So,
I'm not sure what black is thinking about it. I mean, I sometimes feel like that happens where, from our perspective, we've already cycled through the decisive line and we've already calculated it, but black is, remember that he's also playing after 5 hours and he has a lot of emotions tied into the game. So a lot of time when you see players kind of sitting there in hopeless positions, they're not quote unquote thinking in the conventional sense. They're thinking about what went wrong. They're cycling through the same line over and over again. Again, it's like the 5 stages of grief, and you've got so much hard work and effort tied into the game that it can be hard to accept that finally your defense has come to an end. And I think black is accepting that and will be resigning very shortly.
I agree. It's more of a psychological thing, right? I mean, you've got another game tomorrow against the same opponent, and even if you didn't, it doesn't matter. But you've got to okay, look, I've lost this game. It was a tough game, but let's I want to resign it, maybe at my own pace. You're sort of even putting a little bit of dominance on the position, just saying I'm going to resign it when I want to resign it. You don't want to go too long. You don't want to insult your opponent too much when it's clearly not happening. Can we also? It looks like this game's quite straightforward. The H pawn or the A pawn win. Can we go back to the game Dante versus Saric, because even though that one was probably a draw if white wanted it to be, it looked like one of the more interesting positions and possibly also an upset, right? Has white made any progress here?
Yes, Dante has gotten his king onto the perfect blockading spot. Now, Saric has, in fact, taken the e5 pawn, and now the battle will revolve around whether white can isolate and then pick off this e-pawn. If he does that, then his winning chances increase exponentially. The first step, I think, is to prevent bishop f3. I think that's crucial. Do not play rook d2 here. That's hasty. And after bishop f3, white, look at Dante. I mean, he is just maintaining his composure, and this is the move that I'm sure Saric was dreading to see. And the next move is likely to be rook d2 or even c5. You can start pushing the c-pawn because the king is cut off from the pawn. But Saric is on the verge of being losing here. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, if you get as soon as you get rid of that one dangerous pawn, the pawn one square away from queening, it's has he played a5?
Start pushing. Yes,
Okay.
and c5 now should lead to a winning advantage. Rook d2.
Wow.
The problem is that black has the move rook to e4.
Yeah.
And white will, in fact, lose the g-pawn. And if white loses the g-pawn, it's a 3-result game again.
Yeah, you might as well try to queen your c-pawn if you can as well, right? So just try to force it through.
Yeah, I think what helps is that there's really no other moves. Like, if you reject rook d2, then other than c5, well, what else are you going to do? It's easy to reject c5, though, Simon, because you give up the d5 square, and you might, but then the rook doesn't cut the king off anymore. But in that case, you go c6. I mean, it's quite easy to calculate. Pretty intuitive line. I think Dante's going to play it.
I think he would as well. I mean, it's the most forcing move. He's played really well so far in this game.
He did.
You know,
He's gone
and he's
c5.
played it. Great play. And if we think how this game has gone, if you've been following it from the start, it's a very sharp Sicilian. Saric played some great theory, it looked like, but Dante held his own. He could have easily cracked. He could have easily got smashed in this game, but he kept finding good resources after good resource. And I think that has frustrated Saric, and Saric made that risky decision to play for the win in a position where it just wasn't founded. And well, maybe the only chance is bishop d5 now. I can't see anything else because rook d6 is coming, right?
Rook d6 is coming. It's very straightforward. And that's what really hurts black, is how straightforward white's ideas are. You have one plan, which is to push the c-pawn. But often the higher-rated player gets this feeling of invincibility. They feel like because their lower-rated opponent is happy with the draw, that they can basically do anything. And okay, worst comes to worst, I'll find a way to make a draw. Suddenly, you look at the position, you're dead lost, and then the lower-rated player is not going to repeat moves anymore. Dante wasn't born yesterday. Like, he knows he's winning, and he knows that this is a chance of a lifetime. And Saric, at this point, basically needs a miracle. He needs to find a way to pose challenges to white. White's clock, that might be the only practical chance. Rook d6. Has to find rook d6, though. That's very important.
I think it's quite an easy move to find, right? I mean, you don't have too many other moves. You might as well create a threat. You either play rook d6 or you go passive. And the good thing about rook d6 as well is that you can get behind, in a lot of circumstances, black's dangerous passed pawn. So rook d6, if the bishop comes to d5, you go rook a6. And the best place to deal with a passed pawn for your rook is behind that pawn. So I'm sure the way he's been playing, he will play it now. It'd be amazing if he doesn't play that move in this situation. Cheparinov did win, by the way, as we were expecting.
Yeah, good job by the top seed today, not the top seed in the tournament. Now, rook takes c5 doesn't work here because white x-ray defends the rooks and picks off the bishop. So Saric will move the bishop. I don't know where he can go, because the rook can also swing over to the queen side, stopping the a-pawn and paving the way for c6. My vote is bishop b7, rook b6, bishop c8. You basically go for passive defense and try to make the path of the c-pawn as difficult as possible. Wow, this will be a monumental upset if Dante can pull this off.
Yeah. This rook c3 move is such a class move, actually. I mean, you know, finding this move shows a lot of quality, because bishop f3 is always a move that is going going to cause white some problem, but you've just ruled that out. And there might be another move here. Okay, no, it doesn't work. Yeah, just rook a6 is simple. c6 doesn't work, actually, because I think you can just take the rook there, c7, bishop b7. So rook a6 is just simple. You don't need to think too much. Has he played bishop d5? He has. Just put the rook on a6, push your pawn, and you're going to win this game.
There's no other moves, and this is so depressing when you have a lost position and your opponent's winning moves are literally forced. Like, c6 doesn't work because the bishop will stop the pawn. Okay, rook b6 makes no sense because the b7 square is controlled. Literally the only thing you can do here is rook a6. Dante worries me slightly that he's taking a little bit longer than he should, but that's easy for me to say. He's obviously nervous, his hands are shaking. You want to leave yourself with about 2 minutes, though, to deal with an unexpected move. And he's now falling to a minute. Time to make that move, Dante.
Get your rook behind black's pawn and push your own pawn. And also, the black king, you've noted this before, he has played it. I think the black king can be in a bit of a box, you know. The black king doesn't have a good place to go, but the c pawn's just a winner. 1 minute to finish the game off.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner, and he'll have more than a chicken dinner if he defeats Saric today. That's only part of what he needs to do. He will need to hold with the black pieces tomorrow, which is going to be a very tall order. But even if he doesn't, this will be a huge result for the international master who lives in the US from Namibia. c6, basically a pre-move at this point.
Yeah, maybe you can flick in a check first, but it does definitely work. And the other thing about winning the first game here, it's so nice because you know whatever happens, you're in tiebreak, right? So you can kind of relax a little bit. It's like, okay, I lose tomorrow, I still get a tiebreak. So I've still got that extra chance in the competition. What's black trying to do? Well, he's trying to take some pawns. I think maybe he realizes he has to give his bishop up for that pawn, and he's going to try to get the G and H pawn. Some chance, not enough. Not enough pawns. They're all separated.
Yeah, I think there's about a 20% chance that black pulls off a miracle here, because if you play c6 after rook takes g4, if you play c7 in that position, I think Saric has cooked up a devilish trap with bishop to c4, hitting and defending the pawn and setting up the threat of rook g1. So white can actually promote in that position, but black will promote with checkmate. So Dante, okay, he goes c6, which is fine, but after rook takes g4, do not go c7. You actually lose the game. You have to flick in. You have to flick in that check on a7, as you were saying.
I mean, let's see. If I was Ivan here, I'd play rook takes g4 really quickly. It's one of those instances where you've got to use a bit of psychology here. You know, there's no point giving your opponent the chance to catch up with that trick. He's got a minute and a half. Just take the pawn, cross your fingers, and hope you get the trick in. And Dante's so close to getting a brilliant victory here. Yeah, you've got to try and set them up right. So take the pawn on g4 and pray. This is the way to do it. I mean, can you go bishop c4 first? Well, it's less tricky, isn't it? As you say, you know, maybe you could try this move. Maybe that's what he's thinking of here.
Yeah, the issue is there. White could even take on a4, I think.
Yeah.
And that would kind of...
That's a simple way of doing it.
Yeah, so maybe king d8. I think king d8 is the other move, but then c7 and the rook can swing over to d8 and dislodge the king. So Saric, he might also be using some interesting psychology of waiting and making Dante believe that he doesn't see a move. Then he might play rook takes g4 with a resigned kind of air of desperation. Yeah, all of these theatrics, you know, this drama, it can be frowned upon, but that's what you have to do. Like, when your back is against the wall like this, you have to tap into every trick in the book. And if that means a little bit of acting, then you do a little bit of acting.
I'll remember that if I ever play you, Danya. Watch out for the acting. I have to say, if I'm ever in a position where you're acting, I'll be very happy anyway.
Darn.
So,
that's not good. I revealed all my secrets. I hope we don't play again.
You'll get given secrets. Well, the first time was very painful, so I hope we don't play again as well. Crush me. But he's getting also now, look at the time. They're both under a minute and a half now. So this is getting to the crescendo, the key moment of this game. And maybe he is just waiting until he gets very short of time and using that to try and pile the pressure on his opponent. That's another strategy. If you get down to your last couple of seconds, your opponent might be tempted to move quickly. So you use every trick on the book, every single trick that you've got. And he's now going under a minute, is Saric. So,
1 minute for Saric, and that is giving Dante so much valuable time that he's using to calculate, right? Every second that ticks down is a second that Beukes should be using to try to anticipate Black's move, because you're only going to have 90 seconds. We know how fast that time evaporates when you're on, when you're sitting at the board. But 30 seconds now.
Interesting line given in the chat. Rook takes g4, c7, bishop c4, rook takes e6, but I think it's just bishop takes e6 should be alright for black there, right?
Very pretty idea, but yeah, bishop e6. There it is. This is the moment of
He's
truth.
played it.
Rook a7 check wins the game. c7, I think, loses the game. Or maybe draws, because white can make a knight there with check, but you're going to have to squeeze out a draw there with white.
If you want to win this game, though, keep it simple. Check on a7. This is the big moment. As you said, Danya, will he push the pawn? He's under a minute as well. He's double checking his lines. I think he's going to check. He's played so well. I'd be amazed if he doesn't flick the check in here. What do you think in the chat? Will he give the check or will he push the pawn? Pushing the pawn could be a mistake because of this bishop c4 move. A very, very
30 seconds.
Crafty move.
Dante changing his sitting position. He's getting nervous.
Oh, he must have looked at this move, though. What did he spend his last minute doing?
That's the thing, right? He has to realize that Saric has an idea. Like, once you realize that black has an idea, you start looking for moves like bishop c4. 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
He's getting nervous. I don't think he's seen it. I think he could push the pawn here.
9 seconds,
10
Simon.
seconds. Wow. He's pushing the pawn. Oh, no, he's checked.
He's checked with 6 seconds on the clock. Oh, my lands.
Dear.
But it's not over. It's not over, Simon. Now he has to make the cold-blooded move. King takes e2. Do not go rook d7 and c7, which I thought was winning. But again, there's the move bishop c4 in that position.
Bishop c4 is such a big threat. And, well, how much time does he have here?
15 seconds.
15 seconds to play this, and he's getting so nervous. You can see it. He's moving the seat. He's under 10 seconds. I think this could go any way, this game.
5 seconds. He's got to move. He's got to move.
He's got to move. Just play.
And
King
what? King F2? King F2. He didn't take the pawn.
What? Why are you not taking the pawn? Take the pawn.
God, bishop c4, and he might lose this game. What in the world was that move?
Did he forget to take the pawn there? Why not take that horrible pawn?
And the game is over. Pawn is just... This is unfathomable. You play king takes c2, and black literally has no more ideas. That's it. It's resigned. Yeah. Rook h7, c7, rook h8. That black has to give up the bishop. This is unbelievable.
This is just nerves for you, Danya. I mean, you get to this position, you know you're doing well, but it starts to get a little bit complicated. You look at the clock a little bit too much. You overthink things. You don't do the obvious move. How's the only way you can lose this game? The only way you can lose this game is that pawn. So take the pawn. But you overthink it.
But look at Sarge. He has to find a tactic. After bishop c4, white has the move rook to f3, which sets up a ladder mate on f8. And in that position, there is a tactic with rook g2 check, but black still has to find it. And Saric, okay, that's a decent move. That's a decent move. And at the very least, it forces white's king back to e1. But I really hope that Saric does not repeat the moves in that position. Although I don't know exactly what he does after king e1, to be honest.
Well, king e1, he can't go back to g4 because surely this time white will take that pawn. I mean, don't give your opponent a chance to play the winning move again. He has gone back.
Gosh.
And what else can you do here? Can you go...
I don't know.
Can you go bishop c4 here? No, you can't, can you?
The rook takes a4 again.
Rook takes a4, and there's nothing there, right?
Oh my gosh, this is crazy. 15 seconds for Saric. He missed bishop c4, after which it was White who had to save the draw. I still think White's winning chances here are excellent. Apparently, rook to h4 is the correct move, but that's so hard to play. 2 seconds, 1 second, king c8.
He's king c8, and again, he's now losing. White is now in a great position, but it's just a time scramble now, right? I mean, it is just on the clock. Maybe you switch your rook to the other side now. Something like this.
Yes. A million times yes. Rook h7, c7, and rook h8 should be the winning construction. But look at Dante. Just look at the body language. This is a 3-result game.
Is he? He's flicked to check in, and I think he's just giving himself a bit more time. Saric is repeating the position. Is he going to repeat and take the draw? He can't do that, surely. You've got to play for the win here.
It's possible.
But after rook h7, what do you do against bishop c4 there, though? It's not so clear, is it?
And you have to understand, you have to put yourself in the shoes of someone like Dante, whose every enemy at the door becomes a monster, right? Every mate threat that he calculates becomes outsized in its proportions, and that's why players repeat in winning positions. That minute evaporates so fast, and if he doesn't see a concrete win, yes,
have they agreed to draw?
No. That's just they have another score sheet because move 60 has been reached. I also thought that.
I thought they're shaking hands. The score sheets are being signed. But what happens after this rook h7, bishop c4, Danya? If that occurs, if White tries to play for the win and moves the rook to the other side of the board. What if Black plays bishop c4? Well, bishop c4, the key move, yeah?
You might have to play rook takes h6 and then ultimately sack your exchange on c4, but then Black has that a pawn, which could also promote. I think Dante might repeat here. He's looking at the clock at the board. By the way, Etienne Bacrot is about to win his game as we expected. So this is the only interesting game remaining. 15 seconds for Dante. I think he might repeat.
I mean, it's not a crazy decision because if you lose this game, there's no way back at all. And I think we're getting news that Bacrot did win that ending. It looked pretty good for him, but we've got to stay. We've got to stay with this game. And they're repeating again. Is it going to be?
Yes.
Is it going to be a draw here? I think, unless you see the win, you take the draw. Is that 3 moves? Is that it?
I think it is. And Saric is going to take a little bit of time just to make sure that he can't go king b6, and he can't. And I cannot blame Beukes at this point for not taking the draw. The only thing that really he will be kicking himself for is not taking on e2. That was completely inexplicable.
Yeah.
And this is a huge miss. And all kudos to Saric.
I mean, you can understand why he's taking the draw now. Look at his body language. He's played a very tense game, and he probably realised he was winning. But at the end of the day, you're still in the match. You're still in the match if you take the draw, right? If you lose this game, you're not in. I mean, Saric clearly dealt with the nerves better, but he's also missed some opportunities, right?
He has, and he's thinking,
what's he thinking of? He can't be trying to win this. It's time to take the draw now.
Yes.
Come on.
So here's 1, here's 2, and after he plays king c8, it's the same position. Okay, he's going to make the move and press the clock.
But he's
didn't
claim
give
the
Dante
draw.
A chance. Nope.
He didn't claim the draw. So actually
Let me
now,
tell you why.
You've got to claim the draw. You've got to call. You've got to say draw. You've got to get the arbiter. So if you don't do that, the game goes on, and that means that now there's another chance. If he goes rook 8, would he just play?
He's doing it deliberately. He's doing it deliberately.
But he's looking over there.
He's doing it deliberately. I think Saric thinks that if Dante plays rook h7, he's going to play bishop c4, and with White's nerves, he's going to lose the game. He's giving Dante a chance.
I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to do it. I think he's going to go rook h7. I think he's looking over there.
I don't think so.
I reckon he will. Come on, Dante, play it. Be brave.
It's too daunting.
He's entering the inferno. Oh no, okay. He's gone for the draw. I was maybe more hoping it than it was a rather daunting move, wasn't it? As you say. Daunting prospect. Is he going to claim the draw now, or what's going to happen? Or is he just going to... No one's claiming the draw.
No one's claiming the draw, and
he's still playing on.
It's so clear with what Saric is doing. He keeps tempting Dante into going for the win. If nobody claims the draw, I think there's an obscure rule where the arbiter steps in after like 5 or 6 times, but that never happens. This is such an obscure situation where neither side claims the draw that I don't know what the contingency is. This is insane. Yeah. It's 4-time repetition after king c8. Which side is going to claim that draw? There's an arbiter circling the board. They're talking to each other.
You know what happens if it's a 5-time repetition? They get 3/4 of a point rather than half a point, right? That's what they're going for, the 3/4 of a point each, which makes no difference at all because they're on the same score. But if you're Saric now, you must realise that playing your king back is so risky. That rook h7 move is just winning for white. And as you say, white's always got the draw in hand, though, as you point out, Daniel, because you can always give your rook up for the bishop. There's no risk, yeah? And rook 8. Oh, they've taken the draw. They can at least chill out now.
Goodness.
Oh, shall we just see on the board there if he's going to point to the h7 square? Did he see the winning move, Dante? And was he just not brave? Well, I don't know if brave's the right word, but he just didn't want to play it at the end. You can see the tension though. He's
devastated. But he's devastated. He knows that was totally winning. Pure nerves. Literally, that had nothing to do with chess. Dante would play king takes e2 in a hyperbolic game. He would play it in his sleep while skydiving in any circumstance other than the circumstance he found himself in today. But that is what the World Cup does to you, and that's why we watch, right? It's because it's not only what's happening on the board, it's what's happening in the players' minds. And the higher-rated players, they just have more experience. And the only way to deal with those butterflies is experience. There's no other way.
Yeah, well said. And probably the most exciting game at around there, Saric versus Dante. And actually, to be fair, a high-level game. They played very exciting chess. It was great to watch. And we're going to now just have a look at the other results that have come in. And there have been a fair few upsets, but generally things have gone in the favour of the higher rated player, especially on the top boards. You can see there all the results in favour of the higher rated player. And let's just remind everyone, this is only day one. The big guns, the big seedings are coming in the second round, but all the players will have to face off again tomorrow. And tomorrow, of course, is going to be even more exciting because they're fighting to level the scores, a lot of these players, or to win the match. And it's been an exciting day chess, Daniel.
It has been a scintillating day, 5 hours plus. This is a grueling event to play. It's a grueling event to commentate, but I feel like this has been an inaugural day that we could not ask anything more from. We had so many close games. We had upsets. We also had textbook displays by some top players, and how much of a treat it is to watch a lot of must-win situations tomorrow, and then tiebreaker the day after tomorrow, and then the emergence of all the top guns in the second round of matchups. Simon, this is going to be an epic event. Fasten your seatbelts. Doesn't matter what time control you prefer. The World Cup is going to be one to watch, and today was an absolute pleasure. It was a pleasure to commentate the games with you, and it's already light outside. I don't know how these 5 hours pass so quickly.
It's starting to get dark here outside. It's a bit of a different time. But yeah, always a pleasure to commentate with you, Daniel. And let's just have a look at the schedule, everyone. So everyone at home, you can work out the days you've got to watch. And I would obviously recommend watching as many days as you can. But round one is still going on tomorrow. So we will see who goes through. And then if tie breaks are needed, which they will be in some of the matches, we're going to get that the day after. And round two is where you get the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, all these big names coming into the competition. It is a long competition. It starts on July the 30th and ends at the end of August, when we will have 3 players going through to the candidates. So a big result. But a massive thanks for watching, and me and Daniel will be back at other moments in the competition. And Daniel, what are you going to do now? Have you woken up enough? Are you going to go and play some bullet chess by any chance?
I am going to take a 4-hour nap. Maybe I'll have a Subway sandwich first. I'm going to spoil myself.
I think you deserve it, Daniel. You go and spoil yourself with a nice Subway and some chilled time. And yeah, thank you everyone for watching, and obviously the commentary will be back tomorrow at the same time, and we hope to see you all then.